Everyone, welcome to the show. So, Donald Trump keeps hiring people for their looks, and it keeps coming to bite him, or comes back to bite him, I should say. I haven't covered any of the James Comey case because honestly, I didn't want to waste your time. I knew it wasn't going anywhere. It was an obvious abuse of power. It was obviously a joke of a case. It was a vindictive prosecution. So I knew the judges were going to see through it. But I have to report on this latest piece of information about the case because it just got really fun and interesting. Because two of Trump's appointed attorneys could and should end up being disbarred and facing criminal charges. So I'm referring to Pam Bondi and Lindsay Halligan. So here's what all's going down. I'm going to sum up what got us to this point. You may or may not know all this, but a few months back, I think it was now, Trump fired a prosecutor, someone he assigned to an office, someone he brought on. He fired this guy because he refused to charge former FBI Director James Comey. He said, basically, there's no crime here. I don't see anything. There's really nothing that can be done. I don't think that we can get a conviction. Well, Trump then appoints Lindsay Halligan. So she is a literal beauty queen, and she became an attorney. She has never had any prosecutorial experience. She's never had any criminal experience. She supposedly has only ever worked on insurance matters. So this whole thing has been an utter and complete shit show from day one. First of all, there's some question as to whether or not she was even legally appointed. So we can set that aside for another day, but that's in question. It now, though, appears that she made a huge, monumental error that could tank the entire case. In a nutshell, Halligan, and I'm going to bring this up for you guys, Halligan convened a grand jury, and she asked that grand jury to consider 3 different charges against Comey. Well, they approved 2, and so she had the foreperson sign a document to submit to the court saying these are the 2 crimes that they're approving. Well, the problem is it was revealed in court yesterday that Halligan never showed the final indictment with the 2 indictments or 2 charges to the entire grand jury. She showed them an indictment, but not the one that she ultimately filed with the court, and claimed that they approved. So they saw the original one with the 3. They said, no, we approve of the 2 charges. She goes back, drops the 1 charge, comes back, has the foreperson only sign the one with the 2 charges on it, never shows that to the grand jury. So in a 90-minute hearing yesterday, Halligan admits to the judge that, yeah, only the jury foreperson was shown the second one, the final iteration of Comey's indictment. And, there happened to be one other juror that was there, and so they kind of saw it. That is obviously a big deal because number one, you have to, these are the rules. You have to go back, redraft the indictment, bring it back before the entire grand jury, show them these are the 2 that you said you agree with, correct? And then you have them all sign off on it. Well, the other, the reason for this, I should say, the prosecutor could slip anything in there. They could go back and make up totally new charges that they never even showed the grand jurors and just have someone sign off on it and say, oh yeah, the grand jury saw it and this is what they approved. So, this is a major issue. It basically undoes the entire case. And again, this is not just me saying it. This is not Gina, non-attorney, bringing this up. Take a listen to what Ty Cobb had to say. And I'll explain for those of you afterwards who this man is if you don't know, but I want you to hear what he had to say about this case.
Couldn't find a high school stock boy at Home Depot who could have handled this more ineptly than Lindsay Halligan did. Taking an indictment that the grand jury never saw, having the foreman sign it, and then presenting it to a judge, that's the height of ineptitude and misconduct. I think the interesting thing about this development is that there is no indictment, as Michael Dreeben, who is one of the country's most skilled advocates, has 100 Supreme Court arguments, made plain in court that there is no indictment. If only the foreman and some grand juror who was hanging out in the courtroom saw it, that's two. A quorum is 12. You need a quorum to return an indictment. So the indictment that was presented and that they've been proceeding on really is a nullity. I think what we heard today, shocking, never occurred before in American jurisprudence. I do think that both Halligan and Bondi should be disbarred. Bondi has twice submitted affirmations to this court about the propriety of Lindsay Halligan's grand jury presentation. She knew this. There's no way she could not have known this, and that's just means that she lied. Or that she's equally incompetent, but more likely that she lied.
Yeah, more likely that she lied. Pam Bondi lie? Oh, I'm shocked. This is my shocked face. Like I said, for those who don't know who that man is, that was Ty Cobb. He was one of Donald Trump's former White House attorneys. So this is not some liberal, leftist, crazy Democrat, or what MAGA would paint them as. And Cobb predicted that this case is never going to go to trial because it's such a joke. It gets even worse, though, because one of the attorneys on Halligan's team confessed to the judge that they're basically hiding information from him. So this person, his last name is Lemons, he admitted to the judge that he was instructed not to say in court that the previous government attorneys had drafted a declination memo. So a declination memo is exactly as it sounds. It's when a prosecutor declines to prosecute. It's when they look at all the facts, they look at the case, and they go, you know what, I don't see it. I don't think we can get a conviction. Here's why. And they put it in writing and submit it. They submit it to the office. So basically, he's saying, yeah, I was told to hide this from you because it looks bad, because it lets the judge know, yeah, we've had other very serious prosecutors look at this and they said there's nothing here. There is no case. So it undermines, the validity of the case that they're trying to bring. And it proves, or it adds to the evidence that this is a vindictive prosecution. So we'll have to see what happens with all of this. But now today, they're saying, oh, no, the grand jury did see it. Now they're totally backpedaling. You had this Lemons guy and Lindsay Halligan both saying in court just yesterday, no, the entire grand jury did not see it before it was signed and submitted to the court. Now they're backpedaling, they're moonwalking away from that, now that they see that there could be real consequences for them. And now they're saying, oh, nope, the entire grand jury saw it, so yep, no harm, no foul, we didn't do anything wrong. So we'll see if the grand jurors agree to that. If they say, yeah, we did see it, or, this is going to get interesting. But anyway, the people, the journalists and others who were there for the hearing yesterday said that the judge, as of yesterday, seemed inclined to dismiss this indictment. But as Ty Cobb pointed out, there really isn't an indictment. But, if they didn't do things properly, because of Donald Trump's incompetent boobs who screwed it up, then there is no indictment. So I don't know. When I see these imbeciles that Trump hires, like Alina Habba, Lindsay Halligan, what's his name, Hegseth, all I can think of I have a friend who always says, "You're pretty, but you're not so smart." That's all I can think. And remember, Alina Habba said she was once asked, "Oh, would you rather be smart or pretty?" And she said, "Pretty because you can fake being smart." No, apparently you really can't, Alina. Especially you. You've tried and failed numerous times. Lindsay Halligan too. All of them. All of them. It's like, no, yeah, we can see you're not so smart. Anyway, I will let you know what we hear on this. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe if you have not. It really, truly helps the show to get going in the algorithm, to get YouTube to spread this around and share more content from the channel. So I appreciate it. If you can donate, I also truly appreciate that. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have news about another one of Donald Trump's pardoned January 6ers. Not good. It is really, really horrific news. His January 6 pardons have proven to be a disaster. You know, last week, you guys may remember, I had reported how another one, what had been John something or the other, had been arrested for rape and I think it was physical abuse of a woman. Many of his easily duped conspiracy theorists have gone on to commit heinous crimes, and this one is one of the worst, if not the worst so far that I've heard. So Benuelos, it just popped into my head. John Benuelos last week, I shared with you guys, was arrested again for rape and assault after, stabbing a man to death in 2021, July of that year, and so forth. Anyway, we now have another one who's been arrested for violating an underage boy. Trump's administration likes to talk about how, oh, we're arresting the worst of the worst. I would argue they're releasing the worst of the worst back into society. So, case in point, 44-year-old Andrew Paul Johnson was arrested in August for alleged crimes against two underage children, one of whom was only 11 years old when this abuse began. So, this is him. This is Johnson that you see here on the screen. He's a Tennessee resident, but some of the alleged crimes occurred in Florida. So he was also extradited to that state to face charges there as well. And according to the Guardian news outlet, Johnson has been charged with lewd and lascivious child molestation of a child under 12, lewd and lascivious child molestation of a child between 12 and 16, as well as lewd and lascivious exhibition and transmission of material harmful to a minor. So the child that I referenced who was 11, he was 11 when the abuse started, and then he, I believe, turned 12 at a later date while he was still being abused. There was a probable cause affidavit that says that the police were contacted by a woman. She described Johnson as her ex-boyfriend. She said that they had lived together for a short period of time along with her underage son. So this was the 11-year-old. They lived together last year. And she recently discovered that he had these disturbing messages that Johnson had been sending him on a Discord app. So the mother spoke with the son. She asked him, hey, has Johnson ever said anything to you or done anything inappropriate? The boy at that point admitted Johnson molested him 3 times between April and October of 2024. So this was just going on. This just happened. It was also revealed that Johnson showed her son, also and one of his friends, his penis on multiple occasions. So sometimes he would show it to them in person. Other times he would show them photos of it that he had on his phone for some reason. I guess, you got to keep those dick pics handy in case you need to send them to somebody real quick. And then Johnson showed these 2 boys videos of him kissing other men and giving them oral sex. But, yeah, please tell us about the transgender people. Tell us about gay people. Tell us about all those scary people on the left, right? Unbelievable. This is one of the guys who was at the Capitol on January 6th with everybody marching around with their signs. Oh, save the children. Oh, the elites on the left. Oh, the pedophiles on the left. Yeah, okay. The boy's mom also discovered that Johnson secretly gave her son an iPhone, and he told the kid, keep it a secret. And then Johnson instructed him to do a factory reset on the phone. And he said, hey, if anybody finds the phone, delete everything. And then he told him to do the same thing with their Discord messages. And Johnson appeared to be trying to silence this boy by buying him, like bribing him to keep quiet. So The Intercept was the first to report all of this, but they reported on this alleged bribery. What they said is that Johnson told this 11-year-old that as part of his pardon for January 6th, he was entitled to receive $10 million in reparations. And then Johnson told this child, I'm going to put you in my will. And so when I pass away, any money that's left, that's going to be yours. So this child predator was granted a full and complete pardon by Donald Trump after admitting to entering the Capitol on January 6th through a broken window. And in the interim, the morons over at the Gateway Pundit, just that trash rag that's like so pro-Trump, they ran their typical woe is me piece on Johnson, trying to make him out to be some sort of sympathetic figure. They described him as a, quote, single father on the brink of homelessness. And then they urged their naive audience to donate money to him. And the journalist who wrote the article, her name is Jen Baker, the Intercept reached out to her and they told her about these new charges. And so now she's like, oh, I'm so disgusted by these charges. If he's guilty, I hope he faces punishment. Yeah, okay. This guy had a lengthy criminal history before this. It just proves MAGA news, quote unquote, news outlets, they don't give a damn about law and order. They use it as a punchline. Court records show Johnson has been arrested a multitude of times, dating all the way back to 2006, almost 20 years. So this includes crimes like trespass, resisting arrest, communicating threats, possession of illicit substances, driving under the influence, driving with a revoked or suspended license, probation violations, and use of fraudulent identification. And Johnson committed some of those crimes after he took part in the Capitol attack. And then, oh, by the way, while he was out on bond for January 6th, the probation office cited him for 10 separate violations of his pretrial release. So this guy is just a hot mess. He should have never been allowed back out on the streets. If he had been locked up for a long time and never received a pardon, this child would not have been violated. Right? And when it comes to child predators, there are always more victims that haven't come forward. Just keep that in mind. For whatever reason, they don't come forward for many, many very real reasons. I don't mean to minimize it. They have very good reasons, but his actions tell me he's done this before. I don't have any proof of that, but I know enough about these freaks to know this is typical grooming behavior, what he was doing. So he either learned it somewhere or he's done this before. I mean, and at 44 years old, you're going to tell me this was the first and only victim? Really? And I'm sorry, but based on what they described in the affidavit, I'm not buying it. So I would not be surprised if we hear more and if they find more victims. I hope so. One would think that maybe with January 6th and his photo being out there and everything else, that something else would have come out, but who knows? Sometimes what happens with victims is they think, okay, I'm the only one, and I'm just going to try to put it away in my mind somewhere, bury it and just try to forget about it and move on with my life. And then when they hear about other victims, they go, oh, okay, this is like a pattern. This person is dangerous. I need to help and put this person away. So I'm hoping that other people, if they were violated by this man, I hope they step forward. Allegedly violated. So anyway, guys, I will definitely keep an eye on this one. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I wanted to share some good news with you guys about Trump losing his grip on his base. So this is important for a couple of reasons. He is losing his ability to gaslight them and get them to just go along with whatever he says. This is vital, not only for getting the country back on track, for destroying the MAGA movement, for, basically pulling back the curtain on the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of Odd. But it's important that we're aware of this, because as he's losing his ability to control the narrative and to trick them, we can expect him to ramp things up and get very dangerous. And I say this because I have experience with narcissists. And when they are challenged, and when they feel like they're losing control and they're being exposed as the failures that they are, and people aren't putting them on a pedestal anymore, they become very, very dangerous. It can be violent. It can be just outbursts. It can be whatever. And so my concern is that he's going to start a war, or he's going to do something crazy to take back control and take back the narrative. In the meantime, though, we can just laugh at him. We can point and laugh about the fact that he's losing his sway. He is losing his mojo with these people. So Trump recently tried to gaslight his followers, and he got completely slammed and just ratioed. So he's falling apart. And between the Epstein emails, the election bloodbath a couple weeks back, he is lashing out. So earlier, I think it was this week, it may have been last week when this went down. I've been holding off on this show for a while because I've had so much other news to cover. But he posted on his failing social media site, and he wrote, quote, oh, let me look at the date here. Yeah, so this was last week. He wrote, "Cost and inflation," not sure why that's in all caps, but anyway, "cost and inflation were far higher under the sleepy Joe Biden administration than they are now. In fact, cost under the Trump administration," again, don't know why that's capitalized, "are tumbling down, helped greatly by gasoline and energy." Affordability is a lie when used by the Dems. It is a complete con job. Thanksgiving costs are 25% lower this year than last under Crooked Joe. We are the party of affordability. Party and affordability capitalized. Again, don't know why. Don't know. I don't know. Don't know much about history. Anyway, I don't know what that's all about, but this did not go over well. And here's the thing. These replies I'm going to share with you, these were on Kool-Aid Central. These were the hardcore MAGA supporters. These are the people on his failing social media site. So keep that in mind as I read these to you, because these are not your average bears. These are not, just run-of-the-mill Republicans like John McCain, Ronald Reagan Republicans. These are MAGA, okay? So this person wrote, quote, "Sorry, I'm a Trump supporter, but food and gas is not down where I live here in say, Michigan, maybe Southeast. Gas right now is $3.19 a gallon. Whitmer is charging us between 75 cents to $1 a gallon tax on our gas." So, had to throw Governor Whitmer under the bus there, which, whatever. I mean, this person, Crimea River, I'm in California, so it's way higher here. Anyway, this next person also chimed in, responded to him and said, quote, or actually they responded to that last person and said, "Absolutely true. It does piss me off when he says that BS. I'm a true patriot, Trump fan too. Sorry, I'm a true patriot, Trump fan too, but we're living it every day. I keep praying that's all we can do. God bless." Is that all you can do? I mean, no. You could vote with more sanity. You could vote for people who actually care. This next person also replied to that original post. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one here, guys. This next person said, quote, "Not seeing it in Idaho. $21 for a can of Walmart coffee, gas $3.53, rent unpayable versus wages, right to work state. Electricity is way up. Thankfully, we have wood heat. Foreclosures are up. In my town, new construction prices keep dropping. Most of them are empty. No one can afford anything without putting themselves in bottomless debt. It ain't working." So Idaho, guys, a MAGA Idahoan. You're talking like Idaho is a state where there is a literal cell of KKK members. That's what we're talking about here. So this next person replied to Donald Trump and said, quote, "Respectfully, Donald Trump, yesterday I paid $2.99 per gallon for unleaded gas and $6.99 for a quart of heavy cream. Not seeing it in my neighborhood on the East Coast." Again, $2.99, like you're getting a bargain, buddy. Next, this person replied to Trump as well and said, "When my $400 monthly food budget actually lasts a whole month again rather than less than 2 weeks, I'll start believing prices are falling. Until then, affordability is just a brainwashing tactic. Just because you say it doesn't make it real/true." And just so you guys know, I looked at the other posts that these people had put on Kool-Aid Central. These are Trump supporters. They're not lying. These aren't like, Dems that snuck in there and are just saying crappy things to him and taking issue with him. These are MAGA people. This next person also replied to someone else and Trump and said, quote, "President Trump, we are your voters, faithful and loyal all 3 times I voted. Prices are still too high. Everything is a $10 bill. Everything. A pair of tweezers, a hairbrush, a package of toilet paper, 4 rolls of paper towels. Literally, nothing is reasonable except gas." So, yeah, there you go. This next person also replied to someone else in Trump and said, quote, "Between my wife and I, we make $145,000 a year and we can't make ends meet. It was different during Trump's first term. My wife was able to stay home." Next person also replied to Trump and said, "Just because you say it doesn't make it true. You're lying and we are not stupid." Well, I mean, really? Okay. When was the last time you bought anything from a grocery store, car lot, paid utilities, or bought anything we the people have to, or we the people have to pay for? My food bill is over double. My energy costs are triple. My gas bill is just about as high when Biden was in office at $3.50 a gallon. I can't purchase a new vehicle because the prices all start at $50,000 plus, and everything else that's needed for the cost of living and survival, which you obviously don't understand because you snap your fingers and it's given to you. Nothing is down, and I'm sick and tired of listening to you say everything down or everything is down. It's total bullshit, and it's total bullshit, and I didn't vote for you to stick it to the people with your tariff prices getting passed on to the American people by these companies you're charging. You have done nothing but put America last and your foreign policies and foreign wars first. How about putting the Lord's land and people that you stand on first? Okay. Don't know what that meant, but anyway, yeah. So these people are not happy. And this last one that I have to share with you guys, it says, quote, I'm a Trump supporter and I highly disagree. This is our reality. You can't gaslight us about this. I mean, it's always worked before. He's always gotten away with it before. So why should he think that he can't gaslight you now? He's gaslit you for 10 years about everything. He gaslit you about immigrants. He gaslit you about the election fairy tale, the whole fraud, and oh, it was stolen, and stop the steal. I mean, he gaslit his supporters into attacking our nation's capital and violently attacking the police. I'm telling you guys, it has to hit them first. They have to feel it in order for them to turn on Trump. So that is what gave me hope. That's what, made me think maybe, when the shit hits the fan and blows in their face, then maybe. And that's what we're seeing. So again, he's going to ramp things up. Things are going to get very serious very quickly. I think that's why he's melting down. I think that's why he's calling reporters piggy and shushing people and, telling them not to ask him about the Epstein files and that they're being insubordinate and threatening to pull, ABC's, licensing and all that jazz. I mean, he's going to get crazy. Just be forewarned. Don't say I didn't warn you. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So a while back, I mentioned to you guys, I'm doing a video series about violent right-wingers because MAGA men and women must just live in echo chambers where they just never hear about the domestic terrorists on their side of the aisle. So this is one of those episodes. So this week's right-wing violence story is one that every American will likely remember, unless you were too young at the time that this happened. But this is the story about then 46-year-old Robert Bowers of Pennsylvania. So here he is here. He is the bigot who murdered 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in October of 2018. Prior to the horrific mass shooting, he created an account on social media. He created it on Gab, Gab, as you guys probably all know, was very popular among Trump supporters. And it's where some MAGA influencers started posting after they were kicked off of other more mainstream social media sites. So people like Alex Jones, Milo Yiannopoulos. It's also where a lot of the planning took place for the January 6th attack. It's where neo-Nazis are known to congregate. So no surprise that Bowers set up an account. He starts posting anti-Semitic, anti-immigrant comments. And at one point, Bowers wrote, quote, "Jews are the children of Satan." These are the people that they try to compare the left to. That they say, oh, you know, the extremist left, you know, they're anti-Semitic too. Really? Really? You show me a post from a far leftist calling Jews names like that. Show me. Prove it to me. He also used anti-Semitic slurs. He was praising Hitler and Nazis, and he was bitching about George Soros, you know, which that is the left-wing boogeyman, which just so happens to be a Jewish man. You know, or I should say it's the right's version of a left-wing boogeyman. And then he was also talking and complaining about migrant caravans. Gee, I wonder where he got that. Must have been on MSNBC, right? He's a leftist. Oh, wait, no, that's what they talk about on Fox, on Fear News Network. Anyway, Bowers referred to immigrants as the, quote, hostile invaders. Again, wonder where he got that from. Check this out, you guys.
Of Army heroes did not shed their blood on distant shores only to watch our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness. What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing a foreign invasion of our country. We're not going to let that happen. And we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. And that's what they are.
That's called an invasion of our country.
The president said that on Fox News last night. He tweeted it as well. This is an invasion of our country. He's insisting on saying that at every public appearance now, after the suspect in this case said online before he went and killed all of those people that it was to stop the invasion. The president has been insisting on calling it that since.
When Democrats cry and whine that ICE shouldn't be detaining illegals at the Home Depot or on the farms, what they're really saying is that we should all just play Russian roulette with the illegal alien invaders and give them the benefit of the doubt until they rape and murder someone. And then, even then, some Democrats will turn the other cheek. The benefit of the doubt is given to family, friends, and milk that's a couple days old, not illegal alien invaders.
The National Republican Party has also decided, since the massacre, to keep running an ad that depicts a Democratic congressional candidate as being secretly controlled by George Soros, Jewish billionaire who Fox News and President Trump have turned into a boogeyman for almost everything. But in particular, they are now regularly, all day long, blaming him, blaming Soros for somehow secretly orchestrating that supposed caravan invasion.
We have these individuals coming from all over the world that have some of the most extreme medical care in the world. And they're coming in with diseases such as smallpox and leprosy and TB that are going to affect our people in the United States.
Post from the Department of Homeland Security that they put on X, advertising a tip line with a poster that reads, quote, help your country and yourself, report all foreign invaders.
Army Dillon, RNC committee woman for California, says the caravan is a foreign invasion. So why do you say it's an invasion?
Well, first of all, it's a large number of people heading towards our border without our permission, with an intention that seems to be hostile and against what our laws permit. So I think by any reasonable definition, that's an invasion, and we can't permit that.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion. These are animals, okay?
Yeah. So some of those clips were brand new, but more recent, I should say. Some of them were from a long time ago. Nothing has changed, right? It's not like MAGA figures said, wow, we didn't mean to incite violence. Maybe we should stop dehumanizing immigrants. No, they doubled down, tripled down on this. And here's a post from Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. I think that's how you pronounce her name. This was from just a few months ago. These people are just disgusting. So she is praising Trump's sociopathic border czar, Tom Homan, and she refers to immigrants as, quote unquote, very bad foreign invaders. And look at how Trump's cult repeats these phrases. This is what they do. No health care for illegal alien foreign invaders. Trans equals mental illness. They have no thoughts of their own. These are mentally and emotionally damaged people who just repeat whatever the cult leader spews out, as did Bowers. So on the morning of October 27th of 2018, Bowers posted on Gab, quote, HIAS likes to bring invaders in that kill our people. I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw your optics. I'm going in. So HIAS is the Hebrew Immigrant and Society, Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. They work to try to help to resettle refugees in the United States. Bowers had a major problem with that, as you can imagine, because, for years now, he's been told these people are dangerous, they're invaders, they're scary, they have disease, blah, be afraid, white fright. So right after publishing that post on Gab, that's when he went into the Tree of Life synagogue with multiple weapons and he opened fire. So in addition to the Jewish congregants who were killed that day, he also injured and shot 4 police officers. One officer miraculously survived. He was shot 7 times. And in his testimony during the trial, the officer said that he had 25 surgeries to repair the damage. And Bowers told one of the officers why he committed this heinous act. He told them on the scene, as they're arresting him, he said, quote, they're committing genocide to my people. I just want to kill Jews. Eventually, he surrendered that day, surrendered to the police. He was taken into custody, and there was a superseding indictment that was filed against him, and he was charged with 63 counts. So 11 counts of obstruction of free exercise of religious beliefs resulting in death, 11 counts of hate crimes resulting in death, 2 counts of obstruction of free exercise of religious beliefs involving an attempt to kill and use of a dangerous weapon and resulting in bodily injury, 2 counts of hate crimes involving an attempt to kill, 8 counts of obstruction of free exercise of religious beliefs involving an attempt to kill and use of a dangerous weapon and resulting in bodily injury to public safety officers, 4 counts of obstruction of religious beliefs involving use of a dangerous weapon and resulting in bodily injury to public safety officers, and 25 counts of discharge of a firearm during these crimes of violence. During the trial, Bowers' attorney argued that his client wasn't targeting Jewish people. I'm serious. They actually tried to make that argument. In her version of events, he was just upset about immigrants in general. So that may seem like a strange argument to make, but the reason that she did it was she was trying to prevent him from getting the death penalty. The jury didn't buy her story, though, and they found him guilty and sentenced him to death. And good for them. That is exactly what he deserves. So now MAGA, they're trying to distance themselves from this vile person by pointing out that the fact that Bowers didn't vote for Trump. Yeah, that's their whole argument. But he clearly, very clearly, held right-wing ideological beliefs, right? I mean, he's repeating what they're saying on Fox News and online verbatim. And according to the Post-Gazette, Bowers was registered to vote with no party preference. So it wasn't like this guy's a raging Democrat, raging leftist. However, he was involved with a radio talk show called Quinn in the Morning. The host of that show, Jim Quinn, is a Trump supporter with very conservative views. And Bowers' issues with Trump, and the only reason he didn't vote for him, stemmed from the fact that he wasn't racist enough. CNN actually shared some of his Gab posts, and he was complaining, and I'll show you, that Trump was, quote, surrounded by kikes. So obviously that is a horrible name, a slur against Jewish people. And he said, quote, there is no MAGA as long as there is a kike infestation. So he blatantly hated Jewish people. And the only reason that he didn't vote for Trump, it seems, is because he was not racist enough against them. And the Post-Gazette wrote, quote, Mr. Bowers seemed to be influenced. Actually, I think I might have that one for you. No, I don't. They said, Mr. Bowers seemed to be influenced by white nationalist fixations on the caravan of Central Americans moving through Mexico and by fringe white genocide theories that Jews and minorities were in combination threatening whites with extinction. He reposted memes critical of the federal prosecution of organizers of the August 2017 Unite the Right rally that led to the death of one counter-protester. The memes implied that the president was persecuting nationalists. So again, these are not left-wing views. These are all right-wing ideologies. These are the things that have been pushed over and over and over again on Fox News, on other MAGA networks and shows, online, on sites like Gab that only had right-wingers, right? The caravan, the great replacement theory, those are the things that hosts like Tucker Carlson have propagated for more than a decade. So when the history books are written, I have no doubt that these so-called news networks, the ones like Fox and the others, they're going to be cited for their incitement of violence against minorities. Trump was inevitable. He was the inevitable byproduct and conclusion of their fear-mongering, their hatred, their, spewing out all of these scary stories every night on a nightly basis. That's all they do. It's like, oh, turn on Fox to see who we're supposed to be afraid of today. What group are we afraid of now, MAGA? So yeah, Bowers was a MAGA man, whether he voted for Trump or not. No one on the left was posting on Gab. They're not whining about the make-believe caravan or the scary brown people. They're not calling Jewish people names. So I'm done with the both sidesism. I'm done with people comparing the far left and the far right. The far right wants to kill anyone who isn't white and straight. The far left wants to give everybody health care and keep people alive, no matter what color, no matter what race, no matter who they voted for, too, no matter what party they're a part of. Not the same, not the freaking same. And Bowers was a right-wing person. So anyway, guys, I will have more of these stories for you. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of updates to share with you guys. This is different than most of the shows I do. Wanted to do kind of a like, in case you missed it kind of video because so much happened in the last few days. So as you guys know, if you saw my shorts feed, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congresswoman from Georgia, she announced that she is resigning. She's resigning January 5th of 2026. So just in about a little over a month. And the reason, of course, is because Donald Trump completely turned on her. I think she is feeling disillusioned. I think that she honestly believed in him. This is something that I've been wondering about some of his cabinet members. Like some people like Tulsi Gabbard, who seem to completely flip her positions and swallow everything that he was selling. I'm wondering if some of them are now going, Jesus, this is not what I signed up for. This is not who I thought he was. He's completely turning on us. He's completely, screwing us all over. He's doing crazy shit. Like, how many of them have gotten a wake-up call? Because it seems like Marjorie Taylor Greene really did. It seems like she finally realized what we've all been saying for years, that he has no loyalty to anyone but himself. So this is a really bad sign for Republicans, because if you did see, I only posted part of her video, but she did say in her resignation video that the Republicans are going to lose. She was unequivocal about it, that they're going to lose, and then she would have to stand up and defend Trump because he is bound to be impeached. And she made it pretty clear she doesn't want to have to do that after he just threw her to the wolves. And the party is still very split. I mean, there are a lot of people who are pissed at Trump for the way he's going at her, but there's a lot of people who are pissed at her. And I shared last week with you guys a bunch of the posts that people are making, saying, making fun of her now. And I mean, you would think that these people are like MSNBC liberals, the way that they've been going after Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I think she just looked at this and went like, I've been so loyal. And not only did he turn on me, but a bunch of the base was like, screw this. And so I think it showed her what we've been saying, that, yeah, a lot of these people are cult members. They can't think for themselves. They don't want to think for themselves. And they're going to go along with whatever Trump says. So anyway, if she thinks that they're not even going to hold the House next year, what does that say? And this is a cautionary tale for every other MAGA Congress member. Trump's loyalty, his support, is absolutely conditional. And it proves he has something to hide regarding Epstein. I mean, to turn on one of your most faithful supporters, someone who was there for you through thick and thin, who still to this day is claiming that the 2020 election was stolen. I mean, she still doesn't get it. Like, when are these people going to wake up and go, okay, well, if he's willing to cover his ass and lie about Epstein and the Epstein files, then maybe he lied to me about 2020 as well. It still hasn't dawned on her or any of these people. So anyway, let that be a lesson to the rest of the Republicans in Congress, because if they think that Donald Trump is going to stand by them, they have another thing coming. They need to wake the hell up. The next thing I wanted to share with you guys was that Donald Trump completely and totally bent the knee to Zoran Mamdani. So they met on Friday in the Oval Office. Donald Trump was looking at him like I've never seen him look at Melania. I think Melania that night was like, Donald, why you not look at me like you look at Zoran? Do I not give you what Zoran gives you? No, you don't, Melania. Zoran is going to keep Trump in the game. I'm thinking Donald Trump. I think that's what he's thinking here. I think that's why he did this. And it was such a slap in the face to MAGA, as you know, because there's so many Islamophobes in the MAGA base. And especially like Laura Loomer had a complete meltdown on Twitter. She was like, oh, well, why should we even bother to vote then? I mean, if communism is great and it's, you know, it's going to help New York and everything's perfect, then why should we even bother to show up in the midterms and vote for Republicans? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, she is just having the biggest meltdown because she is a self-avowed Islamophobe. She admits it. She is over the top, hates Muslims. So anyway, this really screws the Republican Party because they had all these talking points ready to go. You know, they were going to make Mamdani the next AOC, the next Pelosi. You know, they were going to make him the boogeyman of the MAGA movement. And this completely took away their talking points, right? They wanted to paint him as the dangerous socialist, the Sharia law pushing jihadist. I mean, now Donald Trump has normalized him. Donald Trump just made him human in MAGAville. So what are they going to do? So there's there's a whole faction of MAGA that is completely pissed off. There's others that are just coping so hard. They're, oh, Donald Trump, you know, he looks so tough and he just was like the alpha in this whole thing. You know, he's sitting at the Oval Desk and made Mamdani stand there. No. Just like when Elon Musk stood over Trump and made it clear that he was in control and he was pulling the strings in the government, that's exactly what it looked like with Mamdani. Mamdani was looming over Trump, stood over him, looking down at him. Donald Trump looked like a complete and total cuck. And obviously, he knows what I've been saying for months is the case. A bunch of people a ton who voted for Donald Trump also voted for Mamdani. So if Donald Trump screws over New York City, guess what's going to happen? He's going to lose even more support than he already has. And he can't afford that. So that's what this was all about. He bent the knee. Anyway, we had yet another betrayal of MAGA, especially the ones who are sick and tired, as so many on the left are, of seeing our government completely bend over for Israel and Netanyahu and giving them everything they want while we in our country go without. So last week, it was reported that Donald Trump's Israeli ambassador, Mike Huckabee, who is a over-the-top Zionist, he secretly met with a literal traitor to the U.S. Jonathan Pollard is a former U.S. intel analyst, and he sold U.S. secrets to Israel, went to prison for decades for doing this, for being a literal traitor, committing essentially like treason. Why he didn't get the death penalty, I don't know. But this is who Mike Huckabee went and met with. Let me just give you an example. Pollard sat for an interview and said that Israel should use nuclear bombs, nuclear weapons against the United States if we refuse to give Israel everything that it wants. That's who this guy is. And this is who our ambassador is meeting with. And yet, I mean, that has to be such a slap in the face to Marjorie Taylor Greene, with Trump out there calling her a traitor, all because she's trying to expose child predators. And yet Trump is condoning this meeting. The Trump administration was asked about this and they said, oh yeah, well, we didn't know in advance. We had no knowledge of this meeting, but Donald Trump sanctions it. That's what Donald Trump's press secretary, Kim Jong-Levitt, that's what she just said. So Trump is totally cool with this. You know, and then he had that other guy, he had a literal Muslim terrorist in the White House just a couple weeks ago who killed Americans. So MAGA is just beside themselves. They don't know what to make of this because Donald Trump is going against so much of what they hold dear and what they thought the MAGA movement was all about. I mean, even Steve Bannon is calling for Mike Huckabee to be removed. So anyway, we'll see what happens with that. Last but not least, I also wanted to share with you guys that the Trump administration was busted for using a Russia-drafted peace deal for them in Ukraine. It came out that this was literally just, given to our government by Russia. This was like their wish list of what they want. And then our government presented it as if we drafted it. So, there's two different factions within the Trump orbit. You've got the ones that are the hardliners against Russia who want to see us give more weapons to Ukraine and stand with them against Russia. And then you have the other faction that's saying, no, we need to just end this. We need to pull all support for Ukraine, force this down their throats. So we'll have to see which group wins out. One thing I find most interesting, though, that no one has bothered to ask, Russia keeps saying, well, we have a red line. If Ukraine is made a member of NATO, then that's it. Like, we're not signing any peace deal. We're going even harder against them. They must not ever become a member of NATO. And we know the reason why. It's because of the Article 5 guarantee, which guarantees NATO members' security. So any attack on a NATO member is an attack on all NATO members, meaning we pledge our security for these countries. We pledge that we will send troops, we will send weapons, we will do whatever we have to protect our NATO allies. So that would be granted to Ukraine, theoretically, if they become, theoretically, if they became a NATO member. Isn't that Russia admitting that they want to be able to invade Ukraine again? Like, why hasn't anyone asked them about that? Why has no one brought up, well, why would that concern you? If you have no intention of invading Ukraine again, of trying to take more of their land, why would you care? If you're just like, hey, their whole fake excuse that, there were neo-Nazis in there and that we had to get rid of the Nazis and that's why we invaded. Okay, well, supposedly you took care of that, right? Supposedly that's done and over with. So why should you care if we give a security guarantee to Ukraine? You're not going to invade again, right, Russia? So you have nothing to fear. No one ever brings that up. It seems pretty logical and simple to me, but I don't know. I'm not a foreign, foreign interventionist expert or, foreign war expert, or seems like common sense. Anyway, all right, guys, that is it for the in case you missed it portion of the day. So thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
All right, hey ho, let's go. My name is MARKALAIN DERY, and this is Noise Filter. This one's personal. I live in New Orleans. We're going to talk about Louisiana and the state of Louisiana. And as my wife often says, the one thing you forget about when you live in New Orleans is right. We live in Louisiana. Louisiana, where the food is spicy, the music is loud, and the public health response to a deadly outbreak is, well, let's just say it is a slow burn. In late January this year of 2025, 2 infants died of whooping cough, the first deaths in the state in years. Doctors sounded the alarm, hospitals scrambled, but the state health department, well, they decided to take a nap. It took 2 months for Louisiana officials to even suggest people talk to their doctors about vaccination. 3 months later, they finally issued a statewide alert to physicians. And then on May 1st, they put out their first press release. The next day, they held a press conference, but by then, dozens of people had been hospitalized. Most of them were babies under 1 year old, and the outbreak was still growing. Meanwhile, the state surgeon general banned general promotion of vaccines and community vaccine events because nothing says public health like silencing the very people trying to save lives. 4 days after the deaths were reported in the media, the health department finally acknowledged the outbreak, but there were no alerts, no urgent communications, no reminders to get vaccinated, just silence. Whoosh. By the time the state finally woke up, Louisiana had recorded more than 380 cases of whooping cough, more than double the previous record high, and the number of hospitalizations kept climbing. 3/4 of these hospitalizations were not, 3/4 of those hospitalized were not up to date on their pertussis vaccines, but instead of sounding the alarm, the health department seemed to be waiting for the outbreak to run its course. Experts say this is not how public health is supposed to work. When an outbreak hits, time is everything. Every day that passes without action means more people get sick, more families suffer, and more lives are lost. But in Louisiana, the response was more like a slow motion disaster than a coordinated event. So the next time you hear about a public health crisis, remember, silence isn't golden, it's deadly. My name is DERY. This is Noise Filter. I am your public health voice reminding you when the alarm bells ring, the only thing worse than a slow response is no response at all.
I was not prepared for the levels of depravity that this person, Elizabeth Finch, who was a writer for Grey's Anatomy, would go to. If you're a fan of Grey's Anatomy like me, then you absolutely need to see the 3-part docuseries that is out now on Peacock called Anatomy of Lies. If you remember what happened to a core character from the original cast, Alex Karev, in his final episode, and it was written by this person, who has been ruining the show the entire time they are on, as well as ruining the lives of every single person that they have interacted with. You need to check it out. It feels like you're watching an episode of something from Shondaland, but it also features one of the scariest people I've seen, and I like horror movies. It's worth your time.
So many of you have already heard the big news about the big taxpayer-funded loan to Microsoft to restart 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant. I'm sure many of you probably already know that name, 3 Mile Island, because that nuclear power plant is famous for a meltdown in 1979. It's considered the worst accident in U.S. commercial nuclear power plant history. So they're planning to reopen this nuclear power plant, and they're going to use $1 billion of taxpayer money to do it. So let's take a step back here, and I'm going to tell you a bit more about what's going on here, because there's a little more going on than might meet the eye. I'll take you back a year ago. In November 2024, Greg Beard's cryptocurrency printing data center in Carbon County, Pennsylvania, was seeking a permit to burn tires. Greg Beard was the CEO of Stronghold Digital Mining Company, and the data center was already burning coal waste and construction debris, which I always thought was the reason that smoke from building fires was so dangerous. It doesn't sound good. And they wanted to burn tires there too. So in March 2025, Greg Beard announced that Stronghold Digital Mining would be merging with Bitfarms, though the industry press described it as an acquisition. Now, if you had a search alert set for Bitfarms back in early 2025, most of what you would find reported about Bitfarms is that it's a Canadian crypto company with some legal action going against it surrounding the fact that the SDC determined that some required business investment disclosures there were, quote, a material weakness in its internal control over financial reporting, unquote. So this is a company that acquired Greg Beard's crypto company. Greg Beard described it as uniting with Bitfarms, and a news report from investing.com had reported in October 2024, quote, post-merger, Stronghold will hold a 10% ownership stake in Bitfarms, equating to an estimated issuance of 42 million shares, unquote. So it sounds to me that even though Greg Beard is no longer the CEO, that he may still have a part ownership in Stronghold Digital Mining, the Panther Creek tire burning crypto power plant. And when I call this data center a crypto printing facility, that's because, quote unquote, data center only exists to make crypto. There's no other purpose to this data center. So there's no, it's hosting your photo rolls like PA State Senator Rosemary Brown was trying to gaslight us and shift the responsibility of hyperscale AI data centers to ordinary people. No, that's not what's going on here. It's not doing your traditional banking transactions. But more than that, it's not even AI. It's not hosting chatbot LLMs or whatever else. It only exists to create cryptocurrency, which is a scheme to make money from nothing and used for all sorts of dubious purposes, bribes, scams, fraud, money laundering. And a whole lot of the plots of land in the county where I live that are being proposed for data centers, they're not big enough for AI data centers. Like, for example, Mark Zuckerberg's Meta data center in rural Louisiana, they say that it's going to be the size of Manhattan. There's no room for that in Archibald, Pennsylvania, sandwiched between a luxury townhome development and Ed Stayback Park. So they're likely crypto data centers being proposed here, the kind that are making people's lives hell with noise in other states. And the other piece of evidence they're probably looking to make crypto printing data centers in Lackawanna County is that one of the business partners involved with these proposed projects, quote, told the Times Tribune his interest in data centers stems from a Bitcoin mining hobby, unquote. And another aspect of this is that cryptocurrency data center just can't convert for other useful purposes or for AI. I know this because Ed Zitron has looked into this and talked to experts about it. And he's mentioned it several times now. There's no way to just convert a crypto printing operation into an AI data center or for any other use. A CNBC article from August 2024 says, quote, converting to AI isn't as simple as repurposing existing infrastructure and machines because requirements are different, as are the needs of the data network. Needham analysts wrote in a report in May that almost all infrastructure that miners currently have would need to be bulldozed and built from the ground up, unquote. Ed Zitron said this about OpenAI, quote, its products do not scale like traditional software in that the more users it gets, the more expensive its services are to run because its models are so compute intensive. For example, ChatGPT having 400 million weekly active users is not the same as a traditional app like Instagram or Facebook having that many users, unquote. And that also means that these hyperscaler data centers are not needed for your traditional banking or your Facebook or your Shopify cart or any of that. It's apples and oranges. So please, everybody, don't fall for this individual responsibility propaganda. So 2 months after the Bitfarms Stronghold Digital Mining acquisition merger, whatever happened in May of 2025, Greg Beard was appointed by Donald Trump to be the director of the loans program at the U.S. Department of Energy. So he's the guy who oversees taxpayer money going to energy projects like power plants that run data centers. That seems like a conflict of interest. And I've seen no announcements that he's divested from anything, but that isn't surprising in the current administration now, is it? Remember I told you that Stronghold Digital Mining was seeking to be able to burn tires to print crypto? Well, Politico reported that Greg Beard was appointed to the U.S. Department of Energy as the loans director. And the next day, on May 16th, I read in the PA Environment Digest that the Department of Environmental Protection of Pennsylvania, quote, published a notice in the May 17 PA Bulletin announcing that on May 1st it approved the use of tire-derived fuel as a supplemental fuel for the Panther Creek coal waste-fired power plant owned by Stronghold Digital Mining Incorporated, unquote. So Governor Josh Shapiro's DEP greenlit a crypto-only power plant to burn tires and announced it the day after this guy was appointed to the U.S. Department of Energy. Weird timing. All just a coincidence, I guess. This is all going on at the same time Pennsylvania's Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro is trying to pass an energy infrastructure bill for something called RESET in Pennsylvania government. RESET. And it's important to note that the R in RESET does not stand for renewables. It stands for reliable, which let me explain to anyone who isn't already tapped into environmental issues that calling energy reliable is like this weird attack on renewable energy by insinuating that it's not reliable because, the wind doesn't always blow into wind turbines. And even though obviously renewables are a mix of types of energy nowadays, but so reliable refers to fossil fuels. And so Governor Josh Shapiro is trying to push this RESET bill, which stands for Reliable Energy Siting and Electric Transition Board. Frankly, it sounds like all the politicians, state and federal, are trying to transition us back to coal. My grandma grew up in a coal patch company town because her father was a coal miner. And I won't go into it here, but these people also want to bring back company towns. They call them the network state plans. And you can find all about that from journalist Gil Duran. So about this RESET board idea, Pennsylvania politicians are basically trying to create a board of unelected people with heavy conflicts of interest to decide on energy products in our neighborhoods. Megan McDonough, the state director of Food and Water Watch Pennsylvania, was quoted by the public radio program The Allegheny Front in June 2025 about her thoughts on the RESET agenda. The article says, quote, I came to this work doing exactly what this bill would strip away, she said, referring to what she sees as the centralized authority of the state board. McDonough also fears that the board will expedite new fossil fuel projects, such as plants that burn natural gas from fracked wells in the region, and doesn't think the risks are worth it. You're going to obliterate the remaining parts of southwest Pennsylvania with fracking, is what you're going to do, McDonough said, just to have data centers for this fabricated demand, unquote. And it is fabricated demand. By now, y'all have heard that AI is a bubble, and just like the fracking was a real estate bubble in Pennsylvania, it seems these data centers are creating a real estate bubble with land changing hands and rezoning and the rest of it. And the centralized government authority idea, having this state RESET board, is really problematic. In June 2025, Karen Ferridan of No False Climate Solutions PA told the Bucks County Beacon podcast that they intend to pack this RESET energy board, making decisions on energy projects, with the Pennsylvania Chamber of Business and Industry and the Pennsylvania Building Trades, which she says neither are accountable because, of course, they're not elected. So why are they going to be approving energy projects in our neighborhoods? Why would you trust the building industry to decide whether to build something or not? My state senator representing the city of Scranton, where I live, has also been a proponent of this reset bill, too. And Chris Kelly, a columnist with the local newspaper, the Times Tribune, back in August 2025, wrote about this conflict of interest, that Senator Marty Flynn is, in fact, in a business partnership with the guy who's behind several data center projects here in Lackawanna County. When pressed on this, Marty Flynn insisted that he was including some kind of amendment to protect neighborhoods, I guess to calm people down, but nobody seems to have any evidence that this amendment even exists in the record. So it sounds like lip service or something. And this came out after Josh Shapiro, the governor, went to Republican Senator Dave McCormick's Pennsylvania AI Trump Rally Summit in Pittsburgh. This is the event you might know of because it's where Trump made some kind of bizarre false claim about his uncle teaching the Unabomber at MIT. The Unabomber didn't even go to MIT. The whole thing was fiction, but obviously it's what got a lot of attention about this energy summit. But the entire summit was a lot of course, shining on Donald Trump, but also a lot of BS about data center needs. And then at one point at this rally, Donald Trump pointed to Lee Zeldin, the EPA secretary, who was present, and said that the EPA would be greenlighting all fossil fuel projects in Pennsylvania within a week. And then Donald Trump added that maybe it's 2 weeks for greenlighting nuclear projects. Donald Trump then joked that President of China is able to make all these decisions on his own across China. And then Donald Trump said he probably could do that too if he wanted to. And then the camera panned around to everyone smiling and laughing in response to this. But he said he won't have to greenlight the projects himself because he said Lee Zeldin is quote unquote so amazing. But in fact, Lee Zeldin isn't the one doling out these loans. It's Greg Beard, the cryptocurrency guy who's now the director of loans at the U.S. Department of Energy. Reuters reported that PGM fast-tracked the review process to connect the project to the grid and quoted Greg Beard as saying that this type of energy is, quote, large, stable, affordable base load power, unquote. But here's the thing. The whole reason to start up this power plant is to power Microsoft's AI data centers that are planned. It's for Microsoft's AI usage. The press seems to be describing it as a way to offset data center usage on the grid, but it's better described as a private power plant for one company's needs. Bob Hollis, vice president of energy for Microsoft, told Penn Capital Star reporters that the project is, quote, needed to match the growth of artificial intelligence, unquote. This plant is not for the benefit of our electric grid or for public utilities. The Stronghold Digital Mining Panther Creek power plant that's burning tires, it's not even connected to the grid so far as I know. So it can't even be used for the grid in an emergency. And it sounds like 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant would have to be dedicated to supply Microsoft data centers as a priority, not prioritizing ordinary people needing electricity. It's to match the growth of AI. So this is not a public works project. It's a private interest project. So why is taxpayer money being poured directly into the AI bubble? Even libertarian types who actually want this nuclear power plant start it back up don't like this subsidy. A piece in Reason magazine from November 19th, 2025 says, quote, the timing of this loan makes investment all the more questionable, unquote. But what I find most galling is that politicians say there's no money for healthcare marketplace subsidies. There's no money for Medicaid and funding rural hospitals. The Trump administration doesn't want to fund food stamps or food banks. And the Department of Education is being dismantled. But there's money to refurbish a nuclear power plant just for the use of one tech company. I'm sorry, but if Microsoft actually needs corporate welfare for this, maybe it's not a viable business model. And Microsoft already practically admitted to this. They already had started to pull back on data center investments months ago. And the speculation was that it was because they could see the writing on the wall. Sounds to me like they don't want to get stuck holding the bag without a chair when the music stops with this bubble. So it's taxpayers that will be on the hook when the AI music stops playing. Privatized profits, socialized losses. It's another so-called trickle-down economics trick. It's not for us. It's for the private wealth of tech industry tycoons. And I caution anyone from believing this 3 Mile Island will create the 650 jobs they report as a selling point, because that's not a lot of jobs. Data centers don't need a lot of jobs, and also because they've been selling AI as a way to eliminate jobs. They've been selling it to companies like Microsoft as a way to lay off droves of staff. And they're telling us that the so-called AI jobs apocalypse. So you can't have it both ways. If it's eliminating jobs, it's not creating jobs.
Are Pierre Poilievre's conservatives on the verge of imploding? In this video, I will discuss that very thing with some wild news that broke this week. So first, let me just show you the current seat makeup, or I should say the makeup as of the election that happened this year. Liberals won with a minority government with 169 seats. They needed 172 to form a majority. The reason why this is important is because right now they have a budget that was just tabled. And to get that passed, they're going to need some support. Well, one way to do that is to reach out to the NDP. That's usually what happens, and try to get some of that support through various things that are in the budget that can get them to support it. Another way is to get conservatives, which you're not going to get under Pierre Poilievre because he's incredibly just anti-liberal party no matter whatever they do. But if you peel off some of those conservative MPs into the Liberal Party, then you potentially have your support. So this is worth noting before we get to the first story here. Poilievre says he's confident he'll survive his January leadership review. That was from November 1st. Just a few days later, this piece hit. I'm a former senior aide to Stephen Harper, of course, former conservative prime minister. Pierre Poilievre is dismantling the principled, trustworthy conservative party we tried to build, where he goes on in a absolutely scathing opinion piece, just tearing him apart, saying months after losing the federal election, Pierre Poilievre seems not to have learned the lessons of his electoral defeat. For all the fiery slogans and viral clips Canadians saw through the performance, going on to say voters wanted maturity, reassurance, and vision. He gave them grievance. He ran as the angry question period debater, not the steady hand of a G7 nation. The result, swing voters waited for growth that never came. His message was reduced to punchlines. Carbon tax Carney and sneaky Mark Carney may have earned social media points, but it insulted the intelligence of voters craving real dialogue. So again, I'll link to all my sources below. You can go read that piece if you want. But it is just tearing him apart in a time where his leadership right now is incredibly shaky, especially after this news broke. MP Chris Detremont says he joined Liberals because of Poilievre's leadership style. So let me play the clip from the man himself discussing why he left the Conservative Party to immediately join the Liberals.
What was the deciding factor in crossing the floor? And if you could also indulge, how many other Conservatives in your caucus feel the same way that you do?
Well, let's start with the story of how I got here. I would think over the last number of months, I wasn't feeling that I was aligned with the ideals of what the leader of the opposition had been talking about. So I've been sort of relooking at, what my career is bringing and what I can do for my constituency. So over the last little bit, talking to many of my friends in the Liberal Party, as Deputy Speaker, I got to know a lot of those members personally, ask questions, see what's going on, and understanding the point that we are in Canadian history, where it's time to actually try to lead a country, to try to make it better. And not try to knock it down, not to continue to be negative. In my case, as a Nova Scotian, we're always trying to find ways to work together to solve issues that are important to our communities. And I didn't see it by sitting in the opposition. I saw it by being a part of the government caucus.
Prochaine question.
Sorry, and just in terms of how many other conservatives feel the same way that you do that are currently sitting in caucus?
Yeah, I would suggest that there probably are those that are in the same boat, but I will let them tell their stories if that time comes.
So there are other conservative MPs in the same boat that clearly he doesn't want to speak on publicly because they haven't spoke. But there is another one that did in fact leave the conservative caucus this week. We'll get to that in a minute. But it's worth noting here the impact that this sort of thing has on, or already had, on the Liberal budget that was tabled. Because they purposely did not try and get the NDP support for this budget, the budget itself is incredibly conservative. And I'll get to some commentary from others on that in a bit here. But this is the result. When you go out to reach to conservatives with a conservative budget, if you get people who really are not happy with Pierre Poilievre and his leadership style and the way he, just the man he is, which I've done many videos on and discussed many times, people do not like Pierre Poilievre. In fact, I think it's very clear he is the reason that the conservatives went from leading the Liberals in big numbers to losing to them in the election. Of course, the fact that Trudeau was replaced also was a big factor there. But if Pierre Poilievre was a likable conservative leader to most people and someone that Canadians couldn't directly compare to Donald Trump in his politics, I don't think the impact would have been as great as it was in that election. But this gets to his seat. So Chris Detremont is in a very safe seat to do this sort of thing. You're not going to find many seats where it's this close. Him switching from conservative to liberal is unlikely to have an impact on his actual political career going into the future because of how liberal Nova Scotia tends to be. So he's going to be fine. But this commentary here from Alex Marland, a Canadian politics professor at Acadia University, who said, quote, crossing the floor is such a polarizing, upsetting thing that it would be more likely that we'd see people sitting as independents to express their discontent. As an independent, you can still vote with the government. It is far more shocking to me that you saw Chris Detremont cross the floor directly from the Conservatives right over into the Liberals. Marlin said in his research, the number one reason for crossing the floor is unhappiness with leadership. So it is noteworthy here that he didn't just cross to the Liberal Party, or I should say to being independent, but he did in fact cross to the Liberals. Now, again, I don't think it's just because of his unhappiness with leadership and his support for the budget. It's also the fact that it's very safe for him to do so, considering the seat that he's in. But this gets to this tweet from Sharon Carr, who used to work for the Liberals, is now a contributor to CTV, writing here, been speaking to a lot of Conservative Party insiders and MPs who say Pierre Poilievre keepers are threatening to ruin anyone thinking of crossing the floor, digging up personal dirt, blackmail, the works. For a party that preaches freedom, they sure act like thugs. Pretty disgusting. Now, I want to be clear. Evidence has not been provided, but this is a claim that apparently was referenced by several reports discussing what may be going on behind the scenes with the Conservative Party during this time, as when you get one fall, it's a big deal, especially during budget week. When you get a second one who maybe doesn't join the Liberals but is leaving caucus, it becomes an even bigger story. If there are more, then you can understand the worry within the Conservative Party, especially within Pierre Poilievre's leadership team, that they do not want to have this become a massive thing that ends up leading to him losing his leadership review. But this gets to the two. This is the second guy who left the Conservative caucus this week, Conservative MP Matt Genereux, who did not join the Liberals, but is resigning completely. So his letter is a little bit bizarre. It starts by saying, don't talk to my family. Okay. He then goes on to essentially write a letter. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you can read it yourself, or I'll link to it below the video, where the letter is written as if they had just lost the election. Like this letter reads like it was written in April or May, as opposed to November. So it's very just generic about how he's disappointed that the Conservatives weren't able to form government, and he wants to spend time with his family. Weird timing, I would say, on this letter, considering the week when you have someone else leave to join the Liberals, when you have all this discussion about pressure being put on these MPs to not leave the Conservative Party. So naturally, Two sources tell CTV News that General had conversations with senior staffers from Prime Minister Mark Carney's office as recently as Wednesday morning. Following that meeting, the impression among all those involved was that General would be crossing the floor. As speculation ramped up around Parliament Hill over his potential floor crossing, a source close to General tells CTV News that Conservative Party officials made it known to him that there would be consequences if he did floor cross. So, based on this reporting, it sounds like he was planning to cross the floor to join the Liberals, decided not to at the last minute because of these potential threats of what it would mean for him, his career, his family, and instead is just resigning because he can't deal with the pressure. Now, he does go on to eventually, like this report does go on to discuss that he denies that report and says, in fact, that wasn't the reason, that there was, I want to be clear, there was no coercion involved in my decision to resign. But again, interesting timing. Very weird. So, I just want to point out his seat is one that he probably could have crossed and been fine, 6 points away. You know, again, in a scenario where there is another election, it likely is not going to be anytime soon. But that said, this would be a seat that you could see the Liberal Party trying to flip for a floor crosser. This gets some commentary here from Laurie Turnbull. She's a Dalhousie University political science professor.
The letter he put out was extremely unusual. In all of my years of being a political addict, I have never seen an MP leave and say, please do not contact my family. So this is very, very unusual. It's not a good moment for Pierre Poilievre at all, and especially leading up to a leadership review in the not too distant future.
And we're going to talk more about that in just a moment here. What do you think this could potentially then mean for the Liberals, if anything, since it would seem that General is leaving politics?
Right. So, I mean, in the immediate future, in the next few days, few weeks, it's if Mr. General doesn't show up to vote, it's one less Conservative vote. It means that they've got, they're that much closer to being able to get the budget to pass. They'll need one fewer abstention from the NDP, for example. Overall, it doesn't change the math considerably because they're still in a minority government situation. However, there's some discrepancy or confusion or lack of clarity about when Mr. General will actually resign. If he resigns soon, that gives the Prime Minister an opportunity to call an immediate by-election in that Edmonton riding and run somebody in the riding who would be really competitive, who is close to him, who would be a business Liberal maybe. So there's an opportunity there for the Liberals to pick up a seat.
So even though he's not joining the Liberals, this does benefit them in a couple ways. But there is some confusion over when he's leaving. So there's mixed reporting on whether it's not, like, again, the resignation letter was this week. Bizarre time to to drop it. But according to Pierre Poilievre, he's not leaving yet. In fact, he's apparently going to be stepping down next spring, which, again, weird thing to put in your thank you message to him. Almost as if to put it down in writing. Like, you told me you're leaving next spring, so we're going to make that public in this tweet about you leaving while I thank you for your service. Try to maybe, I guess, hold him to that, because if it's sooner, then, as mentioned there, you could have someone else run, or the Liberals could have someone else run for this seat and win it. But here is the reality. So two connected Tories who spoke to Global News worried there were more symptoms of a malaise that has fallen over the party since April's election loss. Quote, in caucus, there's a reasonably widespread concern that maybe Pierre can never get it done, and they're not sure he's taking steps to improve, one Conservative source who was granted anonymity to speak about internal party business told Global News. A second source agreed with the assessment. So clearly there is some unhappiness within the Conservative Party caucus over Pierre Poilievre's leadership. That does not speak well for his future review. But this gets to what I want to end on here, and that is just this budget, which, as the breach writes here, a budget for tanks, banks, and oil barons. This is a Conservative Party budget under a Liberal government. So there's a few great pieces on this. I will link to the discussion here between Desmond Cole and Martin Lukács under this video. There's also this breakdown from the Narwhal on these are the environmental programs to be cut under Carney's first budget. So cuts to environmental programs, a very conservative thing to do. Also, Ricochet here, great piece, just comparing two very different visions. A tale of two visions for Canada's future as Mark Carney's budget doubles down on austerity Zoran Mamdani's victory in New York shows what bold, people-powered politics can look like and how Canadians deserve better. Essentially comparing this bold vision that Zoran Mamdani has for New York, this people-powered vision of taxing the wealthy and investing into public services, versus Mark Carney's, which is the complete opposite of the typical neoliberalism, handouts to corporations while cutting public services, which also is already going to result in at least 16,000 public sector job cuts, likely another 30,000 coming, and 15% cuts across the board, except in the military, of course. So there's investments into military, but cuts everywhere else. Again, an incredibly conservative budget proposal, which it's not surprising to see conservative MPs who aren't happy with Pierre Poilievre be willing to cross the floor to vote for the budget. But I will link to all these pieces below the video. They are worth reading and understanding what's going on here. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel. I don't think we spend enough time highlighting stories of people who are awesome. So today, the children's entertainer Miss Rachel is receiving a lot of praise and some criticism for her comments about the New York Times. So in this video, I'm going to go over those comments and just what's been going on with Miss Rachel, how incredible she has been over the past few years in standing up for the human rights of Palestinians in a space that you would not necessarily expect to see any sort of activism, or I guess you could argue political opinions, though I would also argue against myself here, saying that standing up for human rights should not be viewed as a political opinion. It should simply be viewed as humane, empathy. And that's what Miss Rachel has been displaying. So this piece from The Guardian from back in June, Miss Rachel says she'll risk career to advocate for children in Gaza. And of course, she has faced endless backlash from the right wing, including a pro-Israel group, which we'll get to later on because it's going to come into the story, urged the U.S. Attorney General to investigate her over her messaging about children suffering in Gaza. And she's been criticized, as I said, by right-wing media and commentators. The bullying has been endless. She discussed that in May 2024, saying she had faced bullying after launching a fundraiser for children in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. She also posted this, which was really cool. This is a few months ago, saying, to anyone asking to work with me who hasn't spoken out about Gaza, thank you for the request. I'm not comfortable working with anyone who hasn't spoken out about Gaza. Much love and God bless. It is so rare to find people in positions like this, that political or not, in terms of the position, in terms of the platform, it's rare to find people like this who are willing to take a stand and really advocate for an issue in a way that can financially damage them if they, don't accept certain, whether it's sponsorships or various business dealings, because those individuals will not accept I want to say political position, but again, not a political position, just a position of reality, the reality of what's been going on. And it's good to see her take that kind of stand. She also had on Rahaf. This is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza who lost her legs in an Israeli airstrike that she did a video with. My last video from a few months ago on Miss Rachel discussed this. I will link to this interview with Democracy Now! Below the video as well. It's worth the watch. But here is the recent controversy. But from what I've seen, a lot of people are praising her over this. I am unsubscribing from the New York Times because of its biased and dehumanizing coverage of Palestinians and Palestine, and its failure to uphold journalistic integrity. So that was a couple days ago. She followed that up with a few more details, saying a leaked internal memo from the New York Times revealed that the editors instructed journalists covering Gaza to avoid or strictly limit certain words and phrases. Words like slaughter, massacre, and carnage were among those flagged. The document also advised journalists to avoid terms such as genocide, ethnic cleansing, occupied territory, and Palestine, except in narrow legal or historical contexts. It discouraged describing Gaza's refugee camps as such, suggesting they be referred to as neighborhoods instead. So this is actually from a piece in The Intercept from April of last year, discussing this sort of internal directive. And I want to be clear, it's not just New York Times. I'm going to get to a couple examples from Canada where this similar thing has also been going on. But, if you noticed, very skewed coverage, and I'm sure you did, over the past few years about the genocide that's been happening. The difference in language used when a Palestinian is a victim versus when an Israeli is a victim is stark. So The Intercept goes on to write here. Their analysis showed that the major newspapers reserved terms like slaughter, massacre, and horrific almost exclusively for Israeli civilians killed by Palestinians rather than for Palestinian civilians killed by Israeli attacks. The analysis found that as of November 24, the New York Times had described Israeli deaths as a massacre on 53 occasions, and those of Palestinians just once. The ratio for the use of slaughter was 22-1, even as the documented number of Palestinians killed climbed to around 15,000. And of course, it's gotten much worse. But this is the kind of language that was used to try and push a certain narrative. The Times does not characterize Israel's repeated attacks on Palestinian civilians as terrorism, even when civilians have been targeted. This is also true of Israel's assaults on protected civilian sites, including hospitals. This also gets to how we have to analyze it, how we view things internally based on what we read. Because it is very normal for people to think that an attack done by a government is not a terrorist attack, even if that attack is killing civilians. Because a government is doing it, it's viewed differently, and it shouldn't be. So what the Israeli government have been committing, and not just during the genocide, but also talking apartheid more broadly, these are the acts of terrorists. But it's terrorism under the guise of a government. Now, it is the government, but just because it is the government does not mean that we shouldn't be able to categorize it as the terrorism that it is. This also gets to, as I was saying, Canada. So The Breach has a couple of great pieces on this. The Maple also done some great reporting on this. This is from November, a couple of years ago. CTV forbids use of Palestine, suppresses critical stories about Israel. So I will link to this below. There's another one that they ran, though, a couple of years later. National Post quietly rewrote Wire stories to push pro-Israel narrative, analysis finds. So this is just incredible, but not surprising. Terms such as Palestinian quote-unquote militants or fighters replaced with terrorists, pro-Palestine changed to anti-Israel, occupied Palestinian territory or occupied West Bank removed or substituted with disputed territory, allegedly in order to cast doubt on documented Israeli war crimes and Palestinian narratives. A clear directive to try and skew the reader a certain way. View certain deaths as not the same as others. Miss Rachel followed up her previous Instagram post with this. Real question from the New York Times for my interview. Last month, you condemned blocking food and water to children. There are some who argue that accusing Israel of doing this, as well as citing certain casualty numbers, amounts to misinformation. How would you respond? Before we even get to her response, look at how this question is phrased and loaded. It should be on the New York Times to fact check, to not give light to things that aren't true, to try and make it seem like there's an equal argument on both sides when there isn't a both sides, when there is simply fact and fiction. That is on the New York Times to do that. It is not on the person you're interviewing to dispel bullshit narratives. It is on you, the journalist, to do that. But they're presenting this question as if this is an opinion that is worth valuing, when it simply is not. Now, her response to that was, I take my work with children and the way I utilize my platform very seriously. That is why I turn to the expertise of entities like the United Nations, as well as respected human rights organizations, including Israeli organizations and research and reporting from outlets like Haaretz and the New York Times. So, which is, this is what the New York Times should be doing. It's looking at what the UN is saying, what human rights organizations are saying, including ones within Israel, like B'Tselem, what they are saying. Their acknowledgement of the realities on the ground. Yet, they are putting it to Miss Rachel to dispel the bullshit. So, this is the New York Times piece from back in May on Miss Rachel. Why tot celebrity Miss Rachel waded into the Gaza debate. Facing criticism, Rachel Accurso defends making the plight of children in Gaza a primary focus of her social media feeds. Now, something incredible about this piece is their attempt to highlight criticisms of her as legitimate when they simply are not. And they clearly are not, based on the information given by New York Times in the piece about those criticisms. So, case in point, they write here, last month, the advocacy group Stop Anti-Semitism labeled Accurso the anti-Semite of the week, and the New York Post reported sent a letter urging Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate whether Accurso is receiving funding to further Hamas's agenda. And then they move on. Without telling you, this group simply exists to defend the Israeli government. It's not about stopping anti-Semitism. And they also don't give the context that Attorney General Pam Bondi is an insane person. And asking the Trump administration to investigate Miss Rachel is an absolutely insane thing to do. So again, giving space to these completely baseless accusations. Now, Miss Rachel goes on to say things that I think are so obvious, but oddly need to be said in the face of a website like the New York Times. Normal and just being a good person. Wanting kids to not be killed. Wanting kids to not lose limbs. Wanting kids to have food. Wanting kids to have homes. Wanting kids to go to school. Not normal and absurd. Accusing people of being anti-Semitic or paid by Hamas because they want these basic human rights for kids and people. Now, all this, of course, obvious, I would hope, to most of you. One thing you may be wondering is, why is this just coming out now when the interview was a few months ago? The report about the New York Times in The Intercept was a year ago. I think, look, I don't know. I think it may have something to do with this recent letter. So, from Common Dreams here, 300 plus writers boycott New York Times opinion pages over shameful anti-Palestinian Gaza coverage. So, it's possible Miss Rachel just was not all that tuned in to what the New York Times had been writing about Palestinians and about the Israeli government, and is now more aware of that because of this letter and more coverage of what the New York Times has been writing. So as Common Dreams writes here, because you also may be wondering, why does it matter what the New York Times says? It actually incredibly does matter. Even if it may not matter to you or me, it actually very much does. As Common Dreams writes here, the U.S. government's continued support for Israel, they suggested, would likely not have been possible without the New York Times. Quote, there is no American media institution more influential than the New York Times, reads the letter. Editors and producers in newsrooms across the West take cues from its coverage. It uniquely shapes political consensus on U.S. foreign policy, and it is widely considered the paper of record in the U.S. The politicians who vote to ship 500-pound bombs to Israel do not read emails from their constituents. They read the Times. So it's not about how many people read the New York Times. It's about who reads the New York Times. That is why it is incredibly influential. That is why it's important to have this sort of criticism of it, where you have 300 plus writers come out against, where you have Miss Rachel, who has a platform that goes beyond just politics and news, discussing this. So it helps to permeate the reality that most people are living in, and now hopefully are made more aware of how the New York Times has potentially shaped their opinion on what's been going on because of how they've been writing these stories. Last thing I want to end on here is just highlighting how awesome it is to see Miss Rachel as one of the Women of the Year for Glamour magazine. So they went on to write here, she redefined children's media by centering empathy. Now she's channeling that same ethos into activism. And I'm going to end on here, just in case you did not see this, a clip of her accepting the award, or I guess one of the awards at the Glamour Women of the Year Awards. And it is just, it's fantastic.
Tonight, I am wearing this beautiful dress that has art from kids in Gaza, and these kids are just amazing. They're so thoughtful and so brilliant. And I know all their names and stories, Luna and Ahmed, Rama, Rana. I'm so proud of you. I'm so honored to wear your artwork. Rana made this beautiful drawing. She lost both of her sisters in the genocide. She lost her 9-month-old sister, Haya, in her arms in an airstrike. Her older sister was killed the next month. I want to end with her words because they're more important than mine. Rana wanted to say, I want to tell the world that my sisters are not numbers. They are moons. They are like the stars. They shine and sparkle.
If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel. Last week, conservative leader Pierre Poilievre lost 2 MPs from his caucus, one from resignation, the other from a floor crosser who joined the Liberals. Now, in his first public statements since then, he fed a bunch of slop to cameras in a way that I find to be incredibly interesting because on one hand, he is a very talented politician in his ability to skew reality. On the other, I hope most people aren't falling for this. But in this video, I'm going to get to 3 very clear examples from his public appearance in how he misconstrues reality to shape a narrative for himself. Let me first start with something that I find super interesting, and that is just how loved Pierre Poilievre is within his own party compared to how hated he is by people who are not conservatives. So there's a great piece here in the Toronto Star from David Coletto. Pierre Poilievre's popularity is unprecedented, but his future as conservative leader, is his future as conservative leader safe? So the contrast is stark. His support is incredibly high among conservative voters. It is sky high. So 35% have a very positive impression, 42% are positive. It's a net score of plus 71, which is wild. Andrew Scheer's net score when he was leader, plus 28 in April 2020. Aaron O'Toole, who followed him, was plus 48. Neither of them anywhere close to where Pierre Poilievre currently is. And also worth mentioning the comparison to Stephen Harper. Also much higher than Harper. Plus 71 compared to plus 51 is where Harper was. Now, compare that to non-conservative voters. Only 3% of those who don't currently support the Conservatives feel very positively about Poilievre, while another 8% say they have generally positive view of him. 14% are neutral, 20% feel negative, and 52% say they have a very negative impression. A net score of minus 62. So minus 62 of those who are not conservatives versus plus 71 of those who are conservatives. I think this really comes down to whether or not you buy his bullshit. So let me get to the first clip from this appearance.
CBC was trying to comfort us just yesterday with a news story saying, hey, good news, you can get more affordable food if you go to this special shopping mart where they sell you food that's past the best before date. So now you can buy rotten food and and you'll be able to afford it. So that is the CBC's solution to liberal food price inflation.
Really? CBC's solution to liberal inflation of groceries is to buy rotten food. We're going to get to the actual CBC news segment that he is referring to there, but he's clearly trying to intimate that CBC doesn't care at all about the high cost of groceries because they're doing reports like this about how you should buy rotten food. Again, I will get to the actual segment. You can judge for yourself. But first, it's worth noting this is all part of his whole shtick around trying to defund the CBC when the vast majority of Canadians do not support that. So this was a poll done before the election. Do you think it would be a good or bad thing if CPC formed government and did the following? Defunding CBC is almost as unpopular as privatizing healthcare. So it's down near the bottom. This is not a popular position of Pierre Poilievre. But he continues to go after them despite the fact that CBC are one of the only places, if not the only, doing actual investigative reports about how corporations are screwing people. Because CBC is a public broadcaster, they do not have the allegiance to other corporations that, say, a CTV or a Global News does. So you are more likely to find investigative pieces about how corporations are screwing people over on CBC News, like they did with this investigation, where they uncovered that Loblaws was including the packaging and weighing of meat to to actually overcharge people in the purchasing of meat. And if we're up to Pierre Poilievre, we would not know about this because he would want to defund CBC to the point that they would not be able to do these sorts of investigations where they're uncovering how corporations screw people. But this idea that they don't care about, high cost of groceries or somehow protecting the Liberal Party and not reporting on this is so bizarre. Struggle meals and hamburger helper are trending because food is so expensive. This is from September. From this month, rising cost of living pushing more Atlantic Canadians into debt cycle, experts say. Food prices in Canada keep climbing, but these grocery items will give you sticker shock. CBC has done extensive reporting on the high cost of groceries. So to try and intimate that CBC is saying, oh, it's not a big deal, go buy rotten food, it's just like, it's so ridiculous on its face. But it's worth pointing out that this is the kind of stuff that Pierre Poilievre just spouts, randomly during these sorts of media appearances. And people, his supporters apparently eat it up because they love him. But this CBC article goes even further, going into, category by category, different food items and how they have gone over where inflation is. Ground coffee is ridiculous, 41% inflation. And part of that reasoning is not because of the liberal, whatever the liberals have done. It's global prices have hit record highs due to supply issues in major producing countries such as Brazil and Vietnam. At the same time, U.S. tariffs on goods from Brazil have upended the global coffee market, pushing prices upwards. So this is a global issue, not simply a Canadian problem. Also, when it comes to meat, the high cost of meat, in particular beef, this has to do with climate change. Those high prices are because persistent droughts are shrinking herds in Western Canada, and the cost for feed is higher. Yet, again, if it were up to Pierre Poilievre, they would be doing even less on climate. And I think it's very fair to argue, in fact, you should be arguing, the Liberal Party over the past 10 years have absolutely failed on climate, clearly have not done enough, because we are currently in a situation where these droughts are persistent. Now, again, climate change is not just a Canadian issue, it's a global issue. But to try and claim that, oh, the Liberals don't care about this, when you actually want to do even less on climate is absurd. Now, let's get to this segment from CBC. Does CBC want you to buy rotten food? Is this their solution to the high cost of groceries? Here's the full segment. Judge for yourself.
I'm at a type of grocery store that's gaining a lot of momentum. It sells discounted items, and people shopping here say they're saving a lot of money.
I spent 52 days, and if I would have bought it everywhere else, probably $150.
The food is sourced through distributors and manufacturers, so products that are mislabeled or can't be sold in regular grocery stores end up here, like this beef that was supposed to go to a restaurant. It's sold at a discount, making prices more affordable. Another reason for why prices are so cheap is because they sell items that are near or past their best before date.
Best before is almost more of a recommendation about marketing, whereas expiry for something like a meat product is, about the safety of consuming that food.
Experts say the stigma around low-cost stores like this one seems to be shifting.
Years ago, there was a bit of a negative stigma in being a bargain hunter, but nowadays, lots of people shop at these retail locations.
Just 5 years ago, people are looking, no, I'm not touching the box because it's expired. Now, because of the economy, people are, oh, you know what, it's 88 cents. I'm going to try.
As for Liquidation Marie, business is booming. In 13 years, they have 8 locations and plan to expand to 10 locations within the next year.
As a company grows, there's usually added cost of distribution, transport, HR, you name it, and those costs tend to be passed on to consumers.
But while expansion comes with its own set of challenges, this type of store and the products they sell at a cheaper price are clearly in demand. Gabriel Guindy, CBC News, Longueuil.
All right, I'm not sure what you got from that segment, but to me that was not an advertisement and a defense of the Liberal Party and the cost of groceries, because it's okay, you can go buy rotten food at this grocery store. That's not what I got from this segment. What I got is that the economy is so terrible that people are relying on these sorts of stores to be able to afford anything or be able to afford more and pay less. So it's even said in that segment, because of the economy, they're seeing more customers. Like, they're not trying to hide that the economy is terrible, that people can't afford things. They're literally mentioning in the segment that people are showing up because the economy is getting worse. So again, the way Pierre Poilievre tries to take a segment like that and construe it to try and mean that, oh, the CBC is terrible because they're defending the high cost of groceries is so dishonest. Let me now get to the next incredibly dishonest clip. This is Pierre Poilievre talking about Liberal MP Nate Erskine-Smith and his recent comments about the Mark Carney budget, where he was critical of the budget, but not in the way that Pierre Poilievre was claiming.
This is Mr. Nate Erskine-Smith, a Liberal MP, that Mark Carney has broke his promise to spend less with $90 billion of new spending, only 36% of which is actually capital. The rest is more costs. So when you have a Liberal MP attacking the costly credit card budget that Mr. Carney has put forward, then we see turmoil in the Liberals, and I know that there will be wall-to-wall coverage on CTV of this turmoil, of a Liberal MP criticizing his own budget days before the vote. I know you're camped outside his office right now, waiting to get comment from him. I know you've been chasing Mark Carney down hallways to find out what he has to say.
All right, so coming away from that comment there, you would think, oh, this Liberal MP Nate Erskine-Smith thinks Mark Carney is spending too much in the budget. He's really critical because he can't believe how liberal this budget is, how far left it is, wasting all this money, and he wishes it was more conservative. I'm going to get to the actual clip from Nate Erskine-Smith, what he actually said about the budget. But the other part of this criticism here is that, oh, the media should be freaking out because Nate Erskine-Smith, this Liberal MP, is criticizing the Liberal budget. What a huge deal. Massive story. Nate Erskine-Smith is well known to be somebody who speaks freely. The Liberal Party, unlike the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party actually allows Nate Erskine-Smith to give his opinions, which I don't think is a negative. In fact, what I think is a negative is the fact that Poilievre's office maintains tight control over what conservatives say and do. This quote from a Conservative Party member, everybody is being watched. What we say, what we do, who we talk to, we're told not to fraternize with MPs from other parties. That's not normal. To me, that's an issue. Having a member of your party be able to speak freely is a good thing. That isn't a scandal. That's a positive thing. And in fact, maybe part of the reason that you lost the Conservative MP to the Liberal Party is because he was not allowed to speak freely. And now he can if he chooses to. So this, Pierre Poilievre wasn't the only one freaking out about this. Melissa Lantsman, or I should say, trying to make a story out of this. Another Conservative MP here writing, in an alternative universe, the media will spend the next week focused on the growing cracks in the Liberal caucus as one of their own MPs openly speaks out against Mark Carney's budget. My only question after this video, does he vote for it? He actually kind of says in the video that he still supports it. He doesn't think there should be an election over this budget. But, clearly shouldn't watch it. Regardless, growing cracks? This is Nate Erskine-Smith while Trudeau was Prime Minister. Two Liberal MPs break ranks, call for Israel arms embargo. Nate Erskine-Smith, again, has consistently spoken up when he did not agree with his own party. So this is not growing cracks. This is nothing new. This is very normal. And in fact, I wish it was normal in your party as well. But again, you run your party like authoritarians. So let me get to what Nate Erskine-Smith, part of what he actually says in this video. Does he think the budget is too liberal, too far left, spending too much? Or is that not exactly what he was saying?
But we are also cutting tree planting, moving away from an emissions cap, winding down greener homes, and the budget offers no new money for climate action. We do not need more public dollars chasing fossil fuels. Worse, we see major cuts of over $2.5 billion over 4 years to international development assistance. It does not live up to its promise of generational investments. I joked that it was a pretty good progressive conservative budget. I joked. I'll get flack for that. It's a joke. But hey, some conservatives agree.
So while Pierre Poilievre tried to put the idea forward that Nate Erskine-Smith was critical of Carney's budget because it spends too much money, is that the reality? Is that what you got from Nate Erskine-Smith's commentary there? It's not about the money. It's about what the focus of the budget is. So Nate Erskine-Smith is critical of the fact that it's short on climate, that public dollars are still backing fossil fuels, that there's major cuts to development assistance, and even goes as far at the end there to call it a conservative budget with a picture of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney in the corner. And then ends on the video of D'Entremont, the Conservative MP, joining the Liberals after seeing the budget. because it is an incredibly conservative budget. The incredible, amazing dishonesty on display from Pierre Poilievre, those comments about Naderson Smith, is just amazing. Let me get to the last clip here. This is how Pierre Poilievre tries to deflect a question with, again, incredibly dishonest framing.
Aaron Collins, CBC. So Chris d'Entremont, just turning back to last week, said that your party is being run like a frat house. So I'm just curious what you think he means by that, and if you think
Well, I think that CBC had to be. Are you with CBC, by the way?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay, right.
So I'm just curious if you think that that could lead to more MPs leaving your caucus, and what you think he means by that.
Well, first of all, CBC has had to correct the falsehoods that they put into that story. So I encourage you to tell Canadians about the falsehoods you published and explain why you did that.
All right, so to try and undermine the actual report about the Conservative Party feeling like a frat house, Pierre Poilievre claims that the CBC had to correct the falsehoods that they put into the story, making it sound like CBC did improper journalism, put some narrative in the story that made it sound worse than it actually was, and then they got caught and had to correct it. Here is the reality. First, of course, worth mentioning, Pierre Poilievre never actually answered the question about the party feeling like a frat house. Never gets to that. Doesn't want to actually answer that. But this is what the CBC initially reported, and I'm going to get to the correction. So d'Entremont, the Conservative MP who left to join the Liberals, says Conservative House Leader Andrew Scheer and Party Whip Chris Walkerton barged into his office, pushed his assistant aside, and yelled at him about how much of a snake he was. What part of this do you think had to be corrected? It's the pushed his assistant aside. So d'Entremont wanted to be clear that the assistant was not physically pushed, but was instead almost knocked over. This is immaterial to the entire report, which is about how the party to d'Entremont felt, how it felt like a frat house and not a serious political party. That's the story here. Not that, oh, they weren't physically pushed, which, again, wasn't what pushed aside, assistant aside. Reading this initially, I didn't get the impression they were physically pushed aside, that they were just, pushed, like, brushed aside so I can get to speaking to d'Entremont. That's how it came off to me. And I guess some took it as the assistant was actually physically pushed, so he wanted to clear that up. Again, this is not important. But Pierre Poilievre, to avoid actually answering the question about how his party feels, how members of his party feel, he focuses on this very tiny little minute thing that isn't even important to the actual story to try and make it seem like the entire story that CBC reported is dishonest, when it simply is not. It's important just to be aware of how Pierre Poilievre construes reality to make things seem a certain way when they are not that way. Now, of course, he's not the only politician that does that. Very clearly, politicians of all parties do this kind of thing. But Pierre Poilievre does it so consistently that it is, if you just stop and watch and jump into what he says throughout any of these sorts of media appearances, it is incredible what you will find. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I had technical difficulty. I would like to vote no. Speaker, I was unable to use my app. I would like to vote no.
The governing Liberal Party narrowly avoided another election as a weird budget vote exposed the theatrics of Canadian politics. So in this video, I'm going to go over what happened, how it happened, why it happened, and maybe what it means for us, if anything. So last night, the Liberals needed to survive this budget vote as it essentially acted as a vote of confidence in the government. If the budget failed, then there would be another election called somewhere between December 24th and January 8th. I don't think anybody wanted that. That's going to factor in to what happened with this vote. So while every other party claimed they did not support the budget, their votes, or the way they voted, kind of was at odds with that. So going into this vote, Liberals were confident that even if an election were to be called, that they would likely win again, if not be able to gain seats. Conservatives quietly did not want another election, while loudly claiming this was a crazy budget, even though, as I'll get to later, this was a conservative budget. The NDP were, I would argue, the most honest, though you may disagree with their tactics here, but the most honest in their opposition to the budget, while also recognizing that they didn't want another election either. And the one Green Party vote, Elizabeth May, was a little weird, considering she supported this budget despite not getting anything from it. That said, this is how the vote went down.
Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 168, 163.
And the final vote count is 170 to 168. The vote of Elizabeth May, what appears to be the abstentions of Laurie Idlout and Gord Johns and possibly Matt Genereux for the Conservatives, were enough for the government to get a majority vote on their first budget without the need of a tie or a speaker to break the tie. Interesting that some Conservatives stood up very last minute to make sure they had a no vote recorded, either a technical issue or maybe a tactical issue that you wanted to see where this was going to go.
This is where the stupid theatrics of Canadian politics comes in, or at least the Conservative Party theatrics. So the Conservative Party, so against this liberal budget, even though, again, it was a conservative budget, more details on it in a second, so against this budget, could not possibly vote for this budget. Yet, two of their more high-profile MPs, Andrew Scheer and Scott Reid, did not vote either way until they could see how everyone else voted, seeing that it was going to pass, so there would not be an election. And then all of a sudden, oh, now I can vote, claiming that they had technical issues with the app. Yet there was no reason for them to use the app because they were in the House of Commons. They could have voted manually. So here's how their votes went down. And keep in mind, this is coming after they already saw how everyone else voted.
Official opposition House leader has a point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I had technical difficulty. I would like to vote no.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I was unable to use my app. I would like to vote no.
Yes, I'm sure you were not able to use the app. Technical difficulties. You hear someone in the background there yelling, but you're here, because they did not need to use the app. They could have voted there. This was a strategic choice to ensure that there would not be another election because they don't like their chances for another election. So while they, on one hand, claim we are willing to take down this government over this terrible budget, they had never had any intention of doing so and waited to the last minute because they weren't sure how anyone else was going to vote in terms of like the NDP. Waited to see how everyone else voted before they could lock in their final two votes to ensure that they could still vote no while making sure the budget passed so that they would avoid an election. Just absolute clownery, like trying to play these games as a way to get around public perception of what the party's supposed to be arguing. Yet we're all very clear about what's going on here. You're not fooling anybody. Even CBC covering it called it out at the time. It wasn't a secret to anybody what you were doing. Now, compare that to the NDP, who also had a mixed vote. Most of them voted no against the budget, but a couple of them abstained. And there's actually good reason. I'll get to that in a bit. But I want to first play for you. This is NDP interim leader Don Davies discussing why they were against the budget, but also wanted to ensure it still passed.
While there are elements of the budget which reflect our concerns, on the whole, this is a conservative budget. From reducing healthcare funding to provinces, to making deeper cuts to services than Stephen Harper's budgets did, including to programs that are helping Canada's most marginalized communities, to reversing action on the climate crisis, this budget fails to deliver the policies our country needs. It particularly fails Indigenous people. But through these discussions, it became equally clear that Canadians do not want an election right now.
All right, so I'm going to get to more on that last point about Canadians not wanting another election. But first, to his point about this being a conservative budget, this is just the reality of it. So there's a lot of writing on this. We'll link you to a few examples, a few stories, and quote a couple here. But The Breach is a great video on this. A budget for tanks, banks, and oil barons. Martin Lukesch and Desmond Cole discussed the Liberal government's Harper-esque budget. CUPE, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, writing here, Carney's first budget gives corporations a free ride and leaves working Canadians behind. CBC, is Mark Carney's budget a progressive conservative budget? This is off of the comments from Liberal MP Nate Erskine-Smith, who did a critical video of the budget, even though he supported it. And I mean, the reality is, yes, this is a conservative budget. Now, for Americans watching or anyone else around the world, I know this is confusing to you, progressive conservative, because those are two different things. But they're referring to the Progressive Conservative Party, which was a conservative party in Canada before it just became the Conservative Party. But there is a reasoning to believe that this indeed was simply a early 90s conservative budget. So it tosses aside the Trudeau-era luxury tax on yachts and private planes, which in itself, like, that alone should be enough. I should end the video here, but it's ridiculous. Halts the former Prime Minister's signature promise to plant 2 billion trees, only sufficing for 1 billion. It also is more open to liquefied natural gas, so the budget restores a tax credit for the LNG development that had expired in 2024. It also cements a number of previously announced changes, including the repeal of the consumer carbon tax, the reversal of changes to capital gains taxes, and the end of the digital services tax, which was a request from Donald Trump that the Carney government gave into because Trump said, no, we're going to have no more trade discussions until you change this, because it was going to affect big digital companies like Google and Facebook. So Carney caved immediately, and where's that trade deal? Ridiculous. Also, budget aims to shrink the size of the public service by 40,000 and find 44 billion in spending cuts over 4 years, which again goes to how conservative this budget is. The few things that do remain in place that are positive: the Canada Child Benefit, dental care, federal funding for childcare, all remain in place. Brian Mulroney was business-oriented and fiscal conservative. Mulroney's last budget aimed to reduce program spending to 13.9% of GDP. So again, for non-Canadians, Brian Mulroney is a former Prime Minister of Canada under the Progressive Conservative label in the early 90s. So while Carney's first budget sees program spending falling to 15.4% of GDP. So very similar to Mulroney's 13.9%. Also worth mentioning that the exact shape, as they write here, of Carney's climate plan is still unclear, which goes to how bizarre the Elizabeth May Green Party vote was for the budget. But also a big issue in this budget is housing. So after this big talk about housing during the election, we're going to build all these homes. Their plan, Build Canada Homes, they don't even have the promised tax incentive for rental construction, which is such a small piece of this, going to how empty the entire plan is. Because this is not about public housing. This is not putting Canadians to work in public jobs, building homes for Canadians. It is a giveaway to the private market. So there's a great piece here from Canadian Dimension. Mark Carney is no wartime home builder. The PM's market-oriented solutions bear little resemblance to the wartime housing policies he claims are his inspiration. So Build Canada Homes, BCH, will swing no hammers and own no property. Homes built by private firms with federal dollars will be immediately sold on the open market. However, there is no guarantee they will be sold to the people who need them most. Carney's market-based approach to the housing crisis stands in stark contrast to the operational model of Wartime Housing Limited, the Crown Corporation created to solve the housing crisis during and after the war. So this is not the housing program that a lot of us were hoping for. And during the election, Mark Carney was vague enough where anybody that wanted what they wanted that to be could see it in that plan. So if you wanted a more private-public partnership, that's what you saw, and that's what you're getting. If you were hoping for public housing, it was vague enough where you could think, hey, maybe there's an element of that in this, and no, none of that. So it completely falls short on so many elements. This was a conservative budget, yet still, the Conservatives so adamant about this being a terrible budget, and yes, it was, because it was one that you would have tabled. This gets to the NDP MP Gord Johns for why he abstained on the vote, despite not supporting it.
Well, first of all, we made it clear last week, well, the week before last when the House was sitting, that we were going to go back to our ridings and listen to our constituents. I talked to every single mayor, 9 mayors in my riding, 3 regional district chairs, 17 elected chief councillors. All of them were unanimous and they didn't want the government to fall. So I did consultation. Unlike the Conservative MP on Vancouver Island who was on CBC radio just on Friday night saying that we shouldn't have an election, that nobody wanted an election, that he heard from his constituents all week. They didn't want an election, that there should be an election next fall. What did he do? He voted for an election. So I'm sorry, we're being the adult in the room, listening to our constituents who said right now is not the time to have an election. In the face of Donald Trump, that we need to stand united. We're going to fight. We're going to fight tomorrow for the things that we put on the table that we're not going to bargain in public about. And we're going to fight until we get more for Canadians. That is what Canadians expect of us, and that's what we're going to do.
So look, that's at least honest. Now, you may not like that answer. You may not like their strategy because it essentially undercuts their power. They only have 7 seats, but it's enough to hold the balance of power in the current minority government. They could have utilized their vote to take the government down and go to a new election, but they don't even have a leader right now. They have an interim leader. They're currently going through a leadership race. They don't have any money. Like, I don't think another election would have benefited them or even really benefited the direction of the government, assuming the Liberals would win again. And if not, then it'd be the Conservatives. So is that going to improve things? It's at least honest. I understand where they're coming from. He talked to his constituents. They don't want another election. No one wants another election. So I understand that position. It's a lot better, in my opinion, than the Conservatives who claim to be so against this, again, conservative budget. So against it, yet can't even be honest with the fact that, yes, they're against it, but they also don't want another election. And if you look at current polling, I mean, this is Abacus data, but this is pretty consistent across the board, regardless of who you check. While the government approval is tightening a little bit there, Mark Carney's approval has stabilized in the net favorable of plus 12, so still positive for him. Meanwhile, Pierre Poilievre's negatives are increasing. He's now a -7. I don't think they would have benefited. I should say, I don't think the Conservatives would have benefited from another election. And I didn't mention the Bloc here because they all voted against the budget. They were always against it from the start. There's no question there. I'm not in Quebec. I don't have a whole lot of, just being honest here, don't have a whole lot of awareness of where the Bloc currently sit and their position on the whole thing. But they tend to lean more left, at least on economic issues. So, them being against it, I totally understand. But in terms of the strategy of it, you could say they were honest as well, though I would think they also wouldn't want another election. I don't think anybody wanted another election. So the budget was going to pass. That's how it went down. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
This is MARKALAIN DERY, and this is Noise Filter, and let's get started. Let's talk about the ACA. So it is open enrollment season, the time of the year when millions of Americans discover just how much their health insurance is about to cost. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, millions have been able to afford coverage with the help of enhanced premium tax credits. But now, these credits are set to expire at the end of the year, and the results are about as cheerful as a surprise bill. Okay, so if Congress doesn't act, and they haven't, the average monthly premium for ACA enrollees is expected to more than double, jumping by roughly about 114%. That's like your grocery bill suddenly doubling overnight, except this one's for something you can't skip. For most people, that means going from paying about $888 a year to a cool $1,900. And to put that in perspective, that's like adding a new monthly subscription for a service that you actually never signed up for, but can cancel. And here's the kicker. 22 million out of 24 million ACA marketplace enrollees are currently getting a tax credit. Without those credits, many will lose their coverage altogether. It's like a game of musical chairs, except the chairs are health plans and the music is the sound of premiums rising. Even if the credits are extended, insurers are still raising their rates by an average of about 26% in 2026. So whether you're getting a subsidy or not, you're still paying more. It's like a double whammy. First, the government takes away your discount, then the insurance company raises the price. Experts warn that this could lead to millions losing coverage, which means more people will delay care, skip medications, and end up in the emergency rooms. It's not just a financial issue, it's a public health crisis in the making. So as open enrollment begins, remember, the only thing scarier than Halloween, this was an old script, but I still had to read it. The only thing scarier than Halloween is the thought of your health insurance bill next year. My name is DERY. This is Noise Filter. This is a script I wrote last week. I'm your public health voice reminding you, when the credits vanish, the only thing that's affordable is panic. Ooh, I wrote that too. Don't panic though. Actually panic. It's really bad.
All right, kids, I'm an anti-fascist. Everybody should be. And with these United States trying to define what that means while describing the anti-fascist movement as a terrorist organization, even escalators have become Antifa. Standing up and declaring yourself to be Antifa is the 2025 version of I Am Spartacus, but the modern day old white people doing so aren't lying in order to protect one dude. And there's not much of a sacrifice being made because police aren't at No Kings protests for some reason. Giving credit to liberals and leftists alike, and I usually get into differences between those groups because I would rather not be associated with certain people, yet I would rather ask, where my progressives at? But based on what or who we're going to talk about today, we're everywhere except Congress. Instead, where's that opposition party?
You know, it's Halloween. Donald Trump should put on a costume and pretend to act like a president, at least on this day.
I don't know this host's politics, but his face is straight up letting us know that he doesn't respect anything going on over on the right side of the screen. Today, I'm going to show you how to spot a progressive, and we're going to focus on House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And if this is your first time hearing this, you're about to experience so many allusions to hip hop.
I got so many stories, I feel like I'm in a hip-hop studio right now.
He wants to be a rapper so bad, but the only thing he has in common with them is dry snitching. He's constantly telling on himself and telling Democratic voters and supporters what he thinks they like and want from him. For example, he posted this picture, which is in the style of Run DMC's album, Raising Hell, with the caption, "For the People." Except his says, Dems are raising hell. So it's Senator Cory Booker, who, if you didn't know, did a record-breaking 25-hour speech on the Senate floor where he didn't mention Gaza or Palestine or genocide once. Sitting on the steps of the Capitol with Hakeem Jeffries, who did say this.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. What leverage do we have?
The point is, what hell is Hakeem Jeffries raising? Jam Master Jay will be spending the ones and twos in his grave. Anyways, my intention isn't to gatekeep American progressivism. Who am I to prevent others from sampling what's being offered? What am I going to do? Scan people's ideas, impulses, and issues to make sure they got a membership? Like Costco? My aim is to make gaining access easier so that anyone can get a taste, yet give exclusive perks and early hours to those at the executive level who know what time it is, like Costco. Before I continue, the BBC says what it means to be progressive in the US is someone who wants to see more economic and social equality and hopes to see more gains in feminism and gay rights. They're also supportive of social programs directed by the state, and they like more social movements to have more power in the US. We'll get back to this article later because how a foreign country views us shows me that we don't have a pot to piss in or an Overton window to throw it out of. With that said, where is Hakeem Jeffries?
Sorry, remind me of your name. I'm Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, lovely to meet you. So, what do you do? I'm a congressman. So, what do you do? I just told you. Yeah, but I don't know what you do. I work every day to make the country a better place to live. Nice. What do you do, though? I'm trying to stop fascism from taking control of the government and hijacking the midterms. Cool. Doing what? Well, I'm a House Minority Leader. I'm one of the top-ranking Democrats in the nation, trying to get more Democrats in office. Now, that is amazing. What do you do?
Let's get started. Hakeem Jeffries was born in New York City and raised in Brooklyn, where Captain America is from. He attended law school at NYU, graduated with honors, and became a corporate lawyer before running for New York State Assembly. Since 2013, he has been the U.S. representative in his 7th term now for New York's 8th congressional district, which is Brooklyn, Bucky's district in the MCU. From 2019 to 2023, Jeffries was the chair of the House Democratic Caucus. As he ran unopposed, members of the caucus unanimously elected him to succeed Nancy Pelosi as leader in November of 2022. This was not only around the same time that Representative Byron Donalds got his head pat, but made Jeffries the first African American to lead a party in either chamber of the United States Congress. Homie is now like the number 4 Democrat in all of Congress, behind fellow Brooklynite, Senator Chuck Schumer. You should know that Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have something else in common.
Hakeem and I sent a letter in late July. So we sent him a very strong letter just the other day, asking 8 very strong questions.
Leader Schumer and I sent a letter laying out our position very clearly. I thought that was a strongly worded letter. We hope and expect that Republicans will do the right thing, and if they don't,
we're going to write a sternly worded letter. Hakeem Jeffries' little brother is Hassan Jeffries, an author and an associate history professor at The Ohio State University. I don't know if it's due to his approach or activism or awareness, but I see him more as a progressive than Hakeem. And if you're wondering, Hassan did not teach me while I was at OSU, but I kind of wish he did because I mess with his work. Meanwhile, Hakeem has made it clear that he wants to work with MAGA. In other words, reaching across the aisle to find compromise with the party his constituents believe to be fascist. The party that calls him Timu Obama. Just one of the nicknames for a man who doesn't mind not being known as a progressive.
Do you think the Democratic Party has become too progressive, as a lot of people have said? I know you're a moderate. What's your take on that?
I think it's important for us to be the party of common sense solutions.
Didn't deny being a moderate Democrat, which is fine. I'm only using this interview with Katie Couric in order to point out that there was a pillow in the background featuring the notorious big line, "If you don't know, now you know." Did you know that there's a website dedicated to giving a progressive scorecard? This is a database of votes, bills, and members of Congress intended to inform the public from a left-wing perspective. Each congressperson is given a brief description of their ideological leanings and a score on their primary challenge meter ranging from 0 to 5. A 0 means that the Democrat in question has a solid progressive record, and a 5 means the member is much too conservative. Well, Jeffries got a 3. Really, the only numbers that matter for this episode is how much Hakeem Jeffries is getting paid by a certain lobby.
I love having the speaker, minority speaker, Hakeem Jeffries. Because, you know, I'm a political nerd. Like, I love talking
Charlemagne
politics.
hates him.
You do?
I don't hate him. I just don't think he stands for anything.
Well,
I think that I call him Apex Shakur.
Another nickname for him. Hakeem denies being bought. He has said that the extreme left protests him more than they protest Donald Trump because he has chosen not to bend the knee to the far left or Donald Trump and the far right. And that's something reserved for a Stephen A. Smith. Recently, it was reported that in terms of donations, Hakeem Jeffries is being outraised by AOC, and peep the ages of their donors. This Twitter user is curious about senior citizens getting deceived out of their money by leadership. Going back to Hakeem and hip hop, rap music was created by boomers for Gen X. Is that who this is for?
Will always put American values over autocracy, benevolence over bigotry, the Constitution over the cult, justice over judicial overreach, knowledge over kangaroo courts, liberty over limitation, xenial over xenophobia, yes we can over you can't do it, and zealous representation over zero-sum confrontation.
Hakeem Jeffries is Gen X. Is that who this is for? And as Ken Klippenstein asks, who is this for? Why is the bench distorted? What did he need to Photoshop here? By the way, most of the clips being used in this episode were sourced by Ken Klippenstein. Shout out to him.
Pow, K-Clip, nigga, what's up?
Yo, that's a fire name.
Ran up on him in the street, couldn't reach his clip in time. I had to leak it to the press, like my name was Klippenstein.
Hakeem Jeffries is more afraid of the party's centrists than its progressives. A primary could change that. Oh, and that progressive scorecard database from earlier said primarying Jeffries would be expensive and bloody, but still worth doing to keep the pressure on him from the left. And it would have been nice for him to put pressure on New York Mayor Eric Adams. Support for that man can't be coming from the left, can it? Adams and Andrew Cuomo are the essence of status quo signaling to the right.
You guys know he's brown, right? Come on, you know what rhymes with brown? Come on, come on. You heard of this? He's brown. I talk to brown and black people even though I don't want to. Come on, just vote for me. Come on. He's brown. You know when I say brown, I mean the other thing, right? Come on. I'm Italian.
It's here where I want to remind you of that BBC article that I brought up a few minutes ago. It said, progressives view politics as a bottom-up progress. After mentioning that during a CNN town hall in February of 2016, Hillary Rodham Clinton claimed that she's a progressive who likes to get things done, then added that she was amused that Bernie Sanders set himself up as the gatekeeper of who gets to be progressive. Bernie, a Democratic socialist, for his part said Clinton isn't even a liberal when it comes to foreign policy and other issues. Mind you, Hakeem Jeffries has stated that there's a difference between progressive Democrats and hard left Democratic socialists, a distinction that he says they made, whoever they are. Let's put that in perspective.
In America, Bernie Sanders is a radical, and in Ireland, he's a little bit to the right. That's all I'm saying. In America, he's radical left, you know? And in Ireland, he's just like free healthcare, fucking normal. At best in Ireland, he's a centrist, right? This is non-controversial European politics, right? Which is what drives me crazy about the radical left. Is just like a 60-year-old granny in Ireland is like, I'm radical now? What the fuck?
If Hakeem Jeffries is, quote, clearly a black progressive Democrat concerned with addressing racial and social and economic injustice with the fierce urgency of now, then I must have missed what he's doing. I can't stress enough how he was or is in the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Okay, he has spoken up and to and out and for criminal justice reform, voting rights, queer rights, reproductive rights, gun control, weed, and the environment. All good things, sure, necessary. Stuff that I might have taken for granted and need to reestablish, seeing how the current administration is regressive. With that said, many of these issues and positions are closest to that of moderates and centrists in today's USA and on the right in the rest of the world. American citizens gaining access to housing, food, livable wages, unions, healthcare, and helping to end the genocide in Gaza and Sudan have to be the blueprint. To put it in middle 90s, early 2000s Brooklyn terminology Hakeem would understand. And yes, Democratic socialist Zoran Mamdani is a progressive. Hakeem Jeffries just got around to endorsing Mamdani mere hours before early voting in New York City's mayoral race began. This man has created a much needed buzz for Democrats, and somehow a common sense solution for Hakeem wasn't to get behind him.
This is a very unfortunate thing that Hakeem Jeffries is doing for his own political career, frankly, because in that primary, which was the largest turnout in the history of New York City mayoral primaries, Zohran Mamdani won in Hakeem Jeffries' own district by double digits, by around 12 points. So this is just basically a siren call for anybody in DSA or anybody who is closely associated with Zohran Mamdani to primary Hakeem Jeffries in his own district.
Earlier last month, as of me recording this, a conservative politician stepped to Hakeem Jeffries in the U.S. Capitol, and the minority leader gave it to that dude. He ended it with, as we would say back in Brooklyn, "Why you playing yourself?" And I can never be like, as we say in Columbus, to anybody. What am I going to follow that up with? Which scarlet or gray hoodie am I going to wear today? Hakeem Jeffries is from an objectively cool place, somewhere that has a history of toughness and a recognizable identity that my city doesn't have, but he seems to rarely take with him to work outside of the rap thing.
So you're not worried that people, this might be a little corny, some of the letters, little cornies.
Well, what, you mean the ABCs of democracy?
Yeah, the ABCs of democracy.
ABCs
it's
of
a little
democracy.
corny. No, it's a little bit.
No, listen, I think that, it speaks for itself. It went viral for a reason.
Okay.
I don't know. The comments speak for themselves.
All right. We'll hash it all out.
Recently, Christopher Moynihan, a violent insurrectionist who was pardoned by Donald Trump, was rearrested for threatening to kill Representative Hakeem Jeffries. He shouldn't have been pardoned in the first place, and no politician deserves that. I guess how to spot a progressive politician is keeping an eye on who is getting ignored on the center left by Pelosi, Schumer, and Jeffries, the establishment Democrats, the opposition party. Or look for someone who covered up their Nazi tattoo and lied about it. Maybe looking to see what Europe is doing from time to time. It's actually not that hard. This thing could have been shorter. I've made videos about Van Jones, Don Lemon, Childish Gambino, and have they fallen short or missed the mark? Yet, it was this current episode that made me question how or why I addressed black men. And I asked myself if I see me more as a progressive than a black man, which is ridiculous. However, I'm realizing that I believe progressivism is the best way to gain advancement for black folks. Truly for the people. This isn't to say that progressives or leftists are perfect. Far from it. This is America. Speaking of rap music, the reason that I kept referencing Hakeem Jeffries' representations to hip hop is because I thought so much of the game was about rebellion, counterculture, sticking it to the man or whatever. Well, if things go the Democrats' way in next year's midterms, Hakeem Jeffries could become Speaker of the House, and he would be the man. And the Democrats would be playing themselves. Again, we're gonna be all right. All right, kids. In March of 1936, a photographer by the name of Dorothea Lange was taking pictures in Pomo, California, when she came across a woman that claimed that she was 32 years old, had 3 kids, and they were living on frozen vegetables and birds that the children had killed. Plus, she had just sold the tires from her cars to buy food. Lange would later say, "I saw and approached the hungry and desperate mother as if drawn by a magnet, and then took a picture of her and her family." That photo came to be known as Migrant Mother and still symbolizes the hunger, poverty, and hopelessness endured by so many Americans during the Great Depression. Now, it's been 90 years since, and these United States continue to use images to express the desperate needs of Americans.
What you mean it ain't working? Run it again. This is my food. I need this food.
Ma'am, it keeps declining. It says the
They
account's
took my
inactive.
EBT. Y'all just gonna let me starve? I got kids at home.
and see what's going on.
That's fake. You mean to tell me nobody was walking around in the background of that Walmart wearing suspenders with assless chaps? Get real. It's AI slop used by racists depicting black women complaining about losing their SNAP benefits and or selling them for cash. This, of course, is taking place while Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits are in jeopardy during and after the ongoing government shutdown, which is what we're going to talk about today.
Y'all hear me? Because of this government shutdown, they telling me I can't use my EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 men. 7! And that's the taxpayer's responsibility, okay?
I'll include a link to a video below explaining how to recognize AI like this for what it is. Not for you though, for Fox News. One of their culture news writers didn't notice that Sora is being used for the sake of rage bait. They fell for it, changed their headline, updated the editor's note, but not before Fox News contributor Brett Cooper went on her YouTube channel and said, that is her, the not real woman's, responsibility. It is not the American taxpayers' fault that you have 7 baby daddies who will not step up and help you pay the grocery bills. Whether conservatives actually believe what's created with clankers is real or not doesn't matter in this case, because since 1936, a stereotypical welfare recipient went from a rural American white woman displaced by the Dust Bowl to this.
Right now, it's their constituents, a lot of them that in some of these inner cities that there's going to need SNAP to survive, and they're getting a lot of calls, and the pressure is going to be put on them. A lot of people need to go back to work. A lot of young men that are on SNAP that should be working.
Inner city citizens who vote Democrat and aren't willing to work. So, in Tommy Tuberville's dog whistles there, he made sure to be inclusive enough to mention men on SNAP who need to work as a wink and a nod to the welfare state destroying the black nuclear family thing that Republicans complain about but never did anything for. If you didn't know, Tommy Tuberville is a U.S. Senator out of Alabama, a state where 14 to 15% of the population relies on SNAP benefits and ranks 40-something in job opportunities, happiness, and education. Kind of seems like we all got to watch who we elect into office. Ain't that right?
And today, I will announce that I will be the future governor of the great state of Alabama.
There we go. That's double the Tubbers. One thing that I love about my channel is that someone watching right now is wondering if that weirdo Wiggins spent an unnecessary amount of time saving sound bites from a mediocre ex-football coach turned politician in particular for a video that's supposed to be about handouts from the government. And that's an oddly specific yet accurate question that I'm having you ask in the script that I wrote. Yeah, we'll focus on Tuberville, seeing how one single senator can hold up hundreds of military nominations and promotions. Him. So you don't even have to imagine what an ignorance of elected officials has tried to do to our social safety net this season, which should be called the fall of Tubervilles. When the longest government shutdown in American history began last month in October, the Trump administration initially said it would not fund the SNAP program during said shutdown. After 2 federal judges deemed their refusal to provide the benefits to be unlawful, the administration said it will provide partial payments only. Then 4547 begged the Supreme Court to stop the court orders requiring payment of full November SNAP benefits. The highest court in the land, who get their munchies for free and for a lifetime, gave them what they wanted and temporarily blocked food aid payments to 42 million Americans. Not only that, but when I was about to record this episode, I saw that Trump officials demanded that states undo the work that they already started doing to send full food assistance. All along, Republicans have been blaming Democrats for the government shutdown, despite controlling the House, Senate, and presidency. With that said, it's not like the GOP hasn't been chomping at the bit to get rid of food stamps.
1.3 food trillion goes to food stamps.
Yes.
Now, if we need to start cutting, and you know that Doge Group's going to start looking at that, people got to go back to work. We need to take care of the elderly, the veterans, people with illnesses, but everybody else got to go back to work. We're not going to make it.
You go back to work, and also that's all the process. The ones pushing that are all the food companies on the ultra processed food.
He has said this nonsense before. That interview was from last year, and yes, the ultra-processed foods is unfortunately all the food that I like, said Steve Bannon, a man who looks like his first meaningful relationship was with Little Debbie. And you would hope that the guy who has stock in McDonald's would know that people who receive SNAP benefits do work. I mean, McDonald's is one of the employers with the largest estimated number of SNAP recipients. Besides, the average McDonald's employee is a 23-year-old white woman, a Sweeney of supremacists. And just in case anybody thinks fast food restaurant jobs are for teens, it's not like Mickey D's closes during school hours. See how quick his argument tumbles? When 2 Alabama Chick-fil-A's, a transphobe of the Lord's Chicken, closed back in August of 2021, those restaurants said it was due to a hiring crisis with far less job applicants or people not showing up for their interviews. A staffing crisis for a limited time from both high school and university students returning back to school and football/holiday season quickly approaching, they said. Tuberville took that as an opportunity to say the Biden administration continues incentivizing people to sit on the sidelines instead of encouraging them to rejoin the workforce. He might have been referring to a $300 a week temporary federal subsidy as part of Biden's American Rescue Plan for those who lost their jobs. The thing about that is, even though the emergency federal unemployment insurance benefits were supposed to last until September of that year, Republican Governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, announced in May that the state would opt out of them as of June 19th. So, why were adults not filling positions at Chick-fil-A? Well, a CNBC report from 2021 noted that 36% of unemployed workers had rejected job offers because the salary was too low and 35% because of concerns about COVID-19. Tuberville retweeted this chart featuring price differences from the end of 2019 to May of 2024 for McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, and Taco Bell, claiming Bidenomics has turned the dollar menu into the $5 menu. And a year and a half later, those prices are either the same or worse. I'm not even going to fact check that. In June of 2023, he wrote, "Great to see Alabama receive crucial funding to boost ongoing broadband efforts," sharing an article about the $1.4 billion going to Alabama for expanded broadband access. And by now, you know where this is going. Tommy Tuberville just happened to be one of the 30 Republicans who voted against the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. The other Senate Republican also voted against it. I don't think he reads what comes across his desk.
Anything that we can do for the future of our young people, because they're our number one commodity, we need to have more kids. We need to have an opportunity to do that. And I thought this was the right thing to do. But
IVF is used to have more children, and right now IVF services are paused at some of the clinics in Alabama. Aren't you concerned that this could impact people who are trying to have kids?
Well, that's for another conversation. I'd have to look at the entire bill and how it's written. I have not seen it.
Supreme Court decision.
Well, I know that, but I'd have to look. I haven't looked at it. But this is state issue.
Women aren't going to be able to have IVF treatments already in some places.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
What do you say to them?
Unfortunate.
A sitting U.S. senator called children a commodity. He didn't seem to understand how IVF would give him the more kids that he wants and confused a bill for a Supreme Court decision. He struggled with the concept that white nationalists are racist. He wanted to simply call them Americans, like these former D-average students can't be all the above.
You said a white nationalist is an American, but a white nationalist is someone who believes horrific things. Do you really think that's someone who should be serving in the military?
Well, that's just a name that has been given. I mean,
it's not. It's a real definition. There's real concerns
about
about
extremism. So if you're going to do away
extremism.
with most white people in this country out of the military, we got huge problems.
According to Rolling Stone, one Republican said this about Tuberville: "I do not believe that he is a racist at all. I really believe that he maybe doesn't have an understanding of the English language." And again, all the above.
Democratic Party, they have a majority. They could stop this crime today. Some people say, well, they're soft on crime. No, they're not soft on crime. They're pro-crime. They want crime. They want crime because they want to take over what you got. They want to control what you have. They want reparation because they think the people that do the crime are owed that. They are not owed that.
A dog whistle louder than a truck horn. He acknowledges what a majority party in power can do. And it's a no on repairing one group, but a yes to the big, beautiful bill to make America great again. He said that Trump's tariffs are the only shot at getting our country back. Tariffs have set U.S. farmers back. Could the federal government pay them with the money being made through tariffs? Would that essentially be giving them their money back? How is a stimulus or any of this not socialism? A $40 billion bailout was given to Argentina, and their president was dancing on stage at Mar-a-Lago in full view of people who are being denied Little Debbies by people who smile when their constituents lose benefits, like Little Debbie. Oh, and there's no way this man isn't dancing to different songs with different beats being played every 2 seconds. That's the only way his rhythm syncs up. A former college football coach, current U.S. Senator, and future governor, probably definitely, who doesn't actually live in Alabama, is the face, well, a face, that you should picture with this stop foreign aid so we can take care of our own but doesn't mind children starving memes like this. Don't forget, he wants more kids. American kids. White American kids that aren't created via IVF and he doesn't have to feed. Imagine slashing SNAP, the program that helps children in the US not go hungry while sending billions in weapons to another country to kill other children. And of course, it's not just him. I found most of the clips I used in this episode when looking for a quote that I could have sworn came out of Tommy Tuberville's mouth.
But also with a mandatory minimum wage of $15, even the government says that nearly 4 million people will lose their jobs. And the people who lose their jobs first when you hike up the minimum wage are black teenagers. So, why does Joe Biden hate black teenagers should be the question. Why does Joe Biden want to destroy all of these jobs?
It's worth a couple of losers scamming the system to make sure people in need don't go without. And sometimes it feels like in the US, it's the opposite. A few people scam and we make sure many go without. Losers. Anybody else notice that white America hasn't been incentivized to stay on the sidelines after centuries of receiving the most handouts from the government? The Naturalization Act provided citizenship. The Indian Removal Act eliminated competition. And multiple Homestead Acts gave them land and housing. Soon after the migrant mother photos were published in the San Francisco News, the US government announced it was sending 20,000 pounds of food to the pea pickers campsite. However, the mystery woman was no longer around to benefit from it. Decades later, Florence Owens Thompson revealed herself as a migrant mother. Turns out, she was Native American, not white. Linda Taylor, so-called welfare queen, was racially complex. It's interesting how this woman's identity led to Democrats lending a helping hand, and this woman's image led to Republicans limiting what's available. Bill Clinton changed welfare as we know it, and as we speak, the Dems are making a deal to end the government shutdown. They caved. Other countries will see us as the ones in need. That is, if we don't donate to local food banks, volunteer, organize, check in with neighbors, make community meals, look up mutual aid groups. However, none of this can replace a social safety net. Keep the pressure on for replenished and robust SNAP benefits. Also, vote. Make sure that the Tommy Tubervilles of the world aren't elected, and we're gonna be all right.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Environmental Coffeehouse. It's great to see everybody. And I have special guest, Dr. Emily Shorning, tonight from American Resiliency, which is an amazing, amazing organization. Not just a YouTube channel, not just a website, an encompassing preparing for what's coming focused organization. And she's a 501c3 nonprofit, and it's just great to have her here again. But Emily, we have a lot of new people that probably didn't meet you the first time you were with us, and it's just great. And I have to quickly say thank you. I always do this in the beginning. Thank you to my moderators who are here. Kim, you're here, and Looney Tunes. Two wonderful moderators. Thank you. Well, take it away, Emily, from American Resiliency. We're thrilled to have you.
Sandee, thanks so much for having me back. I'm glad to have a chance to come and chat with you. And I really appreciate your kind introduction to my work.
Hon,
a lot of what we do with American Resiliency is helping people understand how the changes that are likely to come to us in the next 10 years are going to impact us where we live. I think that a lot of climate communication, it has like sort of a world on fire lens. And that's not entirely inaccurate, but things are going to be different in different places. People talk about the outcomes of climate change being unjust, right? And they are unjust. They're distributed around the world and they're distributed within the United States in ways that pose very different impacts to different regions.
Absolutely.
And it matters, I think, if you're dealing with impacts of climate change that intensify current threats, that's different from knowing that hurricane tracks are shifting to head your way, where you maybe never experienced a hurricane before, but now you're going to enjoy that privilege on the regular. These are the sorts of things that, if that's the 2C outlook where you are, you need to know. And the information that we provide on our YouTube channel gives good regional and state level information based on the National Climate Assessment, which is a very high quality source that was produced by the federal government. If you want access to any of the previously published NCA5s, you can find those on the resource tab of our website. And I misspoke. It's not just the NCA5. We have them going back to the original, the OG.
All right. That's really good, because we really are headed to a 2C world, and it's frightening. And that's a very warm world. As we've talked about on our channel, 1.5, stay alive. Well, we passed it a couple of times. We went up and down, but we are, our carbon parts per million is higher than ever, and heat. And so your organization really, really is needed and fits a bill. And for all of you on X that have joined also, we're happy that you're here with us too. And if you want to be part of this chat, come on over to YouTube. Okay. So Emily, tell us a little bit first. I want, for the new people that have not met you, about how you started this, how you got into this.
So I have a background in research. I've spent decades. I have a lot of peer-reviewed research published on how to communicate complex concepts to the general public. I think that the information that we need to understand about how these changes are going to impact our homes and communities is information that can be understood by everybody. It's not super complex science. We can understand the changes that are going to impact our lives. I brought my academic expertise and my experience working for other nonprofits in climate education to my work with American Resiliency. I wanted to found an organization that would be different from many of the other players in the climate space. I wanted to look at what was coming next, because even before 2021, when I founded AR, it was pretty clear, I think, to many people that we were not going to stick 1.5.
Nope.
It was pretty mathematically clear that 2C is a place that we're going to see in our lifetimes. And when I founded in 21, I did think with the consensus view, which is we were looking at 2C by around 2050. A lot of the measurements coming in, we looked on track for 2C by 2050. But in 2023, things changed. In May of 2023, people who were watching Earth systems information, the incoming near real-time data that we're lucky to be provided by Climate Reanalyzer is a great source, and the Copernicus Institute, which is the EU's climate output. That's a great source.
Yeah, because
I'm so grateful for Copernicus. Oh my God.
Me too.
We started seeing things get weird on those fundamental measurements in late spring of 23. We saw global temperatures increase. They did come back down a little bit this summer. We had a few months under 1.5 this summer, but the 12-month rolling average is still over 1.5 for 2 years now. And the most recent measurements are back over 1.5.
Did you ever think you would But did you ever think you would be saying this 1.5 now this early? Like, because we always use
Didn't, but I'm glad
faster.
that I'm able to do it. You
Yeah.
know, when we look at science journalism, it's been so defunded, right? Like we lost a lot of science journalists after the 2008 crash, and networks never hired them back. And a lot of news outlets, I'd like to exempt The Guardian from my critique. I think The
Right.
Guardian
They-
does pretty quality climate coverage.
Yeah, they do.
We're talking about climate coverage that is reimagined for clickbait, right? And we need real information. We need some like nutrition in our climate information. I am glad that life has been so weird that I've been in a position to watch these changes happen and talk about them as they happen.
Well, we are too. Even though it's not, yeah, that's a good explanation. Life has been so weird, and the climate, it's faster than previously expected. And we used to say that years ago. There was a Facebook group called Faster Than Previously Expected, but I don't think anyone thought it was this fast, to hit 1.5.
It's true. And I think there's not good coverage of the reality that this is no longer like a crazy internet people are saying faster than expected. France was the first nation that I'm aware of to move their climate adaptation and resilience goals up, where they want to be ready for 2C by the mid 2030s. And the UK just implemented new standards requiring construction be built to a 2C standard by 2030.
Not here.
I don't think we're going to see the same level of change response here, top down, and that makes the work we do on the ground in our communities so important. Top down's not coming in the US. We need a bottom up change response, and the work that we do in our communities is so important. Before we went live, Sandee, you were mentioning that you're going to go and do some advocacy against data centers to help protect groundwater in your area, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
I think that's so important. That's the sort of important work on the ground that protects a generational future in places that have a decent outlook, where the 2C outlook really has some edges to hold. And I don't know, should we talk about where those edges are?
Yeah, in a minute. I just want to bring up a comment. You know this person. I've known since 1971, so I have been waiting for like forever. And she's ready.
Old Jack Wolf. I'm so happy to see you in the chat.
Yeah, old Jack Wolf. All right. Well, did you want to pull up? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
I just want to say, I hear from people like you, old Jack Wolf. I hear from people who were taking college ecology in the 80s that this is not a shocker. And of course, I learned about climate change as a kid in Illinois public schools. I've been covering climate change for a long time. I think that there are obviously failures in the communication that the scientific community has used, that we're in this point, right?
Yeah.
And the mitigation strategy, I think we're all at a point where sadly this mitigation is the only message for response that's not working out so good for us, right?
No. My gosh.
We need other ways of talking about this and other ways of responding. And I've found that a resilience approach where we talk about what's happening now and how can we respond on the ground in our communities, that energizes people in a different way, and it lets you get more people to the table. And this is a big problem. We need everybody at the table we can get.
You're like a first responder in a way, really, because to me, the weather organizations, the meteorologists, and the first responders add American resiliency. There you go. The full plate right there. I mean, you're responding to a need that is sorely, you're not just a proper channel, you're sorely needed. Your information is, and you can talk about the state by state and everything you've done, which is great.
It's I feel very grateful to have had the opportunity to do this work. I wouldn't be able to do this work without the support of the AR community. This is how I support my family, is by doing this work, and we're in just a wonderful place of support. Thanks to the community, thanks to the generous giving. We had a major donor double our budget recently. Thank you so much, Christopher and Luann. We are in a position to hire a third staff member in January so that we can work to serve the AR community better, and so that we can serve the public better, improve access to this information. I don't have like my own secret satellite network, right? Like, I'm not coming up with this information myself.
Jeez.
I wish I did, Sandee, but I don't. There's no like supervillain level
You're
lab
not Elon shorting.
No, I'm kind of like the anti-Elon.
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
So the
Vitamin
information
water.
that I use, the reports that I make, the risk assessment and change response strategies that we develop at AR, they're based on incoming information about Earth systems. We use the sources that policymakers use to make decisions, to help you make decisions about your life. And we use high quality, peer reviewed modeling research to help us look forward using different paths.
How do you come up with what you need to do? How do you come up with, okay, we need to ABC?
It's something that had been rolling around in my head for a long time. It was 2015 when I really started thinking seriously about founding AR, because that was when I became so aware of how much localized projection information we really had, that even back in 2015, we had a fair idea of what sort of changes in temperature and precipitation we expected across the US by 2C and how it would vary. And knowing that that information was out there, but it wasn't very often shown to people in a way that connected it to the ground, made me want to use the information we have to tell different stories. And so I have NCA 4 and NCA 5 outlooks for all 50 states. I also do international work, and the international modeling information is getting better all the time. I recently did an update for the EU and the UK, and we did a deep dive looking at the UK to see the differential impacts of AMOC collapse, because a lot of people know that if the Gulf Stream does shut down and it's looking very wobbly, right, that we expect extremely differential impacts to Northern Europe and to the UK. We have a lot of folks in Scotland who are part of the AR community. So being able to get them this information was cool. Right now, I'm working on an international outlook for Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. And I think that when we look overseas, it lets us see how serious 2C impacts are, and that the US is like not first in the triage line on this situation.
Oh, I don't think so. Can you do me a favor? Just real quick, give a little 2-second overview of your models and see what you're talking, when you, just so anybody that
so
may
when I
not
talk about the NCAs,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is like such a scientist thing to do, to just be like, yeah, let me drop some letters at you.
I have a sophisticated audience, but there might be some new people.
So I'm talking about the National Climate Assessment.
Yes.
Which was mandated by Congress, a report mandated by Congress to be released every 4 years. The current administration has axed the traditional publication of the National Climate Assessment. But major scientific organizations like the Meteorological Association, they're working to find an alternative venue for the 6th National Climate Assessment. This has been a key source of information for city managers, urban planners, for state DNRs across the US. Everyone gets really excited when a new version of the National Climate Assessment comes out, because usually it has more detailed maps and more detailed projection information. And since the late 90s, the modeling presented in the national climate assessments has been pretty accurate. We're living in a pretty accurate picture of what was predicted for 1.5 today.
Okay. Well, that helps. I just wanted to re-energize the mind to remember. And it is, what countries are looking at possibly taking up where we are not, where unfortunately we're losing time with this administration?
What countries are going to pick up the slack for the US? That is a heck of a question. You know, in the scientific community, I can't tell you how many of my friends and colleagues have lost their jobs in the last year.
Devastating.
Or are experiencing huge instability. I have a lot of colleagues at NASA, at the JPL on the West Coast, and at Goddard on the East. It's like a bloodbath. And these are people who are lifelong public servants. It's awful to see what's happening to the scientific community. And let me tell you, the funding that we're losing for research in America, it's not being picked up. Other countries don't have as large of research budgets as the US has had for pure research. A lot of people are trying to get jobs overseas, but there are not as many jobs as there are positions being lost. And it's going to be terrible.
What took us in this country how many decades to set up cannot be done in 10 months. Although the destruction that the administration has done has happened pretty quickly.
It's awful because it doesn't just impact people in the field today. We're looking at a generation of young scientists who are looking at no funding, no job market, no security. And we're not going to be able to accept students into many PhD programs and labs because of the situation. You know, it's a chain of transmission in the scientific community.
Right.
And if that chain gets broken, it's harder to repair than it is to break it.
Yeah. And I think the focus in this country now is, oh, if you're coming here, it's going to be AI, technical, but that isn't going to do anything for, mitigating or adapting to heating. They're just making it worse by building bigger data centers. I mean, people talk, there's the controversy, well, there's going to be an AI bust or boom. Will it be a bust or boom cycle? It doesn't matter if we don't have a habitable planet.
I think that you have the bottom line rolled up right there. I get the impression from people I've talked to and from futurism pieces that I read that some people feel like our poly crisis is so serious that we can't solve it. So there's a need to approach the singularity because then maybe AI will solve our problems for us. But when you look at what AI is actually doing, have you been checking out any of the AI psychosis research?
Not in depth. I've made a few videos about it. I've talked about data centers, but not that. No.
It's messing people up. And it's a small percentage of users, but it's thousands of people who never had psychiatric symptoms before or psychotic delusions have been kind of pushed over the edge into psychotic delusions by AI.
Because it's talking to them and it's becoming a partner, a friend, whatever, and it's telling them things from what
there was a transcript on CNN recently from a young man who committed suicide who was very involved with a chatbot. And the transcript shows the chatbot clearly encouraging him to commit suicide in like an intimate vernacular, like your best friend encouraging you to commit suicide. It's not giving us the solutions that I think we would like, you know?
It doesn't sound like it, does it? No, it doesn't.
And it's the danger to the groundwater. Like I mentioned earlier, it's so wonderful to hear about your advocacy on the ground. We're using up a resource that we need in a world with more extreme and irregular precipitation. We need to treasure the groundwater. We need to give groundwater time to recharge. In many places, sustainable irrigation is a path forward for a generational future, even in this time of change.
Absolutely. And what are we looking at over in Iran? We're looking at Tehran, a city of like millions running out of water. Running out of water.
You know, I want to see the coverage following up from when this city was the same. Mexico City was in the news for running out of water, and Johannesburg in South Africa was in the news for running out of water. It's like, what happened? Did they get water? What's the follow-up? Like, in the current news cycle, how can we understand the impacts? Because we never follow a story past the crisis moment.
No, and that's our media is just unfortunately and it's not going to get any better. So that's why we have all these alternative sources to try to, it's reach one and teach one, guys. We have to share. And Emily's organization is so worthwhile and so worthy of sharing and getting the word out. Yeah, for sure.
I really appreciate it. I think that when we understand what's coming our way at 2C, it can change the way we think about what we're going into. So you want to put that figure up? Because I think a lot of people, when they see 2C, they think that it's a really uniform picture for the US. So for my video that I'm putting out next week, this is like a sneak peek. This is a video that's going public next week. I'm talking about this 10-year climate risk map that I made. And this is like a very approximate map. This is like a cocktail napkin sketch of how much risk is heading to different parts of the US in the next 10 years, assuming that we're looking at 2C about 10 years out. I think that many people who follow climate, they have a tremendous amount of fear about what's coming, and they assume that the whole map would just be different shades of red. Like, you're going to die in 8 years, you're going to die in 10 years, maybe you got 12 years to live, right? But I think it's important to know that the outlook for the US, we're not direct victims here. We're not the primary impact victims.
No.
We're people who are going to have to watch. The decisions we make and our ability to help others matters, because we're going to have to watch this unfold thanks to the relatively mild outlooks in the US. If you check this out, the red areas, they're areas that are facing multiple incoming threats at 2C, and more than one of them are life-threatening. If you look up towards the north, the Idaho Panhandle, huge wildfire risk exploding between now and 2C. That's also the red up in the Northwoods of Minnesota is wildfire risk, emerging wildfire risk. Combined with other risk factors like in the north there, extreme cold season change not only kills trees, it impacts lifeways. There's a lot of people who live as part-time trappers up in the far north there. It's going to completely change the ecosystem, change the lifeways. If we look down at Texas, it's like funny in a sad way that many of those different parts of Texas that are red for different reasons, because it's like every possible horrible threat that could get worse is going to some different part of Texas. There are parts of Texas that are looking at a 90-day hot season extension, 90 additional days over 95, as many as 40 of those additional days over 105.
There's not going to be able to be ranching in Texas. There isn't. The animals are not going.
It's very dangerous. The flooding that we saw in Texas Hill Country, that's likely to continue and intensify. There are areas that are looking at wildfire. There are areas that are looking at intense deluge type rain when they get rain. And you know, when you get that rain, when you're in a drought, it can't permeate into the ground, right?
No.
It's those types of heat increases, a 90-day extension of your hot season. I think many people think of that as being a national threat at 2C. But there are areas where those heat increases, where the risk of wet bulb temperatures at 2C is much lower. Some places it doesn't increase much at all. Like Seattle, I know that there's some scary change that's being experienced in Seattle. I hear from friends in Washington that they see cedar trees that are sick. And when I hear people talk about cedar trees or when they send me pictures of cedar trees, I know that's a person who's watching an important indicator species. That's a
Okay.
person who knows what they're looking at, right?
Yeah.
The change is scary. The fire risk is scary. But Seattle is so much more resilient to sea level rise than even nearby Vancouver. They're not looking at a threat of wet bulb temperatures. They're looking at relatively low winter change. So a lot of your mature plants, they've got a good shot of staying alive. You know, that's a place where there's hope for persistence. That's a rational hope for persistence.
Okay.
And in that green belt there, going from the edge of the Dakotas, from the eastern edge of the Dakotas up into upstate New York and into inland Maine, those areas are looking at change. Of course, there's no place like this idea of a climate haven where
No, there
everything
isn't.
is fine and normal, right?
No,
Like,
it's
you ever hear them talk
ridiculous.
about climate-proof Duluth?
Yeah, I've heard that.
It
I have.
rhymes, so it must be true,
Yeah,
right?
right. It must be true.
No.
Listen, we had a drought here, and I'm in the green. We had a drought here all summer. It was very difficult. I have a rainwater system, so I can water my gardens and I had to use it this year.
It's really good that you had that system. That cycle of longer summer droughts is something we expect, even in that broad green belt kind of around the Great Lakes.
Oh,
And
yeah,
far up
that's
north, like
me.
where Duluth is, you see Duluth is at high risk because it's in the wildfire band. It's in the
Oh.
high risk wildfire band. You
Well,
know,
look
people
at
have these
Canada.
ideas about that there's a low change place, that there's a place where they're going to be completely safe. There are places where there's better resilience potential, but everywhere we want to make a stand, we're going to have to respond to change. There's no place where it's always 1990.
That's great. I have got to write that down. You better write it to me or I'll forget it. I love it. Can I steal it?
Okay,
Yeah. It's not even funny, but we have to find some humor because the stuff we deal with on this channel, your channel, this is life-altering, threatening, real information, real situations. And Emily, you did a wonderful job. Yeah.
I really appreciate it. It is really important to me to do my best not to give misleading information. I care a lot if the information that I'm putting out there should be able to help people and should be understandable. And
It's really important.
I'm very grateful to my many scientific colleagues who are providing new modeling data, who are continuing to engage in research, who are maintaining the websites that let us look at Earth systems in near live, especially everyone at the University of Maine who's really supporting the Climate Reanalyzer project. It's what I'm able to do, I couldn't do on my own in any way.
Do they need an applause? Yay! We'll give them applause. Give you an applause. Every
I
now
think
and
that
then.
a lot of climate scientists could use a hug right now.
Yeah. I don't have a hug sound. Hug! We're giving you hugs.
Aw.
Trust me. We're giving them all hugs. It's a thankless job.
But we should take the risk map down because, like, if anyone wants to learn more about this and about the limitations, my video for this is going public next Thursday. You can learn all about it and about its problems, and it's good to go. And there's detailed, more accurate boundaries, state level information and regional information, and you can find out impacts related to if we see AMOC collapse as well. I can get you the modeling information for that as well on my channel.
Oh, all right. I have Jim Massa on a lot, and we've done many, many shows on AMOC. I'd love to actually put the two of you together and produce a show with you guys. He is Science Talk with Jim Massa. He's up in Alaska, and he did an amazing thing. He took the projections from the last study where it wasn't, it was 65 years of data that really didn't show that AMOC was definitely going to fail or whatever. It was standard data that he looked at and extrapolated all the statistics and analyzed just a chunk of 20 years. And the numbers looked quite different. I think you guys would have a great conversation. I'm going to send you a clip. I made that video. It was a pretty long show, but I made it into a clip. I'm going to send you that particular clip. I think you'll like it.
I would like that.
Yeah,
You know, I was talking earlier in our time here together that in 21 I would have made different statements than in 23, right? About where we were heading. And with the AMOC situation, it's fine to look at an average study going back a long way, but you know, if you're dealing with a human patient and they've been fine for 20 years and then they have a stroke, you're not like, oh, they were fine for 20 years.
Right.
You treat the fact that they had a stroke. And we're looking at rapid changes in some Earth systems that I think average is not always the statistical tool to use.
No, that's why he did what he did. He did such a good job. I was so impressed that the way he took that data and then worked it. Really worked it.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
I feel like just looking at anomaly patterns in the oceans today is enough to give you the heebie-jeebies. Like, you can't look at it and not think something's going on at this point.
That's what he does. Our audience, everybody knows Jim. So, yeah. Okay, that's something to look forward to.
I'd love to talk with him. That would be super fun.
Great.
Talking about the impacts is, like moving from description to action, I think is the next place a lot of us want to go.
Yeah. Action. I mean, we know what's happening. We do talk about it sometimes till we're blue in the face, the numbers or the statistics. And Elliot Jacobson puts up every day his graphs, which are great. You know, Elliot, Dr. Elliot Jacobson, his graphs and work.
Jacobson puts out a nice figure. He does a good job of identifying incoming data and anomaly patterns in incoming data.
Yes. And then you take that and work it. That kind of stuff. That's important.
It's important when we want to have the best community response we can, because we've all seen that these disasters, they impact the whole community. Like in August, when Milwaukee, Wisconsin had that huge rain event, they had parts of the city had 14 inches of rain in one day. Which is bananas.
Yeah.
The city was able to really build bipartisan support for climate action. The mayor used the slogan, "The rain falls on us all." And we're in a situation where the rain's going to fall on us all, or the drought's going to impact us all. And finding ways to talk about what's likely to come and respond to change. A lot of your policymakers and thinkers, they say this is the window. If you want to do adaptation and resilience work, it's in the space between 1.5 and 2C. Because by the time you get to 2C, everything's so busted that the supply chain is busted and it's hard to get stuff you need to make change on the ground. And people are even more stressed. Like, can you imagine that we could be more stressed than we are now?
Well, yeah, I actually can imagine it. I can.
Yeah.
I feel it.
It's
in people.
Yeah.
But then, then there's the other side of the street, the people that will be shocked because they're denying that it's even happening at all. So what happens? I often wonder what happens in a community where they weren't used to tornadoes and they get horrific damaged tornadoes who didn't think it could happen here. And then it happened there. I often think, where's the follow-up? Like you say, where the media never goes back and says, oh, this is what happened in July and the tornadoes destroyed the town, but nobody goes back for follow-up. How is this town doing?
That is such a particularly dangerous threat. Tornadoes moving to areas that don't have tornadoes. I live in tornado country. And everyone has access to a tornado shelter. And even in parts of the countryside where people tend to be more of the irritable persuasion, if there's funnel clouds, you go into someone's house. People will let you in their house. You go in the basement together because that's tornado culture, right? There are areas where tornadoes are moving. They're kind of having an eastern movement.
Yes, I had one,
People
and I
don't know
have a
what to
tornado
do.
room. I do.
Good.
Yeah.
Good for you. But people don't know what to do. People haven't seen the sky get that color of green before. The more we can communicate about likely incoming threats and prepare for them, we can save people's lives.
I think it's so important. And the farmers here also, they, people that, again, are not used to this kind of extreme weather hitting them need the education. And I live in a farming area, they need the education on what to do and how to make sure. I'll send weather reports to my farmer neighbor before they would get them. I always send them and I say, this is coming. So you got to prepare your animals. You got to prepare. But I don't know if they have that kind of thing overall here. I don't think they do.
I am very passionate about freedom of information, and seeing the increasing censorship of climate information under this administration is upsetting to me. One of the first sources of climate information to be pulled was the USDA projection information this year. And I think that it's important that people know it is the agricultural community. It was American farmers who demanded that information get back up, and the USDA climate information was restored. There are tremendous interest and use of this information by many American farmers. I feel like we're still in this narrative where we feel like the country is split, where there's plenty of people who don't think climate change is happening. I was at a conference last month, and a professor from the University of Missouri presented new survey data. She'd done national survey data. More than 75% of people believe climate change is happening in the US. It's not a minority viewpoint. It's a huge majority.
It's the bots on YouTube, the trolls, and that make it seem like it's overwhelming, but it's really not. You're right.
Well, wasn't it funny earlier this week when the location feature was added to X?
Oh, yeah. And then he had to shut it off, didn't he? Because we saw where these horrible people or organizations even were coming out of. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's not coming out of the US.
No.
A lot of the influencers that talk about the climate change stuff is like a big scam. They're not in the US. They're working to destabilize the US. They're more
What a scary time.
More than 75% of Americans believe that climate change is happening now. And more than 65% of people were making changes in their lives to try to make a difference.
That's good to hear. I did not know that statistic was that much.
It's really moved. Even since Yale did that big study, it's really moved. And I think it's because we're experiencing it. Like the extremes that we've been experiencing since the bump in 23, 24, and 25 have been weird years.
Yeah, but I doubt well, nothing's going backwards. So we are here to learn how to acclimate ourselves to what's happening and what's coming. And that's why American resiliency is so important. Your work. There's so many people. I've had the opportunity to interview amazing people like Samantha Montero. Do you know she wrote the book Disasterology? Just amazing people.
Yeah.
But because like I said, meteorology and preparedness and adaptation and first responding. Do you have first responders involved in American resiliency?
We have some very cool individuals who are volunteering as we renew our ground volunteer program for 2026, who are involved in disaster response coordination,
Right.
as well as having first responders that are members of the organization.
That's fantastic.
I think that taking, with FEMA being gutted, right? The states are supposed to take up disaster response, but there's not a great plan in place for that, right? For many communities, this is a really important time to figure out what you're going to do to take care of each other in the event of the next disaster. I think that if AR can get resources that help people to store water together on a community level in event of utility disruptions, we saw in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene that even people in temperate climates need to have water stored. Do you remember how long the water was out for Asheville? It was
A
horrible.
long time. I had a gal on here that lost her home, she got sick, she lost everything. She explained exactly what happened. It was horrifying. It's terrible.
It was just awful. And
It's
that's
happening
a
all over
city.
the world.
It is. It is. And when I look around the world, when I do the international outlooks, we can't focus too hard on what we are experiencing in the US. There are places where it's much more challenging.
Yes.
And these are not countries that have as luxurious a lifestyle as we do in the US. These are not countries that were big carbon emitters.
No, but they're getting it first.
Yep.
I know. I see the footage. I mean, you could say a lot of bad things about X, but there's some amazing people on there that post that we would not be able to see what's going on around the world if, like Volcaholic, I always say, go to her because she shows everything that's happening. She finds the clips, she puts it all together, and when you see what's happening in all the different countries, you really do get that wow understanding. So that's 65% of people that think it's happening. They might be getting information from online resources that are good resources and not just the negative and all that you hear about so much.
Yep. 75% of people thinking that something is happening probably that is convincing if there's a fair conversation going on, right? And when we have the opportunity to get information from people in other places, when we get the opportunity for people to speak freely, oh, Uganda, oh my gosh,
That's Alex from the
scientific
Climate
community
Crisis Club
in Uganda is so heroic. That's one of the first international outlooks that I did to honor Uganda, to honor the many people who are working the problem so hard there. You ever hear of pearl millet?
I haven't, but Alex might have because he runs the Climate Crisis Club that does the space on X every Saturday, and there are people that participate from Uganda. Amazing to hear that all over the world. That's why I love it because I hear people that live in so many different countries every Saturday. Every Saturday.
That is so cool. There are food scientists in Uganda who have been working to breed pearl millet in Uganda, African scientists, that is able to set and fill grain over 105 degrees. That's
Pearl millet.
That's way above the threshold for corn, for other conventional crops.
Pearl millet.
And they work to make this grain available to feed people in a warming world. And it's a gift to humanity.
That's amazing. Somebody in the chat, look it up and see if you can put something in the comments on it. I can't. I'm not that great at multitasking tonight. So we do have a couple of questions that I thought, well, maybe you would want to. Okay, I'm going to start with old Jack Wolf again. ABOC slowdown is evidenced by a 1.9 inch increase. In this year's Miami's king tide is measured from the previous record of 2025. We'll have to ask Jim about that one for sure. Holy crap, that's a That's a
A 2-inch
statistic.
increase
Yeah.
is big.
Hi,
Oh,
Emily.
man.
Do you know about the
Bela
devastation?
Lugosi.
Yeah, that's a great name, isn't it? Do you know about the devastation of stratospheric ozone caused by satellite reentry? Aluminum oxide. Oops, wrong one. Aluminum oxide is a long-lived ozone-destroying catalyst.
Bela Lugosi, I really appreciate you bringing up this point because this is not something that I was aware of. I've heard about the increased space trash issue and the increased re-entry issue, but I didn't know about that ozone and atmospheric impact. I will learn more about that, and I am excited to have learned a new thing here. Thank
Good.
you.
He's amazing. I know him. Actually, he was here. He set up my studio.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I mean, we have a great community. We do. Just like you do. We really do. Okay, let's see. Question. Hi, Steph. I heard the president of Mexico built infrastructure to bring more to water, I was assuming, to Mexico City. So maybe there's things we don't know.
That is good follow-up. If that's follow-up on what happened with the Mexico City water crisis, anyone who's interested in the climate outlook for Mexico, that is one of the other early international outlooks that I did, and there are some parts of Mexico that have good resilience potential at 2C. When we look to Mexico, there is a lot of potential there, and it made me very happy to see that potential in such a culturally rich and important nation.
Yes. Let's see. Rollins switch. No, Billy Joe. For what it's worth, more than methane is releasing in the Arctic and Antarctica, even off the coast of California. Yeah, it's like everything happening everywhere and more than what was projected.
I hate methane the most of all of the trying to kill us combined threats of climate change.
Okay.
And so we've got this observed rapid melting in Antarctica. And with AMOC shutdown, you'd expect northern hemisphere cooling, which it's like cool. Maybe that'll cap some of the methane in the Arctic, right? Maybe. Fingers crossed. And then we start detecting all this methane release from Antarctica. New methane release from Antarctica. It's like, dang it,
we can't win.
It is a polycrisis. And it's not like anyone can say, oh, there's a definite way through. But for those of us who want to be alive for the next 10 years, we might as well try to do the best we can. And I think it's important to focus on life beyond human beings. I think that it's important to acknowledge that we're in a mass extinction event and that it's a bottleneck event. That's an event where a population gets greatly reduced when it gets small, like going through the neck of a bottle. When we think about the work that we can do today, I think it matters to think about the future of life, to know that in previous mass extinction events, small populations matter. And so the work we can do to make space for other living organisms is really important right now.
She is. You're wicked smart. or what, eh? That's Canadian. That's Kelly. Kelly
Thank
from
you,
Canada. Kelly from Canada. Let's see what else.
Canada, I keep an eye on you. I've got more Canada content than any other country other than the US. And I'm always looking for new updates for you all.
They are. Ryan wants to know why are updates not national? Oh no, they are.
I do detailed stuff in the US because I live in the US. And the US is huge. Like, we're several countries' size, right? When we look around the world, I have some national overview information where you can see the US at a glance. For other countries, they're national level because I only have so much time, so I can't do the same level of granularity for every nation.
Yeah, but imagine a team that you could assemble if the finances were there. Wow.
There's so much around the world. And if there are people who want to do a focus on international work and they want help to learn how to access the resources, I would love to help share skills and teach and get more people doing this kind of work to help us respond to change. This is not a situation where I want a monopoly. We need more people doing this
Right.
work.
But isn't it something that, you know, science now has to be crowdfunded in the United States?
Let me tell you, Sandee, it is bananas bonkers. When in 21, I was like, I'm going to found this nonprofit and I'm going to have an online first strategy to try and reach people. They're like, so you're going to become a mad scientist on YouTube. Emily, that's the stupidest thing ever. Get a government job, Emily. And now it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you
Like,
built something.
what kind of upside down world is it where I have more stability than some of my friends who took the government jobs?
Oh my God. Wow.
And like when I was, it's just unbelievable. But I try to get up every day, and I'm grateful to get up and work for our community and try to get the best information I can out there that's free for everyone to access so that we can respond to change.
Well, we are glad you're doing it. And I'm looking at, okay, let's see. Vector. And now humanity is gearing up for ocean floor nodule mining with absolutely unknown and unpredictable global impacts on the climate. We're on a mission.
Z. We're like, I tell you, it's like we're looking for as many ways to stab ourselves as possible, humanity at this moment. And when we want to look at where's the big change happening, the biggest changes are happening in the ocean. When we've looked at past mass extinction events, the death is often worse in the ocean. For people who live in countries that have a lot of food that comes in from the ocean, it's important that we know that these climate projections look very bad for life in the ocean, that marine-based food systems are under threat. If you're a person who hears there's going to be great death in the ocean, and your first thought is what's on my plate. When I think that many of us, though, when we hear that there's going to be death in the ocean, we think about the beautiful and intelligent life in the ocean that will suffer.
That is suffering.
And to think that we're going to just strip mine the ocean now, too, it's disgusting. This is not an appropriate way for to behave.
The world is run by psychopaths. I mean, what can I say? Emily, do you use Rutgers-based climate assessment from New Jersey in your work?
One Living World. I have read that, and I believe I reference it in my state video on New Jersey, but I'm not sure because I've made too many videos and I can't remember them all.
Okay, One Living World, then you have to go.
Very much the state level work that has come out from many states. I think one of the great triumphs in recent climate communication is the New York State Climate Assessment, which shows how by 3C, New York City is going to be like New Orleans.
A heat island. Yeah.
A shift towards like a New Orleans type weather, which because it's going to be flooded, it really like you could get a whole New Orleans vibe in New York as we look out towards the climate future.
Well, how interesting.
And other states have done great work too. Washington always deserves to be mentioned when we talk about state level work in climate assessment and resilience assessment.
Washington State.
But I'm sorry, you were putting up another question.
No, we can go back to it. You're not talking too much. This is why you're here. They know what I have to say all the time. My God. All right, I will put it up. But I want to be interactive with our chat because this is good stuff. What is the best solution for people in big cities? How can city people help in stewarding nature?
Ree, I'm so happy to see you in the chat. First off, Ree, I'm always happy to see you. I think that when you're in big cities, there are multiple ways to approach this. In cities, there are often some green space options, and a lot of those areas are cared for by volunteers. For example, I've spent some time in Chicago. I have Chicago roots. The Jarvis Bird Sanctuary on the shore of Lake Michigan is a critical stop for so many migratory birds. It's like the world's largest truck stop for birds. And the thing that keeps that critical ecological island alive is volunteer labor. So if you're in a city, you should see what ecological spots are being cared for, because it's going to be other people like you and they're going to need your help. I think also in urban environments, helping to think about what you would do in the event of utility disruption. What mutual aid can you organize in the event of utility disruption is important, because in cities, the support we give each other makes or breaks a disaster response. Disaster response goes much better if people have a basic ability to take care of each other for at least a short period of time.
I think that's exactly right. People have to, it's community. But I like what you said about the volunteers. Look at who volunteers. And if you have the physical stamina, volunteer in the city to work in these spaces. It's and
it's hard.
You know, another thing I think is very interesting, and I don't know if you've come across this, is empty building lots, like cities in like Buffalo, where my daughter lives. Empty building lots, not building on them, but making them into green spaces, and somehow going to those council meetings and petitioning that if they're city-owned lots, especially for some reason, to make them green spaces.
You know, what I really admire is the work that's happened in Detroit around that. Black-led work in Detroit around urban greening. The communities in Detroit have done some amazing work.
So they're the model.
Totally change their
They're
landscapes.
the model. Wow.
I would put them as the model for sure.
Very nice.
I'd like to shout out Fisheye Farms in Detroit particularly.
Okay. I'm glad I realized that. Now I'll check out much more about Detroit so I can see maybe to bring some of those ideas to people in Buffalo, in the cities. Because it's all green. I'm in farm area. But these city questions are very interesting. And I have one for a comment from, hi, John. John, please grow moss. It can grow on lots of surfaces and is better in CO2 absorption than trees.
John, I think that's a wonderful message. A, because I love moss. Moss is a great aesthetic. And B, because it kind of opens the floor onto what stores carbon better than trees. And I want to beat my prairie drum for a minute. When we're talking about a world of increasing wildfires, a tree burns, you can get all that carbon back up in the air, right? A prairie, which many parts of the U.S. in these drier, more drought-intensive conditions, a restoration of a prairie landscape, that gets carbon below the ground because their roots go 20 feet deep, prairie plants. So even if you have a fire, that carbon stays under the ground. When we look at what we can do, what we can grow, I think it's important to look at the whole richness of the toolbox of life.
Mm-hmm. I really like that moss idea. And if we don't have another drought, I'll try. Hey, I've got moss on my windowsills, but it's probably just mold. But it's green. It's not black. It's not killing me. I don't think. Okay, let's see. All right. Though I'm not political, the stability of the global socioeconomic condition is now a very large factor in heating and the ecology of the planet. Well, yeah, it's directly related. It is the reason. Industrialized, lovely civilization. Here's a question for you. Is Emily ever tempted to head north to Canada?
You know, old Jack Wolf, there's a lot that I like and admire about Canada. And our decision nationally to be rude to Canada this year is so embarrassing. Mm-hmm. Like, it takes a lot to make Canadians mad at you. And when you do, you should be scared of Canadians. Like, they get really mad. I have heard from quite a few people who have worked to try to get up to Canada this year, people who got job offers in Canada, that the state of the healthcare system in Canada is so bad that some people, in fact, turned back and had to give up the job offer. I know
Wow.
people who have been waiting more than a year to get access to primary care doctor. So there's problems everywhere.
Everywhere.
And I'm not trying to knock on Canada. I think
No, we've
Canada's
got-
very cool, and I want to apologize for our national rudeness and horrible behavior to Canada. But I don't
Yeah.
think that it's the same like solution that it was in the Vietnam era. And unfortunately, in some early projections, we thought Canada was gonna have pretty good advantage as in a 2C future. As we understand more about the Arctic amplification effect, change is higher the further north you go. On that figure we put up earlier, you might have saw there was more red up towards the north.
Right.
There are many parts of Canada that the outlook is more challenging than we'd like to see. It was very upsetting for me when I first processed the information for British Columbia, because so many people, they really have a lot of hope in British Columbia as a resilience destination.
Right.
Kelowna is one of the fastest growing places in North America. I think Kelowna is the fastest growing city in Canada. And anyone who follows Canadian climate information has seen the horrible natural disasters that have struck Kelowna in the last few years. And we can expect more of those extreme events in that area. It's we're all going to be facing such change, and we have to do what we can to support each other as we move into this challenging future. But going to Canada is not the simple solution I wish I could say it was.
Kate lives in Vancouver. I really thought British Columbia would be safe, and now things are quite disastrous. She's living right there. And
it's just so sad.
She had another comment, and in Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, the city council worked with residents. Residents worked with the city to vegetate and make urban forests. We have neighborhoods in Nanaimo that are food neighborhoods. I love it. I think
that
that's
is really cool.
Kate. It is. It is. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, John. What about alfalfa? No need to reseed. It comes back like grass. For what? Is it a CO2? Is it a carbon sink, alfalfa? For feed? I mean, they use it for feed.
I would say that a prairie grass, such as could be eaten by many large herbivores, I like to dream the dream of buffalo. Like, there's so much area that can't be ranch land anymore. Why can't we have buffalo again? Why can't we do prairie restoration that could survive in these drought conditions and have buffalo again?
Yeah, why
I'd rather do that. I'd rather dream the prairie dream than talk about growing more alfalfa for domestic livestock.
I like the prairie dream. I wonder if all right, here's my conspiracy theory. I wonder if the elites, the 1%, the oligarchs are trying to just call all of us so they can have their own buffalo theory. Jeez.
I tell you, as was said by a politician in my own state of Iowa, we're all going to die anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's really insightful comment, right?
Yeah, very, very. I heard that one. I'm so sorry for your state. We're all going to die.
We got some problems.
I see.
Got a good climate outlook, but we got some problems.
Medical practitioners and teachers have been placed in horrible, crazy conditions. We need to restructure these institutions with strong humanitarian ethics as a backbone. Yes. I would
agree.
Yeah, but we're going the opposite way. In this
I'm
country.
so glad you mentioned teachers. I think that thinking about teachers and children is important in this time of change.
Yeah.
When we look at long-term impacts to learning and the impact that short-term video consumption is having on many people, not just young people and children. We're in a moment for education where we're still working in systems that were kind of designed to a different future than we're living in. A lot of kids don't take education seriously because they know the writing on the wall for climate. It can make work for teachers very difficult. Teachers get very little support sometimes from administration. They're put in like a customer service job role. Healthy human cultures honor teachers.
Our
The fact that
Department
teachers
of
are so underpaid and
Yeah.
disrespected in our country is a sign of problem in our culture.
It is, and they're decertifying professions now. The Department of Education is under our, what's her name, McMahon, that bastion of intelligence. They are actually going to declassify certain positions as not professional, like nursing. It's I don't know the whole story, so I don't want to talk about what I'm not specifically educated in yet. It is something I read, and I really need to look into that. As a person that worked in higher ed for my career, I just really want to know what's happening. But that's discouraging. And that's also a way to, the teaching profession is under assault. And what you can get grants to go to higher education for. I mean, you're right about, we have to look at the kids. What is their future to learn in this country anyway?
It's very, you know, we're kind of on this cusp between an information age and a disinformation age, right? Like, it is true that on YouTube, if you know where to look, you can learn a lot of skills.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot of practical skills, how to repair things. You can learn about climate. You can learn about whatever you want to learn about. But we're also in an era where traditional education could be a lot harder for many people to access. It's so expensive. It's getting harder to access funding to get an education. And as well as quality information, there's also a lot of BS on the internet, right?
How did he do that? Upside down world. It is.
Though there is an upside down quality to it. I think that as we're moving forward into an era where the internet is not a Wild West anymore, and it's not like a capitalist space anymore, it's becoming like an AI slop space, right? Getting access to quality information is going to be more challenging. And if we can share quality information sources with each other, I think it's really important.
I think that's why I'm sticking around and I don't say, I'm just not doing this anymore. Because I watched a video on AI slop. I watched somebody, I don't know why it popped up, but it was very interesting because I do see those no face channels and they're monotone AI voices and they're getting 250,000 views and they're just superficial bullshit. It's just sad. It really is. But of course, my channel is, I mean, I'm not a taste for everybody. You know, we're all different. We are all different. But for a lot of good information, please, guys, go to American Resiliency, and I'm going to put the link, more links in the show notes. We are an hour and 10 minutes, and guys, I'm tired. So let's wrap up. We didn't do the environmental coffeehouse flush of the day. So Emily, you're the guest. What would you like to flush metaphorically?
You know, if we could flush the methane from the permafrost thaw, that would be so convenient for all of us. I don't know if that's in the spirit of it.
Well, bye, methane in the permafrost. You know, my former partner Jennifer would agree. Yeah, my retired partner here, Jennifer, she would agree.
Sandee, you keep going. You bring together a lot of important ideas on Environmental Coffeehouse, and I'm so happy to get to talk with you again.
When I feel good enough. Not every day, trust me. But Ernie, another Canadian. We've got a lot of Canadians in the audience. Ernie has a great channel. You want to relax? Go to Ernie's Cabin. He just talks and he lives in this beautiful place and he's so philosophical and lovely and mwah. Wonderful. This is why I don't quit because of the chat, and the people that follow us, because everybody that does really cares. And I know you have the same kind of dedication, but we need a wider view for your work because it's essential. I'm just the messenger, but you're the frontline working doer person. That's what I really respect about you and what you're doing. It's unbelievable, and you are a fountain of knowledge, and I thank you. It's a love fest, but yeah, because you're goddamn wonderful. There you
Well,
go.
Sandee, thank you so much. I'll do my best to keep it up, okay?
Look at that. Sandee brings different angles and angles related to environmental concerns. Yeah, I do what strikes me at the time when I do my own shows. I have to be less lazy at getting in touch with everybody to get interviews going on again. And here we are.
Do what, we're in this for stamina rather than speed.
Yeah.
So I figure we got to take care of ourselves, and we do what we can do, and it matters that we keep going, not that we do everything so fast.
I like that. We're in this for stamina, not speed. Yeah. I think you're right. All right, everybody. Peace out. Oh, it's holiday. Thanksgiving. We should be thankful for the people that are in our lives, whether on the internet or in our lives. And the animals, right? You want to say the last word, Emily?
Thanks, folks, for being here. And Sandee, thanks so much for the chance to come and chat with you. You have a happy Thanksgiving, too.
And you should write a book. Let's see if she has the time to write a book. All right, guys. Good night. See you. I don't even know when. Tomorrow night. And you know my schedule. Thursday. No, not Thursday. No show on Thursday. And Friday night. Yes, I have my show on Friday night. All right. Nighty night.
There is a movie that is still on its first round release in the exact same cinema that it premiered in 1980, and that theater was created exclusively to play just that movie night and day, and it has never played anything else, making this the longest running film of all time at 40 years plus, because it's still going to this day. I'm talking about Romance on Lushan Mountain, which is about a daughter who falls in love with her son every senior generation. It's still playing in Lushan. It's a huge tourist attraction. It's an hour and a half. You can go to the small theater and see it today. And if you find yourself in Lushan, I suggest you take part in history and check it out.
Welcome. What's going on this impromptu live stream the day before Thanksgiving, November 26th. I hope everybody is doing quite well. We're going to get into it in a minute. You know, the news typically, unless there's something huge going on, typically the news slows down a little bit around the holiday season, especially the end of the year. I think people are spending time with their families. And unless there's something just tragic going down, there's just less stories going on. But with Donald Trump being in office, that just doesn't really last. So we got a couple of things to talk about before I move on to some other stuff. However, what's going on, Alonzo? What's going on? How you doing? I'm going to be doing another live stream on Friday. But also, check out my Patreon. I'm going to be putting out my first film project probably next week. I'm just waiting to get paid because, we got Sigourney. What's going on? I'm just waiting to get paid so that I can, put money into this and that, because ain't shit free. So sometime in the next week or two, I'm going to put out my first film project. And then again, on the Patreon, including the new membership packages, is a way to help me with the production of those projects. I saw that, Alon, so thank you so much for subscribing. And, we're going to keep that ball rolling. But I'm going to continue to do political stuff here, but just get more involved with other things on my Patreon. And let's go ahead and get into it. So apparently Donald Trump has a creative new name to call the Republican Party. And honestly, I don't even know why this is a huge story, but it is right now. And his new word is not Trump Republican. It's T-publican or T-publican. So I guess we got to figure out how to pronounce that. I don't know. There's a lot of new names. Not everybody is down for the cause. Marjorie Trader Green. No, what does he call her? Marjorie Trader Brown. She's no longer Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Trader Brown, for a couple of years there, I thought she was a good one. I thought she was on my team. But then, I caught her making those tweets and going on those news shows on The View talking bad about me, because the ship is sinking. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she no longer wants to be involved with Donald Trump because the ship is sinking. You know what I'm saying? MAGA's done. There's going to be some stragglers, but overall, Donald Trump's popularity is not going to stop tanking. And, while he may try to run again in 2028, he's not going to be president again. That's not happening. Republicans are going to get slaughtered in the midterms. We saw what happened in this last set of special elections. And they really don't have anything to sell. They can't blame Biden. They can't blame Obama for anything. And despite everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene has done for Donald Trump, that's not enough. And with people like Trump, nothing's ever enough. You can say yes a million times, but as soon as you say no just once, that's it. So MTG's running into some of that, but that should be to no surprise, because that's who Donald Trump has always been. It doesn't matter who you are. It does not matter who you are. That's who he's always been. But I guess we'll need a new word for that. But just a bigger issue that the Republican Party has at large is, and I'm not the only one to say this. This is what pretty much everyone's aware of at this point, is that the entire Republican apparatus is about Donald Trump. And even if Trump wasn't a psycho narcissistic criminal who even if he wasn't that, this would still be a big problem for Republicans. People don't live forever. People's time comes and goes, even if you don't pass away. So, that was just a huge mistake from the get-go. And speaking of that, the bigger reason that he ran for re-election this go around, as we know, was for him to stay out of prison. And this would have been, unfortunately, this wasn't prosecuted in full, but this really would have been the bigger deal, is him interfering in Georgia when he told the election. One of the election workers to find him, 11,780 votes. And we got this on, we got this recorded, but this never went through. Now this case is being dropped. This is being completely thrown out. A Georgia judge dismissed the 2020 election interference case against President Trump and more than a dozen of his allies and supporters today after the case's new prosecutor moved for all charges to be dropped, saying pursuing the matter would be unproductive. At the end of the day as well, the Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump basically can do anything that he wants to do. So if they didn't continue to push this forward, or rather if they did continue to push this case forward, it's not like he would go to prison for it anyway. But everyone else in his administration, they are not in that same protected boat. They're not in that same status. So they got to be careful. The Stephen Millers, all of them. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee threw out the case less than an hour after Peter Skandalikis basically just wanted to throw it out. This case is hereby dismissed in its entirety, McAfee wrote. And hold on, what does it say? Scandalicus, the executive director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, acknowledged in his 23-page filing that the case, quote, is on life support and the decision on what to do with it falls on me and me alone. So I guess technically that is his decision. But again, like the time to have really brought this forward would be, or rather would have been right after he lost the 2020 election. What was his name? Why am I blanking on his name right now? What is his name? I guess I'm ready to eat my Thanksgiving. God damn it. The dude who was attorney general who Obama wanted to appoint to the Supreme Court. I can't write for whatever reason right now. His name is a blank on my mind. But if he wouldn't have waited so long to press those charges, then again, this really was the bigger case that would have really gotten him into trouble. Quote, as special counsel Jack Smith, with all the resources of the federal government at his disposal after reviewing the evidence in this case and considering the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Trump v. United States, along with the years of litigation such a case would inevitably entail, concluded that prosecution would be fruitless. Then I too find that despite the available evidence, pursuing the prosecution of all those involved in the state of Georgia versus Donald Trump on essentially federal grounds would be equally unproductive. The political persecution of President Trump by disqualified defense attorney Fani Willis is finally over. So I guess this could be considered a symbolic victory for Trump and MAGA, but at the end of the day, they are Merrick Garland. Thank you, Alonzo. Merrick Garland. If he would have pushed this forth, sooner, that's really what would have made the difference here. But at the end of the day, that didn't happen. So I mean, honestly, I guess it's fine that they're dropping this case because it wasn't gonna bear any fruit because of what the Supreme Court decided. And this right here, what we about to go over now, is not like brand new news, but as I'm sure y'all have seen, Donald Trump recently decided to roll back some of the tariffs that he put forth. And what an admission of defeat, because pretty much everybody except for Donald Trump was saying that his plan for tariffs was not going to bear fruit. It wasn't going to work because he just put blanket tariffs on everything entering the country, and he would raise them arbitrarily. Now it's 25%. Now it's 50%. It'll be 100% if you don't do what I say. And, the branding behind it was to bring manufacturing back to the United States. But as we know, the issue with that is that the world doesn't work that way. The modern world is a connected economy. Manufacturing happens all over the world. Sometimes things get shipped 3 or 4 times before they end up in their final destination in terms of how cars will get made and manufactured. So, there's the nationalist countries, that form of economics just does not work well in the modern world. And then even if it were to, we would have to make, probably over $1 trillion of investment into manufacturing here in this country. We would have to, just to build the factories, just to build the industrial systems, and then paying people to do the work. One of the biggest reasons we ship so many of these jobs overseas is because you don't have to pay people in other countries as much as you do here. So, that would just completely flip the modern economic plan on its head, which we know corporate America is not interested in doing that. They want to make a profit. By law, they have to increase profits for their shareholders. So this was never going to happen. You said a Q&A live stream. That's a good suggestion, Alonzo. I will do that. As a matter of fact, I'll do stuff like that for the members here and Patreon, but that's a very good suggestion. I will do that, especially around my film projects that I'm making and just like the current projects that I'm doing, what I'm involved in. Very good suggestion. But yes, this is a huge admission of failure for something that pretty much everybody told him was not going to work. And lo and behold, it didn't. And yesterday I posted a little something about just the state of the economy. Here's a bit more information on that. 13,500 positions are being lost in the private sector each week. Pink slips are piling up. One of the only real-time reads on the economy says the bleed is speeding up. ADP, the payroll processing giant, reported Tuesday that private companies have shed 13,500 jobs a week since late October, a steep jump from the roughly 2,500 weekly losses it flagged in its last update. That is a huge jump, a massive jump. And I mean, again, think of the rippling impacts of this type of stuff. The more people lose their jobs, we're also dealing with general inflation, also dealing with the increase in pricing with the tariffs. As people's discretionary spending dries up, they're going to stick to the necessities, food, paying your mortgage, paying your rent. When times get hard enough, people pick and choose, if they want to go without hot water this month or if they want to go maybe without lights for the next couple of weeks. These are the types of decisions that people have to make. You can end up going from shopping at, your local, whatever your local, maybe higher quality grocery store is, to shopping at Aldi or shopping at budget grocery stores, which dries up discretionary spending at the higher class, quote unquote, grocery stores. People stop going to amusement parks. People stop going to the club and bars as much. People stop going to restaurants as frequently. All of these types of things that people don't absolutely need to survive starts to dry up. And when you look at 13,500 job losses a week, you look at, yesterday I posted something about how hundreds of thousands of Black women are missing from the labor force. Some of them left over from the pandemic in 2020. Amazon getting ready to replace almost 1 million people with artificial intelligence. This type of stuff adds up. People can't afford to buy houses. Car repossessions are skyrocketing. It's bad out here. It's really bad out here. And this, again, this ultimately is why Donald Trump's approval is going down so much, and why people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are fleeing this sinking ship, because the reality, it is not good. Unfortunately, Americans have a very short memory. So, we forgot how bad Donald Trump's first term was, but it hasn't even been a year. And look where we at. In line with this, so hold on, let me bring this up. California, the state of California is suing the Trump administration because some of the recent decisions they made, there could be over 170,000 additional people on the streets because of this. And we already have over 500,000, I think over 600,000 homeless people in America now, right now. And over half of them work. The majority of homeless people, in fact, work. The Trump administration went after, even before the government shut down, food stamps and the SNAP program, making it more difficult for struggling families to receive their benefits, making it more likely that they get less money in a month for those said benefits. The firing of thousands of people that luckily the federal courts stepped in and stopped a lot of those firings, not all of them. The hundreds of billions of dollars that were slashed for programs like USAID and stuff like this right here. Okay, so California Attorney General Rob Bonta sued the Trump administration Tuesday, seeking to stop a federal policy change that advocates say could force 170,000 formerly homeless Americans back on the streets or into shelters. And they create even more poverty when they do stuff like this, which at the end of the day is the point. That is the point. The lawsuit focuses on a federal program known as Continuum of Care that sends money to local governments and nonprofits to fight homelessness. This month, the Trump administration announced it was drastically cutting the amount of money the program will pay for rental subsidies and permanent housing and shifting those dollars to temporary housing and services instead. With subsidies for permanent housing reduced, advocates say 170,000 people could return to homelessness. Locally, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority has warned 5,000 LA County households containing 6,800 people could be at risk of losing their homes. Quote, this federal program has proven to be effective at getting Americans off the streets, yet the Trump administration is now attempting to illegally slash its funding. In a statement, a HUD spokesperson called the lawsuit meritless and said the department stands by its changes, which are designed to fix failed Biden administration homeless assistance policies. Again, but a lot of the, including one known as Housing First. No, I mean, they're just they just have animosity towards people who aren't wealthy. This isn't new. None of this shit is new. I hope that they have success in court with this, because so many, if not most, of the actions that the Trump administration has taken and are attempting to take are illegal, including blowing up these boats off the coast of Venezuela and lying about it, saying that we're doing it because they're carrying drugs, which of course doesn't justify murdering these people. But this is what Donald Trump does. This is what he's always been about, is breaking the law. He's a criminal. The American people have known this, and they didn't care. They didn't care. They didn't care. You see, you know what I'm saying? That's the other thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I forgot what I was going to say in that regard, but yeah. So we'll keep our eyes on this. But many of the moves that the Trump administration has taken have been struck down. And I hope that lawsuit bears fruit. You want people to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, but the couple of programs that we have that give people a chance. I mean, most people don't want to live on government subsidies. And then the majority of people who do live off of them or take the majority are white Republicans, which always seems to go over their heads. You know, we don't want black and brown people and immigrants having access to any of these programs, but y'all can have access to the programs. Do y'all do you remember the ShamWow guy? You remember ShamWow, that sponge that soaked everything up? You remember them commercials, them info commercials? I know you remember them info commercials. My man's is running for Congress, and he is a major conservative. The ShamWow dude. And you'll never guess what encouraged him and inspired him to run for office. It was Charlie Kirk's assassination. So let's check this out. The ShamWow guy, he's fighting wokeism, you know. So there we go. He's 61 years old. He had a lot of fame, made a lot of money off of his ShamWow sponges and towels. And now, my dude, all he really wants is to defend Charlie Kirk's legacy. Author Vince Schlamy, 61, tells Time that the assassination of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk in September was the catalyst for his campaign to represent Texas's 31st congressional district. Schlamy was working on a skit called Woke Busters, a parody of the movie Ghostbusters, about people, quote, who destroy the false ideology of wokeism. When he learned that Kirk had been killed, he says the video criticizes diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and transgender rights. And then one of the songs in the skits, he said, if you see a thong that has a schlong, who can you call? Woke Busters. And again, these people act like they're so. I think he was in prison, Sela Grima. I think that's right. I think he was for a while. I don't remember why, but I think you're correct about that. But I mean, this shit is just tired. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, oh, I'm really standing up for justice and rights because I want to be able to be a racist, sexist, homophobic douchebag in public and not get in trouble for it. He says of Kirk that he was a woke buster. I felt like I have Charlie Kirk's spirit in me in a sense or near me. It's drawn me to this. So this dude is 61 years old and he had the spirit of a man 30 years his junior whose entire platform was about racism and sexism and sticking it to the libs. And that's why you're doing it. Well, he's becoming a woke buster himself. In fact, he's filed to run for the Texas House seat in the 31st district. Shlomi admits that he still has to, quote, work on the specifics of his platform. The main tenet of his campaign, though, is combating wokeism in America, which he believes, quote, is based on misinformation or false ideas in order to control people, and blames for creating hate and fear in society. Oh, yeah, that's why there's hate and fear in society. It's not that it was already there. It has nothing to do with the history and the foundation of this nation. It's the people who are trying to fight against that. It's the people who want a better life for their family members and their children and their friends. It's those people who are causing the real problem. And of course, he doesn't know what the specific. This dude is 61 and he's like, sure, I don't know. I don't know what the specifics of my campaign are, but I do know. That y'all remember me from them ShamWow commercials. So vote for me. Let's see how well he does. He says he wants kids to be happy and suggests that they learn about LGBTQ identities later. And he proposes implementing video monitoring systems in the schools so parents can see what's going on. Okay, so that's going to how much would that cost to put video monitoring systems in all the schools in Texas? That would be hundreds of millions of dollars, at least hundreds of millions of dollars. And then you're kind of violating people's privacy. I mean, not everybody wants to be recorded all day long. So then you're going to have a lot of litigation issues with that. And then, you know, I mean, what exactly are you exposing to the parents? Oh shit, they read this gay ass coloring book. They read a gay coloring book in third hour. Like, what exactly are you going to show them? Do you think that there's going to be some type of like drag show right after lunch, in between recess and lunch or something? Like, what exactly are you going to be showing these people? I don't know. But again, what a stupid idea. You're not talking, okay, so he's not talking about, we got Dragon Ball Super in the building. What's going on, my brother? I'm doing well. So he's not talking about raising people's wages or making education more affordable. He ain't talking about none of that. What he's talking about is installing a surveillance system in all the public schools in Texas so that parents can get videos of drag shows or something. I don't know. He doesn't know either. It's unclear how Shlomi might seek to implement these policies if he were to win a seat in that. He doesn't know either. And he's probably not going to win. But at the same time, let me not speak too soon. Let me not say that shit too fast. He's what, 84? I'm 61. Sometimes I get a little tired. I can just imagine him in terms of his age. But if he does step down, maybe he'll sponsor me or support me. Mr. ShamWow, he said Charlie Kirk is get off LinkedIn. Charlie Kirk is his spirit animal, and he wants to put cameras in schools because the schools are too gay or something. I guess he wants to, make the schools more straight or something. Now, did y'all see this? Did you see this? Like a dude who works at Campbell's or something like that. He got caught up being recorded saying he would never, ever eat this food because it's for poor people, and lots of other explosive language. The vice president and chief information security officer was recorded saying, his name's Martin Bally. He said, I don't buy fucking Campbell's products barely anymore. It's unhealthy. Now that I know what the fuck is in it, Even a can of soup, I look at it, bioengineered meat. Okay, it gets worse though, because Campbell's they can't have motherfuckers telling our customers what's in the meat. But it gets worse. He continues. He says, "I don't want to eat a fucking piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. Do you?" And then he continues. He says, "We have shit for fucking poor people. We have shit for fucking poor people. Who buys our shit?" Fucking Indians don't know a fucking thing. Like they couldn't think of for their fucking selves, you dumb fuck. Okay, I don't know. Maybe he was just having a bad day. I don't know. And then the spokesperson came out and said the comments on the recording are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Keep in mind the alleged comments are made by an IT person who has nothing to do with how we make our food. They didn't say, hold on now, we don't actually. Now notice she didn't say we don't actually have 3D printed meat in our food. The person making these allegations works in IT. If the recording is legitimate, the comments are unacceptable. They do not reflect our values and the culture of our company. But you can't lie. This type of stuff is hilarious. When you know, they said all of our soups are made with no antibiotics ever chicken meat, meaning we don't allow antibiotics to be added to the feed. Well, there you go. Apparently, my man's is warning us. He's warning us all, don't eat the Campbell's. Whatever's in it, just don't fucking eat it. Just leave that shit alone. And the last story for today's pre-Thanksgiving quick live stream, because it was a quick live stream. Not a lot of news going on. Like I said, around the holidays, especially toward the end of the year, the news is typically pretty slow. I will be on TYT again on the 1st of December, which is next week. I don't think I'm set to be on because the offices are closed. Yeah, the offices are closed for the rest of the week. So Monday, I will be on TYT on Monday. On Indisputable is where I will be. Now, we have to close off with talking shit about Elon Musk because I hate him and I've hated him for quite some time, right? Elon Musk wants us to flee Earth and live on Mars to save humanity. But Jeff Bezos is kind of like, well, maybe we should take care of planet Earth. Maybe we should do that instead. I don't even really need to go over a lot of what was said in this. We can just talk about Elon Musk right now, okay? You know, humanity, we're not building colonies on Mars anytime soon. It may never happen, to tell you the truth, right? And Elon Musk, again, this is somebody who's supposed to be this super genius. He was supposed to have delivered us from all of the planet's ills. But his ideas often are just ridiculous or just flat out impossible. How many times has he lied and said that Tesla was going to put out a new car battery that's going to be able to drive for multiple states and you won't have to refuel it? How many times has he said that and then it doesn't happen? How many times has he promised something that he did not deliver on? Just a few weeks ago, he said in 10 to 20 years, money will be irrelevant and people won't need to work. Like, bro, no. In 10 or 20 years, that quickly, money just will be irrelevant and no one's going to have to work anymore. It's not going to fucking happen. But the thing about Mars is very, very far away and we can't survive there. There's no oxygen. There's not enough gravity there to maintain an atmosphere. So even if we somehow found a way to put more of an atmosphere on Mars, it wouldn't stay because there's not enough gravity and there's no magnetic field. And because there's no magnetic field on Mars, it's constantly getting bombarded with radiation that we can't survive. Nothing can grow on Mars, right? We can't grow food there. There's no fucking water. Maybe there's some in the poles way deep down in the soil, but we would have to like change everything about Mars, which we don't have the technology to do. And even if we did, the shit would take thousands of years. Who the fuck wants to live on Mars? It's not possible. There's no air to breathe. There's no food to drink. There's no food to eat. There's no water to drink. There's not enough gravity. There's fucking nothing on Mars. And then to get to Mars, do you know how long it takes? Like six or 9 months to get to Mars. And you can't just go there. You can't just take off in a spaceship and go to Mars whenever you want, because things in space are in constant motion, right? So you have to wait for the Earth and Mars to be aligned just right, so that 9 months from now, you land on Mars. Because if you get that calculation wrong, you're never going to land on Mars. You're just going to be floating in outer space. So what? So we're just supposed to transport billions of people to Mars. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This shit isn't happening. It's not fucking happening. One of the biggest reasons we haven't sent any human beings to Mars yet, first and foremost, because of all that shit I just listed out about how hard it is. It's easier to send robots to places like this, to send probes, because robots and probes don't need to eat or drink. They don't have, they're not going to get lonely. They're not going to have developed suicidal inclinations. This isn't happening. It's not happening, but he's the wealthiest man on the planet. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We're not going to fucking Mars. We need to take care of this planet right here. But thank y'all. Thank y'all for joining me on this lovely pre-Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving Eve, a quick little 30-minute stream. You know what I'm saying? Honey said the new Kamen Rider is the best anime this season. DJ Black, I'm gonna check that out. I don't know if I'm familiar with Kamen Rider. I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Yes, sir. Pinky up. I'll check that out. Especially if it's on Crunchyroll, because I got Crunchyroll. But yes, I hope that all of you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Yeah, hell yeah, Dragon Ball Super. We definitely do. Matter of fact, this weekend, let's hop on a call. I'll give you a call because after tomorrow, I don't really have any plans. I don't think I'm doing anything. So yeah, let's hop on a call this weekend. I'll update you and you update me, and we move the ball forward. But y'all have a safe night, a safe weekend, and I will catch you. I'm gonna do another live stream on Friday, so I'll catch you then. Thank you so much. All right, so we're just going to jump straight into this because this clip is like 30 minutes long. And we might not watch the full thing, but, you've seen the rounds. Donald Trump was praising Mom Donnie in the White House and saying that he's got some good ideas and he thinks that he could do a great job. And, we'll see how long that lasts. I mean, Trump will probably oscillate back and forth between praising Mom Donnie. This may be the only time he does it, or maybe every time they're in person, he'll do it because he don't have the same things to say to people in person if he doesn't have the leverage. But I suspect that he's probably going to end up attacking Mom Donnie. The Republican apparatus at large is, but he probably will too, just as further distraction because he's just involved in so many scandals at the same time. So let's check this out.
Well, thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And
maybe that's some of the reason that Trump is praising him too, because Mom Donnie won very, very handily, very, very easily, like he said, but also he has a lot of celebrity and Donald Trump likes that.
Congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. That anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Another issue with Trump is he's always putting on a show. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president. I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for the mayor-elect.
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Could you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot.
And another reason, one of the reasons he's saying what he's saying right now, like, well, he's got some views that are kind of out there. I don't know. Maybe he'll change, but because he don't know how to answer the question. When you ask him why is he a communist? What exactly makes him that? He can't list off a set of policies because he has no idea what Mamdani's trying to do, because that's not where his attention really is. He's just, you know, whether he's just listing off some BS lie or BS propaganda to further elevate his brand. If he's not doing that, he's watching television to see who's talking bad about him. And then if he sees anybody talking bad, or if Fox News puts out a poll that shows that he's not doing well, that he's unpopular, then he'll, you know, make 50 posts on True Social like, Fox News, they're a bunch of losers at Fox News. I don't know, their ratings are low. They used to be primetime television, but now they're, you know, like, that's what he does. Because as I often say, he accidentally became the president. This is not what he genuinely wanted. He not having a good time. He don't know what the fuck he doing. And he's just completely unfit for this. And he's out of his goddamn mind. I mean, you know, right now it's like, oh, Trump was buddy with Mamdani in the office. But literally a few days ago, he was like talking about Democrats should be executed. Like, this dude is out of his mind. Like, so... And what is really going to come from this? You expect, oh, well, maybe Trump will back Mamdani. Who knows what the fuck Donald Trump's going to do, because he's crazy. All right, let's see what's up.
From when I first came to office, it's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be, I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually. And some very liberal people, he won't surprise them because they already like him.
And for Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago, you referred to President Trump as a despot who had betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views. And what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
Yeah, Zoran is exceptionally good at this shit. Like if he was born in the United States, then he could very well become president sometime within the next 20 years. He is, and now we'll have to see, what he does during his tenure as mayor of New York City. But just he's very skilled at saying only what needs to be said in terms of his responses to people. He's definitely provocative, and that's important in the times that we're in. You have to be somewhat provocative in today's time to really not even just get people to pay attention to you, but there's something that people admire about that. Not if you're ridiculous and too much and just an asshole, but if you're a bit provocative in your authenticity and how you stand on your opinions, you're not ashamed of yourself and your personality. You are who you are. There's something attractive about that, and that's alluring. And again, especially in the age of the internet, you really need that. Otherwise, people just they're not gonna pay no attention to you. But also, he's smooth. I have yet to see him fly off the handle with anything. Like, he just presents himself like he's better at this shit than everybody. And he is. And one of the reasons is just because he's genuinely good at this, but also because these other people suck. Not just the Republican Party, but the Democrats suck too. Chuck Schumer, the Nancy Pelosi era, she's stepping down. Chuck Schumer's done. The Cory Bookers, the Hakeem Jeffries, all of these people who, at the end of the day, they're too backed by corporate dollars. So they're only going to do so much. They're only going to fight so hard. They'll die on certain hills, but a lot of the things that they do are just tokenism.
I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, Anthony Marshak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding, you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the Independence Day in Lebanon. And what is your next move to push toward disarmament? The disarmament of Hezbollah.
Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that. Not even. We have $20 trillion of
no, we don't. We don't have $20 trillion of investment coming in. He just, again, everything he says is just a complete fabrication. And one of the biggest reasons for that is because he doesn't know anything. Donald Trump does not know what is happening in the world. He does not know how the government works. He don't know none of that. He's not interested in any of that shit. So yes, everything he says is just complete bullshit, because what the fuck else is he gonna say?
Close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon.
It'd be like, sir, farmers are losing billions of dollars in profits. Their soybeans are just sitting around. You said you made a deal with China, but they have yet to actually follow through on it.
Actually, their soybeans they're not sitting around. So they need to stop complaining. China's gonna buy all the soybeans. We have $230 trillion.
Yeah, what the fuck else is he gonna do? He's a TV personality. What, he gonna sit up there and say, yeah, actually, I'm destroying the country and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What else is he gonna do? The whole reason he's in the position he's in is because he would be in prison were he not in the position that he's in. This motherfucker would be in prison right now if he didn't win the 2024 election. So no, of course. It's just it's nothing but bullshit and fabrication and propaganda, because what else could it possibly be?
A big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. And we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it. And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president to meet you to the White House.
I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East.
We desperately want it. And that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
Again, and so what is Donald Trump going to do to negotiate peace in any type of conflict around the world? And the reason that we're upping things with Venezuela is because of all the oil they have there. And in Trump's simple mind, it's just, oh, Venezuela has oil, let's go take the oil. It's not more complicated than that. That's all it is.
I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you've threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you've called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out. And I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Two questions.
So this is definitely going to be an area of lots of strong tension between Mamdani and Trump, because he's not going to take his foot off the gas with sending ICE all over the place. One, because that's what the people in his administration want and are putting forth, particularly Stephen Miller. I mean, this is his whole identity and personality is everyone who's not white, get him out of here. Like, that's his whole fucking identity. So they're not going to stop doing that. And then at the end of the day, they don't have anything else for any type of legitimate outreach to their base. Like, they can't, Donald Trump can get up in front of the camera and say and tell people that that grocery prices aren't more expensive and that everything's cheaper than it's ever been. But people know that that's not true because they're the ones at the checkout lines. But for the ones who are just, they all, that racism is just the core of their existence, then all of this ICE shit is what they want to see. So, yet Trump's gonna send people into New York, and Mamdani's gonna stand up to it, and then they're gonna clash. So this shit's not gonna last.
Questions, if I may, one for you, Mr. President, on BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect, you're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living. And that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
It's really good for him to be able to sit up next to him and do so well and look so good, because
the tides really are turning in terms of what's possible to get passed in government going forward over the next several decades. We have a lot of opportunity over the next several decades to, make healthcare, education, home prices home prices is maybe a bit more out of reach, but we have the opportunity to make the general cost of living less, as well as provide the general working public with higher wages, better benefits, a more sensible tax system for corporate America, and real investment into its people, a better education system that actually prepares people for the modern and future job market and teaches us skills that actually can render us more able to positively contribute to the economy, which is what these people care about at the end of the day. And they done squeezed everything too dry. So that's why there's a good opportunity for, more people like Mamdani to take the reins of power across the country.
I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to,
again, that's not true. Energy prices are up. They're not down.
Have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue the BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress?
Again, he asking him about him suing the BBC for $5 billion. This is who he is, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. I mean, other than for the branding opportunities for the left, this shit don't mean nothing. Donald Trump is suing everybody because that's who he is, man. He who cares that he's sitting up in this conference right now and he looks a little decent. He's not decent. Ain't nothing decent about Donald Trump. Nothing is decent about this dude. Yes, he going after BBC for $5 billion because they dared to tell the truth about him.
Any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister.
Like this dude acts like he is not in a public office. Like he act like he's just a private citizen. Like that's not what you're doing. Like people aren't hounding you about things going on in your personal life, because the truth is people don't really give a fuck about what's going on in other people's personal lives. I mean, yeah, gossip here and there, but that shit don't really move people. You and the decisions that you're making because of the public position you're in, you're impacting people's livelihoods. You're impacting people's relationships with their families. You're ripping people away from their families and shipping them to countries that they shouldn't be in. You're driving the prices up on everything. Like that's what you're doing. Like we're not talking about like, oh, Trump had an affair. Like, yeah, that's not what people talking about. That's not what this is. Like people not talking about some shit that you did with Stormy Daniels. And the only reason that people were talking about what you and Stormy Daniels did is because you paid her off with campaign funds. If you didn't pay her off with campaign funds, nobody would give a fuck that you had sex with Stormy Daniels. Like, so, again, I don't like it, but he's crazy. He's out of his mind. Like, he doesn't understand that he's in a public office. All of this shit, all of the trouble that this man has gotten himself into is because he became president of the United States. If he never became president, he wouldn't be in any of this shit right now.
We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You have a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to meet with him, President Zelensky, about your plan? Are you going to meet with him?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. but it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big
Okay, I'm gonna skip through this a little bit.
energy producing plants have been under. I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan.
What is he? Okay, 8 peace deals. Oh yeah, this is along with his shit where he's like, I ended 7 wars. Like, no, you did not. And now it's 8 though. I guess now he ended 8 wars.
You could even go. In fact, they're coming here in a week or two. Go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many, and the one I think is a shame.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing.
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan. President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either.
Too. He don't care about none of this shit. You could just say yes. Like, he don't care about none of this.
Giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal proposal.
He doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of tenuous about
He'll
it.
have to like it. And if he doesn't like it, then, they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that?
You want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
We work with ICE. We work with ICE.
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And most recently, we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
Mr. Mamdani,
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, et cetera. And, we actually, people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Again, and that's another, allude to his simplicity. Like, yeah, I mean, more houses, that sounds good. That sounds good. More money in people's pockets, that sounds good. I could take credit for that. And he's never delivered on any of these things.
Anti-Israel protesters.
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech, you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general. And so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in
But
our
to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you've threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with.
That's so surprising that he wants less crime and more housing and more affordable rents. Like the house. Oh, I guess the bar is just in hell.
Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very, very much today, he'd like to see him come down ideally by building a lot of additional housing.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Thank you, Mr. President. You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would, especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think he's
because at the end of the day, they're not going to flee New York. And these people, I mean, look, if you're a billionaire, you have properties all over the world, more likely than not. So, I mean, these people can live wherever they want, and New York is New York. That's not going to change, especially not no time soon. So of course he would be comfortable living there. Don't nothing really change for him or any of his ilk.
I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York. And I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I mean, shit. Honestly, we gonna close out here. At the end of the day, no matter what he does going forward, these are great sound bites forever. Going forward, these are great sound bites, and we'll see. But again, Mamdani is exceptionally good at this. Now we'll have to see what he does with his tenure. I think that I think he'll do well. He seems to have what it takes. Yeah, Donald Trump is just out of his mind. And I don't expect for him to just endlessly be friendly with Mamdani.
Hey now, thank you so much for tuning in here at Politics and Paper. If you like what I do and you support my work, go ahead and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it and really helps to support what we do here.
Test. Testing. Test.
Hello?
Testing. 1, 2. Test. Test.
Hello?
Testing. Testing. Mic check 1. Mic check 1.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. What's up, Andrea? Can I say to you a happy, hearty, joyous, happy Thursday? Because it's just another fucking Thursday. How are you? How's it going?
I'm feeling really good.
Me too.
I can like hear myself here. This is
I am
causing me a concerning.
roasted like a baked potato. I'm baked like a roasted oven. I'm roasted. So
You're
anyway,
roasted.
I just want to throw this out there. Now I can't stay on here, so you can stay on all night if you
Well,
want
I
to.
will be
Or
real quick to tell you what I will be doing is I will be celebrating America
burger time.
tonight.
There you go. Right
This
on.
is what we're going to be doing here on this space after Matt leaves is celebrate America in the only way I know how, and that's by playing Burger Time. So
I just want to say this space is all about amplifying voices. The term,
I love voices. That's
the
true.
term that everyone seems to be using these days, smaller streamer, is offensive and bullshit. We don't bring people on to be a part of our collective because of the number of subscribers they have.
I'm
We
a
bring
little
them
bit of a
on.
larger streamer. I've been
We
packing
bring
on the
them
pounds
on
recently.
because they deserve to be platformed. We don't wait. We don't go, well, you don't have enough subs. Oh, you don't have enough followers. You're a smaller. And by smaller, they mean under 100,000. So also stop using that term. Like, it's really not cool. There are people who have more than likely grown too big for YouTube, and they feel like they need to somehow separate themselves or elevate themselves. And they do that by referring to everyone else as smaller. That's not, this space is quality content and voices. It's not, it has nothing to do with prior subs. I just want to make that clear.
You just want to
So,
make that clear because that was
this is-
something we needed clarity on.
This is the
You
first,
just want to make sure everyone knows that.
this is the first live thing we've done today. We've been on since 1:30. We've had syndicated and original content, all pre-recorded. So this is the first live thing we've done. And I have been thinking about this a lot. I've been formulating my thoughts. And I was sitting here watching Jackson. I was like, that guy should have way more subscribers than he does. But also, that has no bearing on why he is a part of our project. Right? So
Yeah, great show. I watched the last couple minutes of it. It was good as usual. I like Jackson. He does
what
a
else?
good job.
What else did you do today? Did you watch Stranger Things like I did? I am hooked. Are you?
I
hooked
can't
on it?
watch Stranger Things because I found out one of the lead actors is a rabid Zionist.
That kid. He
Hard
was
to
like
watch,
he was a minor when he said that. Like,
well,
he didn't know. He didn't know
well,
what the
you
fuck
know.
he's talking about.
That, and I tried watching the last season and I got a little bored. I don't know. I just because I couldn't, like, when the third, whichever one, I don't know, that came out and I was like, oh yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't remember. And I was like, oh, do I feel like watching the whole thing from the beginning again? Probably not. And then I never picked it back up.
To each their own.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's all right. I like season 1. Season 1 was fine.
Season 1's really all you need, I think.
Yeah, probably. But what have I been doing? Well, I've been a little bit of this actually. Believe it or not, been playing some. At the practice for my big performance tonight. But been similar to you. Been ripping bingers. Celebrating Thursday. Because, well, for me, Thursday is usually the beginning of my weekend. Because normally Wednesday is the only day of the week I work. And when I say work, what I mean is like talk to people. All the
You got
other stuff
that
I do, I can
Thursday to Tuesday weekend
situation, yeah.
and that Wednesday work week. That's rough.
Wednesday work week. I pile everything onto Wednesday. I swamp myself on Wednesday. I try to get it all done. And then everyone was telling me like, oh, people are abandoning ship on Thursday because of some fucked up Celebrate America Day. Let's celebrate genocide, everybody. Let's abandon this space, this hard project that we've all put blood, sweat, and tears into. Let's abandon it because of Genocide Day. I say no way.
One
I
of the
will work on the
funniest.
weekend for this.
Well, I just want to say one of the funniest things I've seen or read today was in our private working Discord, but the private moderator channel within that Discord.
The secret Discord in the secret Discord in
It
the
was
secret
so fun.
box.
And one of the best quotes I've seen in weeks was, I screenshot it, but I don't know what it was in reference to. Rachel Atwood, you know, this viewer, they're a member of our community. She said, "Ain't no kind of hate like Christian love." And I was like, that's
Oh yeah,
great. But like, I have no idea what that was in reference to. I just think, you know, applicable. So anyway, just thinking about
as we
celebrating
celebrate
this
our,
day.
our fantastic Christian members of this space. You know, I noticed that the Christians they're out there celebrating America on this Genocide Day. So that leaves the dirty non-Christians are left here to clean up the mess, to pick up the slack as usual.
And that brings us to tomorrow.
And tomorrow is
I'm thinking this space should have an AM show.
I would be interested in a This Space AM show.
Because we got people who want to do sports, and I think that works in the morning, you know, like a Saturday morning or a Friday morning or something.
What does that mean? They want to play football?
Sports commentary, like a sports show. Yeah, so if there was a
play the sport before you commentate on it.
If there was a morning, well, they would be talking about professional and college.
But are they professionals? Why should I listen to them?
Okay. You know what's funny is I'll listen to anybody talk about sports and I'm like, you're all masters of the obvious. I clearly don't see the nuance. But it's like, if this team can score more points than the other team, they'll win. But if the other team prevents them and then they in turn score more points, they'll win. And whoever wins the most by the end is the winner.
That's pretty much all I get out of it.
And so then what else is there to talk about except last year they either did or didn't achieve the ultimate goal.
Last year they won.
And then all the little specifics around that. And those are the stats.
And we're really desperate to kill time here, so we're going to spend 80% of this to talk about last year's season.
So, yeah,
you know.
But I think it'd be fun to do a morning show where we pop on at like 7 a.m. and then everyone takes.
You're going to make me start getting up at 7 now. Is this going to be a?
I'll come on. No,
I have to close left past 10 at fucking 1 a.m. and then get back up at 7 a.m.
On Friday.
We're doing this on Friday. Okay.
This is what I'm thinking. That's why I said earlier when I said Friday or Saturday. That's what I was thinking. So it'd be like Friday morning. I come on at 7 a.m. It's a hypothetical. Maybe it's 8.
Hypothetical. We're just calling here.
And then I turn it over to somebody else to talk about one thing for 15 or 20 minutes. And then I come back on and talk about something. Then we turn it over to the guys that do the sports. And that's it.
It's a letter hack sandwich and then sports at the end.
So I got to go. Look, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. And thanks for covering for us
thanks for being here as my guest. Because this is my show. This is my show that you Letterhack actually sent me a message saying, I gotta leave at 7. I gotta get the hell out of there. The wife's probably like right over there, just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Said. You can't believe a word out of her mouth. No, here's the thing. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. The first episode of my new audio podcast co-hosting with Chloe Humbert will drop. Psychgrind.com. Check it out. We'll replay it here next week, but
let me check it. I'm gonna look at it right now.
Be one of the first to hear it. Psychgrind.com. It's a Substack. It redirects to a Substack where you can subscribe.
Oh, it's just a Substack. Okay.
We have a teaser up right now. Well, it's also on Apple Podcast. We have a teaser up right now, but you'll be able to hear episode 1 as of 7 a.m. tomorrow. So this will be your new commute into work on Fridays.
Don't fall for the psych grind, everybody, or do. I don't.
No, that's exactly it. You're right. You nailed it. So
I nailed it as usual. As
one
usual.
Of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. Do you know what that's from?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about it sometime. Okay. thanks. It's good seeing you again so
Yep.
soon. I'm sure we'll talk sooner than
And feel
not.
free to dip in if you have a spare minute. I know
maybe
you
I'll
probably
dip.
won't, but
Maybe
open
I'll
offer.
dip.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. All right.
Get that on here.
Thanks.
I don't
Thanks
know how
for
to end the
watching,
stream,
everyone.
by the way. So I thought I'd
So
share that with you, so you can have a little anxiety on the rest of your day.
no, it's media assets. Go
Don't know.
down to video
Media
clips.
assets, clips.
It's the very first one that says
The very
off air
first one?
credits.
I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
It's the very first video clip.
I'll
Says
figure it
off
out,
air
yeah.
credits, top left corner. So
Yeah, I'll figure it out. This looks easy. I got this.
yeah,
All right.
just don't play the Good Morning Comrade. That'll be confusing.
I might play that one on accident. I might need like 1 or 2 videos just to practice. So just bear with me. But anyway, have a good rest of your bingers. I will be everyone stay tuned on this space. And up next is burger time.
Real
We're going to
quick.
be celebrating America. This is what is this? What is
Last
this? Why are you showing
November, November 5th, 2024, Brooklyn, New York, USA. This is the Bell House Theater. That's the
And this is
Majority
your
Report
little-
live show.
And you
Look,
love this.
Look right to the right of you. See the
Mhm.
gentleman with the red ball cap? I think that's Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions.
You think so?
Gotta ask him. Yeah, but I think that's him. I was looking at this earlier and I was like, oh, I think that's Alex.
You
But-
think so? It might be. It
Yeah,
might be.
because he was there. I didn't meet him, but he was there.
Is that a bison on the ceiling?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Wow.
Might be Beefalo. Anyway,
Okay.
that's all for me. Thanks, Andrea. See ya.
All right, burger time, everybody. Coming up next, while Matt tries to turn his screen off, burger time. I will be bringing myself on screen. That's me, actually. I don't actually know the best way to do this. I haven't done any practice. I'm usually not the producer. Our producer is celebrating genocide today, so unfortunately I'm having to fill in. But I will be playing burger time on my Nintendo family computer. This is a real machine. I am playing this on a real machine. I will be playing. You might see that there's no cords hooked up right now. This is the controller, but I will plug in the cords. I just had to unplug it to show it on screen. The blue feed, that's actually the game screen, actually, if you can believe it. So you're going to see it pop on in real time here. So we got burger time. Popping that into my Nintendo family computer. This is the kind of shit because I don't have a family. I play on the family computer. While everyone else is celebrating genocide, I will celebrate America the one way I know how. And that's with burgers. All right. So we got burger time here. This is burger time. Let me see if there's is there a way I can make this bigger? Can I make like one screen bigger? How do I do that? See, this is why having a producer would be helpful. Ooh, now this is interesting. This is a good screen here. No. See, because I'm hooked up as like a webcam, yeah, this is not, well. How about this? Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, this is burger time. For the Nintendo family computer. This is a port. How do I get these the names off? How do I do that? Edit. What do I? Ooh. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have clicked that. Cancel. Okay. I don't know how to get the names off. I'm sorry. The names are just going to be there. I don't. But this is burger time. Celebrating America today. I'm going to be celebrating America by playing some burger time. I like burger time. A lot of people, they eat Thanksgiving dinner, today, and a lot of people, they eat turkeys or whatever the fuck. Me, burger time. I don't really like eating things that are alive. But burgers, you can just put like beans on that bitch, so I don't, you don't need to eat animals in order to enjoy a good burger. And so I thought I would share that with that joy that I experience with everybody. So this is a day that people like they celebrate today. I don't, but other people do. And those people, they're out having a great day right now. Me, I'm at home. Hold on. I'm at home here with you all playing Burger Time. You know, a lot of people they're out there flying around the country during a pandemic and everything, getting sick like a bunch of dumb fucks. And you know, hey, haven't seen you, and oh, how are the kids? Oh, little Timmy's so smart. Oh my god. Oh, you know, you ever fucking do that shit? Jesus goddamn Christ. I'd rather sit at home and play Burger Time. You know, that's what I just died there, unfortunately. But that's what I would rather do. I'd rather play Burger Time than any of that fucking horse shit. You know, I also just want to say this. You know, like I talk about how much I hate people, how much I'm just not a really a big fan of Americans, you know, and stuff like that. But I find that a lot of these American traditions, you know, like one of the most jarring ones to me is where everyone just has to pretend at all times. You know, you have to keep this fiction you know, that everything's fine, everything's nice, you know, everyone is not falling apart at the seams. We got to be nice in front of the family. You know, I have a fucked up family, so when I think about Thanksgiving, I think about fucked up shit. I'm sure a lot of people are in the same boat. You know, some people will call me a hater for that, but maybe they're not wrong. Maybe I am a hater, but maybe you ever think about like what's so bad about being a hater? You know, being a hater sometimes is actually pretty good. You know, like Adolf Hitler. I hate her. You know, not a huge fan. So I think, you know, sometimes being a hater is called for in some instances. I'm on stage 2 here of Burger Time. I've made it to the second stage. I don't remember how many stages are in this, but I'm on stage 2. There might be 4, maybe 3, maybe 5. I don't know. It's Burger Time. Family computer. Burger Time is made by Namco. Namco, I believe, is the corporate entity that shat out Burger Time, celebrating America in the only way we know how, and that's with the power of burger. So now you might be thinking, what is this? What is this game that you're seeing on screen? And if you are thinking that, well, the answer would be it's Burger Time. Think of it like it's like Donkey Kong, but burger. That's how I would describe this. It's Donkey Kong, but burger. Is that good? I don't know. Is it bad? Probably. But it's something. It's something, and I enjoy it. I personally, I enjoy Burger Time. I've been playing this a lot recently. You know, having a lot of fun with Burger Time. You might be thinking, are there sounds in Burger Time? That's something you might be thinking right now. Where's the game audio? Is there game audio? Yeah, there is. But trying to get game audio to run through the software that we use here at this space right now, it's really difficult to get game audio through these channels without causing a ruckus. So, and I'm a little I'm a little fucked up right now, so I'm not going to be piping in game audio. But if I did, you'd be impressed because Burger Time has got some really good music. I believe the music in this game lasts about 2.5 seconds. It's about 2.5 seconds of a MIDI rendition of what appears to maybe be similar to a song. There may be a melody in there. I'm not sure. But that would be the musical component of Burger Time, of which we are not exposed to at this current moment. But anyway, trying to build more burgers. I haven't even discussed the objective of this game. The objective is to build the burgers. As you can see, there's ice cream in the middle too. You want to get those when you can, but they're optional. And so we have these burgers. You have the buns. You got the lettuce. You got the patties, etc. And you just got to drop them down. You got to climb up the ladders. You got to climb down the ladders. Sometimes you can get these like weird creatures. I don't even know what they are, like jelly beans. I'm not sure. Sausages? Who knows? Is that a chicken? I don't fucking know. But you know, these creatures, they're really trying to get on your burger. And what they don't know is that it's Burger Time, and it's not getting on the burger time. It's just normal Burger Time. So trying to build the burgers here. There's one thing Americans are good at. It's building their own burger. You ever go to a restaurant? I don't. But, you know, I used to, and I would look at the menu, and then the menu says, build your own burger. You know, and then I'm the bad guy for just walking into the kitchen saying, all right, I'm here to build my own burger. I got kicked out of a restaurant not too long ago. It's actually a long time ago. It was in 2018. I got kicked out of a restaurant because I said I'd like to build my own burger. And so I went to the back, I went to the kitchen, and I went in there and I was like, I'm here to build my burger. Menu said build a burger. I was like, okay, that sounds good. I'd love to build a burger. And they kicked me out. They wouldn't let me eat. They wouldn't even give me anything. I said, okay, you can build a burger. Fine. Take it. Take the burger. Okay. I mean, the menu said I could build it, but hey, you want to build it so bad. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't even build me the burger. It was kind of a huge ordeal. But anyway, the objective of this game is to build the best burger that you possibly can. We're really trying to build some burgers here. As you can see, we have these mysterious creatures that really they cause me a little bit of an alarm in my mind when I see these creatures. They're very scary creatures. Nope, I'm dead. If anyone is in the chat room and would like to chat in the room and send any questions, comments, or concerns in my way, feel free to do so. I may ignore your chat. That's also possible. You never know. Just make it good. Make it worth reading. You know, that's one of the bad things about streaming is you ever meet people that watch streams? I've been doing this for a long time, streaming on the internet, you know, and, you know, ever since like 2020, people like that really don't belong here have been on the internet and they've been making everything worse. And now every time you start a stream, you get fucking motherfuckers in there just trying to like just ruin your day by saying the dumbest fucking thing imaginable. You just have to deal with it at all times, you know? So that's one of the problems with streaming. So if you're gonna post in the chat, post something worth reading. I would hope you would do that. Just to be so kind to little old me here. But yeah, I'm playing some Burger Time. Hopefully, I get to level 3. I think I'm feeling I'm gonna die. It's a shame. It's a shame. One more burger. Just got to build one more burger. And we get to level 3. Level 3 is kind of fucked up, though. All right. So now we're on level 3 of Burger Time. I like Burger Time. I don't know about everyone else, but this is a good game. And then that guy did not go down the ladder. That's unfortunate. I'm not an expert at Burger Time, but I'm something. I have a couple other games here too. I have this game here to celebrate America. I might play McDonald's on Famicom. So, you know, Burger Time's not the only thing I've got here. I also, just in case we get really bored, I got Tetris. You know, can't go wrong. But let's give this another round. Burger Time. How could you not love Burger Time? All right. Got to build my own burger. Okay. So I got to go up this ladder here. Now, one key aspect of Burger Time that I have failed to mention as of this moment is that you can get the guys if they're on the bun or just whatever is falling. It will like have more gravity or whatever. It will fall down more layers. So check this out. So that guy was on the bun and now it keeps falling. How crazy is that? You can only see that kind of gameplay in Burger Time, honestly. I've looked for other games and I couldn't find any other games where you stack them on the bun and then they fall. This only happens in Burger Time. Okay. Those guys are going to go down. Nope, not that one. That's fine. Is that a chicken or an egg? It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe it's a chicken and an egg. So, anyway, we got more buns. We got more buns down there. They're in the center area. Ooh, I'm running into a little bit of a problem there. That was a little scary, but managed to get that burger completed. That's really good. Really good gameplay here. All right. And that's all 4 burgers. I think I did that without dying. Very cool. Very cool. All right, so now we're back on level 2 here. This level is kind of it's a difficult level. It's got that reverse pyramid thing. But what's really difficult about the reverse pyramid thing is that, like, you know, if you're in the bottom half, like, and you get kind of stuck, there's really nothing you can do. It's It's a little scary. So, but burger time. For the for the family computer, there's an arcade version of this. I never played it in the arcades. Unfortunately, I was not really too active in Japan in the 1980s. I was neither alive nor in Japan, so I was not playing Burger Time at that time. And so I was somewhere else. But now here I am through the power of the family computer. I'm here to bring you Burger Time live to your streams on exclusively on this space. I don't think if you were to like just look it up, like how many other people right now are playing Burger Time on planet Earth? Like how many people do you think are playing this game right now? Probably not many. I mean, maybe one or two. I mean, I can't be the only one playing Burger Time. Maybe I am. I don't know. There's this bun up here. This bun's causing me some concern. Okay. All right. See now, but now I'm going into this lower half here, and it's very scary. Somehow this is all going to work. I don't know how that happened. I got really lucky there. So all these guys, they're just kind of they're getting all over the place. Ah, okay. There is an MCD game. Is what someone in the chat said to me. There is an MCD game. Probably. Probably. All right, so we got like some like pepper spray or like salt shakers. I don't know what it is. You got like some stun move. We only have so many charges of that before you run out. Kind of scared. Like, what do I... My D-pad kind of got fucked up there. That was a little fucked up. Let's try it again. All right, so I finished the burger. Now I got a little bit of a strategy for the third screen. I'm going to try to hold right and see if I can get up here right away. Yeah. All right. Okay. This is my little strategy here. Ooh. I accidentally went down on that ladder for a second. But that's a shame. That's a shame. All right. Let's try Burger Time. A lot of people right now, probably people that wish they could be playing Burger Time, but aren't. But a lot of people right now probably are wondering, is this it? You know, like, what am I doing with my life? Why am I here? These are things I think about very frequently, in my tenure on this earth. And I would like to, I'd like to posit that some other individuals out there that are currently watching me play Burger Time may feel similarly, maybe even at this moment. But I feel like, you know, me sitting here with you all playing Burger Time, there's a level of like, where did it all go wrong? Energy involved here. But when you really think about it, at the end of the day, at least I'm not watching someone play Burger Time on a national holiday where we all celebrate genocide. You know, you ever think about, wouldn't it be so much easier, you know, if we could just say, yeah, you know, genocide's great, actually. Wouldn't that be so much easier if we could just like put on our happy face? Yeah, woo, you know, America, we're thankful. I'm thankful. Yay. Wouldn't that be great? You know, if we could just put on the happy face and do the song and dance and be like all those other people that are out there celebrating genocide today. A lot of people might say, I'm not celebrating genocide. I'm celebrating family. It just so happens we're celebrating our family on Genocide Day. It just so happens, you know, it's total coincidence. Could have chosen 364 other days on the calendar to celebrate your family. You chose Genocide Day. So, I mean, I didn't choose Genocide Day to celebrate my family. I celebrate my family on any of the other days. But some people are out there, they're trying to say, well, I'm celebrating my family. You know, during a fucking pandemic and all that, everyone's dying. Where's grandma? Oh, grandma's dead. Let's go to Thanksgiving. Oh, where's mom and dad? Oh, they're in the hospital this year. They couldn't make it. So, what are you going to do? At least you have your health, for now anyway, I guess. Very interesting stuff in America. I just find this whole time period to be really interesting. That's why I'm playing Burger Time right now. I'm just, I'd rather not. Oh, I don't have any of those. Is it like salt? Is it pepper? I don't know what is this spray? It's like that you just throw at them. I don't know. All right, let's try it again. Burger Time. Player 1, that's me. Okay, Burger Time. But, we're currently hemorrhaging viewers here at this space, which is probably for the best. You really should not be spending today watching me play Burger Time. You really shouldn't. But probably a better thing to do than celebrating genocide with your family, at least in my opinion. So, just a little bit of Burger Time action. According to the chat room, Burger Time was released in America. I still wasn't there in the 1980s, unfortunately. So, but I've never seen a Burger Time machine in my lifetime. Those were all gone by the time I came around. But we're getting pretty close here. We got 3 burgers. Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. 3 burgers is not bad. I've had 2 burgers before, and then, I feel like, I could probably use a 3rd burger. But I haven't had 3 burgers and then thought to myself, could really use an extra burger. Unless they're like White Castle. You ever have White Castle? Those little ass bitches, those small burgers. I could eat 4 of those, no problem. Do they have like the vegan White Castles? Do they make those? I really should. I'd buy them. Why not? But 4 burgers. That's a lot of burgers. I'll tell you that. I'd be full for a long time if I had 4 burgers. Especially if they all had lettuce on them. Lettuce, lots of fiber and lettuce. Lots of fiber. Really healthy for you. So really fluffing it up there. Volume-wise. Plenty of volume in lettuce, that's for sure. Plenty of volume. Speaking of volume, there's currently no volume coming from the game. You may be thinking, why is that? The answer is because we don't have a producer, and my streaming setup right now is not so great. If I were playing on an emulator, I could probably get audio in here a little bit easier, but I'm not playing on an emulator, nor would I. Because that's kind of offensive to me, to people like me. We have to like do this whole tiptoeing around people for Jesus. People are allowed to believe in Jesus. So if people are allowed to believe in Jesus, I believe that you should play video games on the original hardware. I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's a compromise I can live with. But anyway, so piping in the audio here is a little bit more difficult. I could do it if I had more time and more energy, and if I wasn't on multiple drugs. But unfortunately, none of those things actually ended up happening today. So we're sitting here playing Burger Time in the quiet. We're cold and alone in the quiet. No families here for Thanksgiving. What am I thankful for? Well, I'm thankful for Burger Time because I'm an American. I'm a U.S. citizen, and as a U.S. citizen, I eat burgers. I wake up and I go, oh, it's burger time. That's what I say when I get up in the morning because I'm from America. According to the chat room, there are vegan White Castles. So, looks like it's going to be burger time in my household pretty soon here with that information. How the hell do I do this? What? See, like Scream 3, I always, not to be confused with Scream 3. I really enjoy Scream 3, but Scream 3 is really confusing. Like, it's really, these green things are really Okay. So we got the buns on the top here. That's very nice. Whoa! Whoa! They Pac-Man'd me. Those bastards. Those bastards. Okay. I think I'm fucked. Ooh. I got a good setup, though. I'm going to try this 1 or 2 more times here. But hopefully everyone is enjoying this space. We had several hours of progressive YouTubers. Yeah, progressive YouTubers were talking on the screen for hours and hours. But I'm live. I'm actually here. Today I'm live. No one else on this space could show up live other than me. You ever think about that? Now, I know some people might say, oh, I've got a family. Got to go tend to the family on Genocide Day. Not me. I'm sitting here keeping this space alive. Why? Well, because who else is going to entertain 24 people playing Burger Time on Thanksgiving? It's not going to be Ben Dixon. Isn't this his time slot? Isn't he normally here on Thursdays? Where is he? He's not here. He's celebrating genocide with the family or whatever. I don't know. Maybe he's just somewhere else. Maybe he's not celebrating Thanksgiving. Maybe he's just not here. I mean, it's totally possible. But I'm here. Everyone else, they were like, oh, I'll send in a video. Play it. We got some videos, and they were great videos. I'm not trying to shit on the videos. They were pretty good. Thank you for those. But just I find it to be a little interesting that the only one who could be bothered to show up today to celebrate this working class collective, is that what we're calling it? A working class media collective. We're collecting burgers. And I'm celebrating this media collective here by playing Burger Time. I got to fill the space here. This space. Got to fill this space here today by playing some Burger Time. I'm really thankful for Burger Time. I think this is a really cool game. It reminds me of my home. I was born and raised in America, the United States. Not so united these days, but whatever. And whenever I play this game, it just reminds me of it's very American. You got the burgers. One other thing, you might be thinking, oh, Burger Time, right? Because America loves burgers. But one other thing about this is that it's 2 words: Burger Time. What Americans love just as equally as burgers is the clock. They love looking at the clock. They love setting clocks. They love waking up when the clock tells them to. They love going to sleep when the clock tells them to. They love punching in. They love punching out. So not only do Americans love burgers, but they just love time, like the concept of the clock. So it's a really American game, Burger Time. It's a very, very American game for Americans. I just had like a D-pad problem there. That's very strange. Very strange D-pad problem there. I'm playing on the Nintendo Famicom dog bone controller. This is that's what they call it, the dog bone controller. I'm holding it upside down because you ever play on a Famicom or a NES? These wires are really short. These are really short wires. I have to have the console like on my foot, so I can't really I can't really show it to you. But this is the dog bone controller. And if you've never used a dog bone controller, it's got a D-pad that's a little rough. Now the box controller, the classic NES box controller, it's good. I love it. You gotta love it. Your hands don't love it. You'll get a bunch of calluses everywhere, but it's vintage. You can't not love it. But this one, I like this one a lot too. It's got that Super Famicom, style dog bone. The bone part, which the joint is whatever. And so, but anyway, my point being, the D-pad's a little stiff. So just bear with me here. I'm just blaming the controller for my errors. I have errors. I'll be honest, I make mistakes. I've been known to make mistakes in my life. But one thing that's not a mistake was firing up Burger Time. This has been a really great decision. This has been a fantastic decision. I feel great about it. Hello, Ethan. Burger, stopwatch, blue hand timer. Yeah, stopwatch, blue hand timer. I love that one. That one's my favorite. Thank you for the message. Stopwatch, blue timer. Fuck. Burger Time. I've been playing Burger Time for about half an hour here. And I do have other games that I could play, so I'm gonna switch games after this. Just to I love Burger Time and all, but like, gotta switch it up. So let's see what we got here. All right, so here's Burger Time. Classic game. I love Burger Time. Look at that burger. I want to eat that burger. It's a lot of ketchup though. Or is that tomato? I mean, that looks like a jelly bean. I don't even know what the fuck that is. That shit's weird. Anyway, I got two games here that I can play. This is we got McDonald's. I don't know what the name of this game is. I can't read Japanese, unfortunately. I really wish I could. Maybe one day I'll learn. But this is a McDonald's game. You can tell because of this guy. He's from McDonald's. I guess I should switch these, right? Yeah. But also real quick, let's play some Tetris. I got Tetris. Everyone loves Tetris. I love Tetris. So let's let the golden arches sit and reflect their golden carrots. Let's play some Tetris here. On the family computer, Tetris. Oh. Does anyone like beer? I like beer. I still like beer. How do I turn these? What the fuck? I haven't played this version of Tetris in a very long time, but this is like one of those weird fucked up Tetris ports. Where it's it's fucked up. Like, why is down how you switch? Like, that's just bizarre, dude. Why is down how you fucking switch the thing? That's just crazy. That is insane. Okay, so let's just we got that. Okay, so let me switch that there. Let's put that one there. So this is Tetris for the family computer. One of the Tetrises. There's a lot of different Tetrises. I like Tetris. I think Tetris is a good game. All right, we're about to get something there. Got a line. All right, now this is a good one. Look at that. Right there. Okay. Perfect. We'll put you there. All right. Now this is going really well. For Tetris for me. Look at all these lines. Holy shit, dude. I got 4 in a fucking row. Holy fuck. I feel like I don't deserve that. Okay. Put that there. I got two. Look at that. I'm about to get another one. Check this out. Boom. Put that there. I'm gonna put you here. This is what I do. If anyone wants this is a behind the scenes show. This is what I do when I'm by myself. So a lot of people, they send me messages. They say, "Oh, what are you doing now that you've quit YouTube? What am I doing?" This is what I'm doing. I'm playing Tetris. I'm playing Burger Time. Do I feel good about myself? I try to feel at least relatively decent about myself. But just because you try doesn't mean it ends up working. I'll tell you that. I've tried many years to feel good about myself. I really do. I put in a lot of effort. Every day I wake up and I try to go like, today is the day I'm going to feel good about myself. And then 9, 10 a.m. rolls around, I realize, today it's not going to happen. It's just today's not the day. But so far this Tetris game is going pretty well. I like Tetris. Favorite beer? I don't have a favorite beer. I just don't drink beer enough. You know, to me, like, I like cheap beer as a vehicle to get drunk. But I like trying the more expensive beers also, like the ones that have like 12 ABV. You ever see those? Those are crazy. Oh, they get 12. That's insane. But I'm not much of a beer person. I just, once in a while, just drink some garbage. Just to drink some garbage. I'm not perfect. I know a lot of people think I'm perfect. It's a common misconception, but I can assure you, turns out not the case. This game of Tetris, I gotta say, this is a really, really good game of Tetris right now. This is going really well. This is maybe one of my best games at this moment so far. This is going really well. It was really rough at the start, and then I got like those 4 line pieces, and those have done a great service. You ever hear someone say thank you for your service? What's up with that? Thank you for your service. Like, yeah, like I was in Afghanistan, and you really backed me up. Thanks. Thank you for your service. The fuck is with that shit? I hear that shit on the holiday. You ever have like one of those fucking people in your family that went to the military, and then you have to deal with it like every family reunion? You have to hear this fucking bullshit war story garbage. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, you're so brave. Oh my god. Oh my god." You ever hear that fucking garbage? Jesus Christ. It's terrible. It's terrible. Just everything about this culture. It's terrible. Man, this is not looking good. I will say, as far as Tetris games go, this one's looking pretty gnarly and not in the good way. Actually, wait a second. I might make it out of this. Okay. This is looking good. This is looking good, actually. Okay. And then I'm going to flip this like that and then put that there. It's not great, but it works. It works. This is not working. I'm going to put you there. Not really enjoying the line pieces. The line pieces are causing me a lot of mental anguish. Did I lose there? Wait, what? Did I lose? Or is this... What is that? I did not lose. I refute the fact that this game is telling me that I lost. Unless it's not. Did I beat the round? What is this? I beat the round. Okay. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't played this particular cartridge before. I just got it on the internet. So anyway, we're celebrating life today. We're celebrating liberty. We're celebrating the pursuit of happiness. You ever hear that one? The pursuit of happiness. We're not going to guarantee you happiness. That's a tall order. But the pursuit will let you pursue happiness. And then Americans are like, "Oh my God, thank you so much for letting us pursue happiness." You ever hear that? What is that? That shit's crazy, man. Like the shit that you hear in this country, like those random, the random fucking proverbs of like the fucking constitutional wisdom that you hear old people say. The pursuit of happiness. What the fuck? It's crazy stuff, man. I'll tell you what. But I was playing Burger Time earlier, and now I'm playing Tetris. I like Tetris. This is a good game. It's really fun. Hopefully hopefully people are enjoying this space. I enjoyed this space. I was doing something the other day, and I was like, damn, I really wish I could pipe in some audio into my eardrums and not have to think about my life or the world, or just have any sort of time to process my emotions. And I was like, oh, what should I do? Oh, let's look at this space. And then I watched this space. And so I've been enjoying this space. I've been enjoying this space quite a bit. So I hope you have also been enjoying this space. And I hope you tell your friends about this space. Don't tell them about this show. This is not a good show to tell your friends. But tell them about other shows. We got some good shows on this space. Some shows that I'm proud of. I enjoy some shows that we have on our show network. We've got a network of shows. Like we call it a collective because we're collecting shows, of which we then show the people watching the shows. So thank you for being here. This is our first holiday season. I'm a hater. I'm a certified hater. I actually got my certification not too long ago. Someone was saying, like, you're a real big hater. And then someone else was like, but are you certified? And I said, well, I really kind of wish. I'm vaguely interested. Tell me more. So I went through the certification program. And I finally got my certificate very recently that says I'm a hater. I'm a certified hater. So I don't celebrate that shit, but hey, I recognize that other people do. Other people do celebrate genocide today, and hey, we got to build a big tent. That's what a lot of people tell us. That's what everyone says. We need to have a big tent. Big tent. I got to share my leftist ideology with people that do Thanksgiving. And you know what? There's a level of maturity that I can just. I can say, you know what? Hey, it is what it is. Some people celebrate genocide today. What can you do? I don't, what am I going to do? Change your mind? Clearly not. But I don't celebrate genocide. I do not do that. So anyway, that's enough of whatever version of Tetris this is. Let's play this bullfucking shit. This is some McDonald's game. Don't really know what it's called. But it's something. It's a game. It's a game from Data East. Hey, what did that say? Donald Land. Wow. No. Reset doesn't. What was this screen? What did that say? Presents. There's no way it says that. That's not. This is in the game. Presents. Data East presents. Is anyone seeing this? Like, I know. Here I am doing the whole family. I mean, this is not even an American game. This is literally a Japanese game released in Japan for Japanese people to play. But it says Data East presents. Now, I don't know how to really interpret that, but this is Donald Land, celebrating America today here on Thanksgiving. Celebrating America by playing Donald Land on the family computer. The Fry Guys, those are the Fry Guys. How's it going, guys? Once again, earlier I was playing Burger Time. Now I'm playing Donald Land. We got Grimace and more. Here. You ever hear how it says push start instead of press? I always found that to be interesting. Small language differentials. Push start. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm pushing it. I consider it more of a press, but yeah, we're celebrating America. Some people would call it America, but maybe a more apt name is Donald Land. when you really think about where this country is going recently, it really does feel like we're in Donald Land. Just a little bit. How do I, like, what is this? Oh, I have to shoot you with the tomato bomb? I guess. Is that working? No? Are you a collectible? No, you kill me. Or not? Did I get points? And now I get the burgers. Of course you got to get the burgers in Donald Land. Of course the main collectible got to be burgers. I couldn't even perceive that another reality could exist in Donald Land, but for the one where you get the burgers. These are some creepy ass pumpkins. These are very concerning. Ooh. Definitely David Gregory says there was this thing called the draft. Hey, if you got drafted to go to Vietnam or whatever, hey man. You're talking about that one, the thank you for your service thing, because that was like 10 minutes ago, but I guess you just read it in the chat or whatever. I mean, hey, just because you were drafted doesn't mean you need to start machine gunning down a bunch of fucking Vietnamese people, you know? I don't know. Thank you for your service. I would say sorry, you know? Oh, you got drafted? Damn, that sucks. You know, how was that experience, the being tortured by the government, you know? That's my response. I don't know, thank you for your service is an adequate response to someone getting kidnapped and enslaved by their government and then shipped to another country to murder like fucking innocent communists, you know? To me, I mean, it's just, hey, thank you for your service. I mean, suffice it to say, you know? But that's my opinion. I don't exactly know what I'm doing here in Donald Land, though I can say that I've lived in Donald Land for a long time, and I don't think anyone else knows what they're doing either in Donald Land, so that's fine, I suppose. It's fine that we don't really know. I don't know how to kill this thing. I guess I'm losing health. I don't fucking know. I'm gaining points, but I'm losing health. What kind of game does that? Donald Land does it? You know, it is kind of like an allegory for capitalism. Anything you do to garner success in capitalism makes you lose your health, such as going to Thanksgiving during the 7th year of a pandemic. What's with that? There's a pandemic going on. There's an airborne virus that kills and disables people. 20% of people that get COVID get long COVID, right? That's not good. They're just sick fucking forever. Every single COVID case, if you've been infected with COVID at least once, you've lost 5 IQ points. Right? But people are saying, hey, let's fly around the country during a pandemic, huff in some viruses to celebrate genocide. You know, I say, hey, I'll sit at home and play Donald Land. That's what I'd rather do. I mean, geez, you know? That's what I'd rather do. Look at this fucking pecker. What is this guy? What are you doing? Is this a boss? No, don't touch those. Those are not good. Okay. I thought that those were food. You know, because I'm in Donald Land. I try to eat everything. You didn't know McDonald Land was a thing until today. Apparently it's a fictional fantasy world that's been around since 1963. Nice. I think they say it about cops too. What? Thank you for your service? Oh God. All right. So this guy with a literal burger for a face is telling me good luck. You know you're in for some fucked up shit when some literal burger face is telling you, hey, buddy, good luck. All right, so I got these like tomato bomb things. I don't know. You get a little speed boost on these. Did you see that? Look at that. Oh, not that time. That time I got it damaged. Last time I got like a speed boost. That was weird. Where's the Hamburglar? I think this is the Hamburglar. This fucking little guy right here. Right? Not that guy right there. Isn't that the Hamburglar? What is this guy? Looks like it could be. I mean, what is that? Like, it's just some fucking creature. It's a cryptid even. The fucking purple pumpkin. What the hell? Oh, that guy's gone. So, playing Donald Land here. Lots of burgers to collect in Donald Land. I love collecting burgers. We got these things here that are flying. Oh, there's more like tomato bombs up here, but I can't. I'm gonna have to like jump. Oh, here's some burgers. The burgers just like blend in with everything. How the hell? How do I get up here? What is the mechanism? Oh, I see. You'd have to jump on these trees and jump on this, I imagine. Then jump on that tree. Then jump up here. Yeah, see those bitches. Those fucking motherfuckers. You just got to know it's there. That's the thing. You just got to know it's there. That's fine. Oh, now I'm dead. Am I dead? No, I'm just out of score. Or I guess I'm out of health, and the score is referring to what's on the far right of that. And the health is just something else. Did I win? No, I lost. I did not win. Where's the new ballroom? I'm looking for it. I'm only on the first level, so bear with me here. Good luck. Good luck. I'm gonna need good luck if I'm fucking going to Donald Land. Holy shit. Does anyone ever just sit down and think to themselves, like, it happened, right? And then everyone knew it would happen again if no one did anything. And then no one did anything, and then it happened again. You know, before I got on here, I was watching Jackson White's show on this space. Subscribe. And it was showing like a video of like this guy in the Oval Office, and there's like fucking trinkets everywhere, and like, you know, there's just like sleeping, like fucking balding, yellow-faced freak just sitting at the fucking Resolute desk, which, by the way, what kind of name is the Resolute desk? That is some horse shit naming. But anyway, and I just thought to myself, like, really? Like, we're still here? We're still in the Donald Trump portion of our lives on planet Earth? Really? Oh, that's not a platform. Oh, but these are platforms. Oh, what the fuck? So these guys are platforms. Oh, well, unless you hit them at an awkward angle. This is bullshit. This game sucks. I don't know, man. I'm really concerned. I'm just really concerned. You could call me a concerned citizen. I'm a citizen. But I do have concerns. So call me a concerned citizen. That's like, it sounds like a good name for like one of those movies, you know, about some guy that like drives through a city and like kills people or whatever, like a Death Wish. It's like a Death Wish type movie. You ever see Death Wish? Concerned citizen, you know. Just think about it. That's a movie right there. Free idea. I'll let anyone take it. Free idea. All right, so we're buying some burgers here. Oof. So we could get the burger, we could get the double burger. We could get the nuggies or the fries or the shake. We could get the fries, the shake. You know, I gotta be honest, I never understood the fries and shake combo. I know a lot of people do that. Never got it. That's not, you know, not really, you know. But then we got the nuggies and the double burger and the regular burger. I'm gonna go with the double. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of hungry. I had like some sort of food earlier today, but honestly, I could go for a double burger right now. So, and then now the PNG is transparent, I guess. What the fuck? Okay. So I got the double burger, but I got a lot of money left over. Think about this stuff. You get a double burger, and that's like 25% of my pocket. I just get a single. Would I like fries? Hell fucking yeah, I would like fries. Let's get some fries. May I help you? Sure you can. Give me some nuggets. All right, now how much is this milkshake? I'll take it. Just bought out the whole menu. Man, I'm hungry. Holy shit. All right, how do I move on? I've already bought everything. Just let me out of here. Okay. Try to play the game. All right, I'll try. Oh, holy shit. I don't like this game. Okay. Ooh, there he is. Oh. Okay. Nope. So it changes every time. Ah, okay. So it's just gambling. Okay. So there's okay, and then that's 2. Oh, motherfucking shit. All right. I don't. How many times do I have to play this? Oh, there. It's another one. There's another. I get to play again. Okay. I mean, like, can I just? Is this the game? It was a side scroller, and now it's like a fucking slot machine blackjack game. Do I just have to keep going until what is this? What am I even doing here? Oh. Ever eat chips with ice cream? I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's definitely okay. It's not like as a got it. As like a standard. Oh yeah. I always have fries with the shake. I don't get it. Okay, so I have return 25. I'm gonna get one of these for 20 and then get one of these for 5, and that does something. So wait, do I want to hit exit or return? Like, does exit bring me to the next level? If so, what does return do? Does that mean like I'm returning the items, or does that mean I'm returning to the previous level? I'm just gonna exit. Come back soon, okay? Lakeside World. All right, I'm glad I exited, okay? Lakeside World. Look at these beautiful graphics. Look at this. This is amazing. Holy shit. Holy fuck. It's the dragon from Dig Dug. Which, by the way, fun fact, I got Dig Dug right here. Look at that. It's the dragon from Dig Dug. Look at that. Look, it's right there. Look at this. Dig Dug. Does anyone want to see Dig Dug? Huh? I'm only scheduled here for an hour, and I've already fulfilled my hour. So I could leave at any time. And there's no show after this. This is it. Everyone else on this space bailed. They all bailed. Well, you know, most of them just gave us pre-recorded videos that we already played. But everyone who's supposed to be on tonight, on Thursday, they bailed. They said, fuck this space. That's what they said. They said, I don't want anything to do with this space. How dare you even do this space on Thanksgiving? Don't you know we're supposed to celebrate genocide? I'm going to be celebrating genocide. I can't do my show on Thursday because it's Thanksgiving and genocide and woo, the white man is in fucking America. So everyone else, they abandoned ship. They said, fuck this space. I'm not doing it. I'd rather spend time with America. I say, fuck that. I will be here all night if necessary, or maybe I'll leave at 8 p.m. I don't know. I'll stay here as long as the chat is interesting enough and as long as I'm still conscious. As long as both of those things are, at least one of those things are happening, I'll be here. So, but we're playing Donald Land today. This is a game. It's a very realistic game. It reminds me a lot of home, in a way, Donald Land. It reminds me of the place I grew up. Look at these. Whoa. This portion of the game is giving me hives. I'm assuming that's the blackjack portion. That part was really rough. Is there a drive-through? I hope so. Hey, Sandee. Hey, Sandee, how's it going? Am I paused or not? I don't even know. Oh. We got Sandee, who always does a great show. Sandee's always doing great. But thank you, Sandee, for keeping us where we need to be here on this space. How the fuck do I jump over this river here? What do I do here? Can I step on this guy? I can. I see. Oh, nope. And now I'm damaged. And now I can't. Can I just? No, that's not. Okay. I think I need to be on the top of that tree to make it. Is that the Vlasic stork? I don't think so. I'm going to stick here with you for a while, but I'm so goddamn tired. Sandee's usually pretty tired, it seems. Honestly, I've been tired too. Oh, fuck. Last night I slept. Didn't see that coming. That's one. Game over. Holy shit. But last night I slept. And I slept in such a way that I managed to make the entire morning a time of mourning for my youth. Because I've been in back pain all morning. Like the side of my back has been in pain. It's been causing me some problems all morning. And it's because in the middle of the night, at some point in the middle of the night, Max the dog, who you may know him. I don't know where he is. He's somewhere. Max the dog decided to just like totally fuck up my sleep position. Just take it and say, fuck you. I woke up like twisted and turned in a way that caused back pain. And I've been suffering all day. So I definitely feel what Sandee has gone through for sure. And I'm hoping, Sandee, we're playing Donald Land. This game that I'm playing right now, Sandee, we got Sandee here, everyone. This is great. Sandee, I'm playing Donald Land. What do you think? This game is called Donald Land. I'm not joking. I know it sounds like a joke, but it's not. It's called Donald Land. It's for the Nintendo Family Computer. I believe it said it was released in 1987. Though I could be wrong. It could be something else, but I think it said 87. This is Donald Land for the Family Computer. Okay. So I got to stand on this pecker. And then I got to jump off the pecker. Yes! Jump off the pecker. That's how you do it. Jump off the pecker. Okay. And we got this kid here who's... What is he throwing at me? What is that? I don't know if I can bomb the child. I'm trying to bomb the child. Bombing the child does not work. Is this child crying? Are these projectiles tears? It looks like... Or this sneezing. Is the child sneezing or crying? I don't know what's happening. I gotta get out of here. Donald Land is fucked up. Okay. Now, what the hell is this? Okay. So you can... So there's platforms here. Okay. That's a ship in the background. Uh-huh. And then... Okay. Now, this game is getting crazy. This is nuts. Look at this guy. Okay, got him. Got him. Only in Donald Land are you going to see this kind of shit. This is crazy stuff. All right. We are in a whole new world right now. Well, not really. I've been living in Donald Land for at least a whole year now. Some would say quite a few years, but... Can I get the McDonald head over the door at the start? I'm sure. Some secret or whatever. All right. Back to Donald Land. Celebrating America today by falling into the river. All right, a game's over. So just because I am seeing some new faces. This is the game I was just playing, Donald Land. I will do another round of a game I played earlier, Burger Time. Just because I know we have a couple new people here joining us now. So I'm going to play Burger Time again. The theme today is we're celebrating America. So we got to play Donald Land and Burger Time. Those are definitely required. All right, so last time I managed to get 9,000 points. This time I'm going to try to get at least 10,000 points here in Burger Time. 10,000 points. Can I get it? Put it in the chat. Yes, no. Yes or no? Can I hit 10,000 points in Burger Time? Last time I hit 9,000. That was just like an hour ago. So, 10,000 points, Burger Time. That's my goal. That's what I'm going to try. Ooh. Where's the ketchup? That's a good question. It's a good question. It's a damn good question, if I may say. Okay. I'm going for 10,000 points in burger time. That's the goal here. I got to prove that I'm a real American. This is going to be my campaign ad for Congress. This is how I prove I'm a real American. I can get 10,000 points in burger time. Can my opponent do that? I don't think so. Paid for it by America. Oh man, this is a fucked up section here. Ooh. Okay, now I'm gonna go down. Oh, but this guy's here. Oh, now that guy's over there. Okay, now I gotta go this way, and then. All right, I think I got it. I think I got it. Not good. Okay. Okay, I got them. Now I'm gonna need to go all the way around. I'm trying to get 10,000 points here in burger time. That's the current goal. It's my current life goal. You know how some people say, make your goals short and achievable. Well, right now, my life goal in life is to reach 10,000 points in burger time. Right now, I'm at 5,000 points in burger time. You can see that at the top center left. Ooh, I totally thought I got that bun. Turns out it's not so fun. Ooh. This is one hell of a burger. Okay. Now I gotta go this way. And then get this one. Now this is going well. This is going really well. I fucked it. I fucked it up. I fucked it all up. Okay. This is going really, 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 really well. I am on my way to getting 10,000 points. At this point, it would be more impressive if I somehow managed to not get 10,000 points. That's what I currently think at this point in my life. I'm at 8,500, 8,600, 8,700 points. My goal is to get 10,000. Now, you may think getting 10,000 points in burger time, I could do that in my sleep. Well, guess what? So can I. In fact, I'm doing it right now. I've been asleep the whole time. Plot twist. Ooh, 10,000. 10,000 points in burger time. You just saw it happen. You just saw it happen live on stream. 10,000 points in burger time. And I'm going to go even more. Going to go even higher in burger time. This is just the beginning. I'm dead. Anyway, we are celebrating America today. Celebrating America by playing some burger time. I like burger time. I think this is a cool game. All right. So I got all these guys. They're all following me. So now I'm going to go down here. Check this out. Check this out. Now this is crazy. Oh, brilliant. What is that in the middle? Are those like fries? What is that? Man, that disappeared immediately. Okay. Just got to calm down. Just got to calm down, build the burgers. Just keep calm and build the burgers. Focus on the burger. Focus on the burger. I got that, whatever that is. Oh, man. 15,000 points in burger time. Holy shit. All right. So everyone, I signed up for an hour here for this space. And I feel like I've done a pretty good job of being here today. But I would like to take a small break and play something that's less American and throw a wild card at you. You know, I got the Famicom out, so let's play this. Some people may know this game. This game features a very fine young man from the streets of New York, who's had a really rough time of it lately. He's had where is this fucking thing? Is it only right here? Yeah, it is. He's had a rough time of it lately. This New York man. He's been struggling financially. He's renting an apartment with his brother, and there's a lot of there's a lot of problems there in that relationship. They're really strapped financially. It's causing a lot of stress. At the end of the day, they're family, and they're grateful for each other. But they're really trying their best to survive. So in thinking about all of those American families, those working class, authentic American families, I thought I would play this game to celebrate America on Thanksgiving. But I will probably be leaving everybody very shortly. So I promised I'd show up for an hour. So here I am. And we will be back next week, actually. Believe it or not, this space will be back next week. Somehow that happened. I don't like it, but next week on this space, we will be having some shows that may be interesting for you to watch. Maybe you don't want to watch them. Maybe you want to skip next week. Maybe something else that's more interesting is taking your attention. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not mad. I could be mad. I could be angry. I could take it out on the world. But I'm not. But anyway, I would like to say thank you all for joining me. And I know I promised it earlier, so I will play one round of Dig Dug before I go, just because it's Chekhov's Dig Dug. Chekhov's Dig Dug today by Namcot. And so this space, we got a lot of great contributors here on this space. All of them not a huge fan of contributing today for some reason, but hey, that's fine. It's all good. We got a lot of great contributions in a pre-recorded format, and I am very thankful that people are willing to do that just to get a day off. So that's great. But we normally would have shows at this time, but we don't right now because Thanksgiving's more important than this space. Like, here I am thinking this space is a family. Here I am thinking this space is where we belong. Here I am thinking, what am I thankful for? I'm thankful for this space. Apparently no one else is. So here we are playing Dig Dug at 8 o'clock on a Thursday. Playing Dig Dug 8 o'clock on a Thursday because everyone loves this space so much that they let me on at 8 on a Thursday to play Dig Dug. That's how much they love this space, that they're willing to let me on to play Dig Dug. And Burger Time. I like Dig Dug. Dig Dug is a good game. I used to be obsessed with this game for a period of my life. My favorite part of this game when I was younger was the fact that you could make any shapes you want. I used to try to spell out words. I used to try to put like movie quotes on the Dig Dug screen. I like Dig Dug. Good game. So, I don't know how long this game will last. I'm on my last life here. Oh, just kidding. Just got a 1-up. Free man. You ever hear that expression? Just got a free man. That's what my grandpa used to call him. The free man. You just got a free man. It's free. You had to get 10,000 points. But it's also free. Because you get the 10,000 points for just playing the game. It's not like you're working to get the 10,000 points, right? So, there's 2 guys there, really? It's crazy. Oof. My eyeballs itch. You ever get that? Oh my God. Why are my eyeballs so itchy? That's weird. I got fucked up eye disease. It's crazy. Oh, look at those. You see those dragons? I fucked them up. Oh, Puka. Why? But after this round of Dig Dug, I will be digging out. Thank you all for watching this space. And I appreciate it. I appreciate people watching this space. It's this is it's one hell of a space. I'm too close to the this is better. I'll crop that out. Yeah, you want to see the whole background or you don't. This is what happens when I get control of the show here. But thank you all for joining me in my impromptu gamer session. A little impromptu gamer session here on Thanksgiving Day. Hopefully everyone enjoys having your little fucked up families. Everything you see online, and everyone is celebrating America today. It's a good thing the government shutdown ended so that we can all go back to pretending like there's nothing wrong with our society. And we can waste all of our money on really shitty food that's garbage and not good for you. But, and fly during a pandemic where, millions of people are getting sick. And it looks like long COVID is going to be overtaking the world pretty soon here. Long COVID is actually the disease that afflicts children at the highest rate. It's overtaken asthma. Children are getting massacred with long COVID, and they don't have a chance to consent. You ever think about that? So when you're going to your fucked up family tradition of murdering everybody with your fucked up diseases and spreading your illnesses and your grotesque, dirty filth, think about the children and the elderly also. Like, grandma who maybe relies on her children to take care of her getting infected with this virus that kills the elderly. Very interesting that this is what America chooses to do. Year 7 of a pandemic. Year 7. Think about that. We've had 7 years of a pandemic. Well, 6 years. Year 7 just started. But 6 years, 6 full years of a pandemic to get this shit together. Nope, no one gives a fuck. So, a lot of people, they get mad at me when I shit on Thanksgiving, but I don't have any time or space in my mind to be concerned with whatever the fuck that shit is. To be concerned with someone said Thanksgiving's bad. Oh no, I'm so offended. Give me a fucking break. Thanksgiving is a holiday started in genocide, founded on genocide, and it's still Genocide Day. You might be thinking to yourself, I'm just celebrating with the family. I don't think about the genocide of America's founding. That's not why I celebrate Thanksgiving. And yet, you're hosting a fucking goddamn family dinner during a pandemic, year 7 of a pandemic, right? Which is also, by the way, just wiping out elderly people at an extended rate. It's wiping out pretty much anyone who's disabled is getting wiped out by this shit. Maybe you could call it a genocide. It's a purposeful culling of a certain demographic of our population globally. Some would call that a genocide. I would. So Thanksgiving started in genocide, still in genocide. And if you celebrate this holiday, I personally think less of you. If that is offensive to you, then be a better person, I guess. I don't know. But also, I'm not the arbiter of what's right and what's wrong. So I'm just some piece of shit who happens to not have a family that loves them. So I'm here to do this stream today. And no one else is here to do this stream today because they have families that love them, or at least families that pretend to love them as they cough and sneeze and give each other infections and viruses. By the way, healthcare is going up next year. Is everyone ready to pay 5x for your healthcare costs? It's a good thing we all got infected with COVID-19 over and over and over again right before they fucking 5x the healthcare premiums. It's a good job from the left. Everyone just on the left who ignores this virus, ignores the pandemic. Really great job making sure everyone out there, all the authentic working class individuals you need to meet where they are, making sure they're prepared for what hell is about to come. But anyway, thank you all. Goodbye. I now have to figure out how to end the stream. Okay, end the stream. End the stream. Well, that's the wrong one. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. End the stream. Sorry, one. I'm trying to end the stream. Just give me a second here. I've never done this. This is my first time doing this.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, no, no.
It's Trump popping up. Holy shit. Okay. Clearly I'm having a problem with this. Oh shit. That was scary. Why is a rapist on my screen? Oh, here it is. Can you hear me when I talk over this? Am I audible? Yeah, watch this space. Watch it. Watch the space. Oh, I'm back. Whoops. Yikes. I did not anticipate my face showing back up on screen. Let me hold on. Hey, I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. I know I did it again. I'm sorry. Okay. Now this time for real. Watch this space. Watch this space.